Offers specific advantages if the environment you want the robot to operate in justifies them. So going over very rigid terrain, humanoids are quite good for going into narrow spaces. They have typically a narrow form factor, and they're typically well designed for operating in human environments.
Humanoids are great if you're looking at human environments because there is an existence proof that a human can move around and do stuff in that environment, right? It was designed around humans. Our take on it, though, is that if you actually break all of the requirements down, taking a more monkey and ape inspiration, the simian inspiration, is going to lead to a more effective robotic system for the problem at hand.
With the biped, the stability is an issue, and you see here many creative solutions, in particular with wheels and a larger footprint that increase the stability of the robot.
This robot has a very unique form, so as we're doing things, we find really unusual ways to solve the problem. For example, he steers with his track. He doesn't use his hands to steer, he uses his little track and pushes it against the steering wheel and spins it with the track. Well, that's certainly not something a steering wheel is designed to do, but the non-humanoid form does it very well.
The challenge of the legged robot is that your feet are making and breaking contact with the ground. You have to think a lot about the way you impart force on the ground, the way the ground affects you, your motion. The same thing's true if you wanted to have robot arms build cell phones. And it seems ridiculous that small parts you think would be great for robots, but robots are actually not good at controlling small contact forces when they're doing parts assembly. I really believe that the problem of balancing a humanoid robot is actually helping us understand that, is going to help us understand how to make manufacturing robots, or robots that have to go into your body and help with a surgeon perform some advanced surgery. Or all these things are subtle interactions between the robot and the environment, which we're capturing by balancing this robot on this crazy obstacle course.
When Apple introduced the iPad Air 2 last year, it was a pretty big deal. The iPad Mini 3, however, which was announced just moments afterwards, was considerably less of a big deal. Basically, Apple just took the previous year's iPad Mini 2, gave it a new gold finish and a Touch ID sensor, and called it a day. Yes, it does kind of suck that iPad Mini fans got shortchanged, but Apple is making up for it now with the iPad Mini 4, and it really is the iPad Mini we should have gotten last year. So, what's new? Well, the iPad Mini has never been a tank of a tablet, but Apple shaved off about 1/10 of a pound, making this year's iPad Mini the thinnest and lightest we've ever seen. 1/10 of a pound might not sound like a whole lot, but believe me, it's a very tangible difference when you're holding these things in your hands. More importantly, the 7.9-inch screen is beautiful. Apple has finally laminated the display with the glass itself, meaning there's no more gap between the pixels on the screen and the glass covering it all. That means we're getting greater clarity, not to mention better viewing angles that we've gotten in the past. This is a big, big improvement. Now, while that might look like Apple took an iPad Air 2 and stuck it under a shrink ray, that's not exactly the case, and that's because of what's going on inside. So instead of carrying over the iPad Air 2's A8X chipset, Apple actually plugged the A8 out of the iPhone 6 and stuck it in this year's iPad Mini 4. I've always thought of the iPhone 6 as a pretty snappy machine, and I've never really had complaints about its performance, so those sentiments carry over really nicely into the Mini 4 as well. Another difference at play here is that Apple dropped in 2 GB of RAM into this iPad rather than the one we saw in the iPhone 6, so it's not a straight translation, and it helps dramatically, especially when it comes to Apple's really cool new multitasking features. We've talked about this stuff more in depth in our iOS 9 review, but here's the long and short of it for the iPad Mini 4. If you swipe over from the right side of the screen, you can open basically a drawer of applets. This is what Apple calls slide over, and any one of those applications can be run in its own section of the screen. You can't interact with the app you were in previously, just the one that you've just opened. If you want to be able to interact with 2 apps at the same time, you can take the line that divides those 2 applications and slide it over until both apps take up half of the screen. This is what's called split view, and you can interact with both at the exact same time. It's a really cool feature, although on the smaller screen of the iPad Mini, it feels a little less useful than it might otherwise be. The rest of iOS 9, if you haven't already played with it, is really, really quite nice. There are a lot of thoughtful changes, in addition to these iPad-centric tweaks that make it run and feel much more efficient and more thoughtful. So, for instance, there's a back button that allows you to jump from your current app back into the previous app without you having to open the app switcher and figure out what you were doing. Siri is also more proactive in suggesting people and apps for you to talk to and use respectively, and Spotlight Search now allows you to dig into third-party applications and the contents within, not just stuff you have stored in Apple's own first-party apps. Throw in a battery that lasts almost as long as the 13.5 hours we got out of last year's iPad Mini 3 in our video rundown test, and we've got what's ostensibly Apple's best and most powerful tiny tablet to date. Now, Apple products aren't for everybody, and we could say the same about small tablets too, but if you're looking for a powerful portable slate with great looks and great app support, well, you're probably not going to find a whole lot better than this.
I'm here with Carrie Davis, and we are going to get her pretty drunk and then have her play with an Amazon Echo knockoff. So, cheers, queers. Should I not say that?
What were you drinking before?
I'm in hat.
Oh, no. No. What if we started with a tequila shot?
That sounds good. Cheers.
Cheers!
Hello.
I have so many regrets already.
The thing that she's going to be testing today is called the Ivy Sleek. It's a voice-activated alarm clock that controls a bunch of apps and other stuff.
Today just got so good.
But the problem with that is that it doesn't actually listen to your voice. It's really terrible at it. And so when you're trying to do it even sober, it's a challenge.
Whoa! The crew should partake as well. This is good. Cheers.
Yay!
Cheers.
Brett's like, I hate you.
Let's just get the shot so I can get the f out of here. Finish it! Finish it!
That is so rude.
Yeah. Yeah. It is.
Wow.
Did you take the whole thing?
I think so.
Finish it, Heathrow Franklin. Get on it.
All right, let's get to work,
Let's
people.
go play. Let's go
Am
play
I drunk
with.
enough?
Let's play with Ivy.
When I tested it, it took me close to an hour and a half to get it to initially set up. It didn't want to play nice with my Wi-Fi network, and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, you're gonna sit in the middle, right? And I'm gonna do this.
Is it here?
Yeah.
Why are we?
So he's gonna pull it out. Whoa. All right, let's get down to business.
So we have a beverage.
Business time.
And
Oh.
This
Called Ivy.
is Ivy.
So you need to figure out what the hell this is. Poison. Poison.
Poison ivy.
Poison.
This is not poison.
Didn't.
Poison.
Okay,
Up,
I'm
up,
already winning, bitches. Oh, I don't want to swear so much.
Don't break the f***ing thing. We still have to use that.
The screen is on. The screen is on.
What?
We've made our first step towards an actual hands-on.
Poison.
Poison.
The concept of the Ivy Sleek is good, but the execution is terrible.
It says Ivy
He's getting hostile.
works with Nest. Ivy voice control for the smart home.
Well, I mean, it's supposed to do a lot of stuff. It's supposed to like be an alarm clock, a radio. It's supposed to control your thermostat, a whole bunch of stuff.
Once Ivy powers up, say hello, Ivy, to set up Wi-Fi. Select network. Hello, Ivy. Wait. Hello, Ivy.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Well, she's dumb. Hello, Ivy.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
So when I initially tested it, it took me about 45 minutes to get the voice command set up.
Enunciate. Harry.
Yeah, quit slurring.
Shut up, you're ruining my sound.
You have to say hello to her, and then she puts you on Wi-Fi.
Voice trigger is now on.
Oh, shit.
Oh! She figured it out.
Yeah, all I have to say, keep drinking.
Sing.
UNITY.
It's not.
Hey, you guys, I'm really
Hold on,
drunk.
it's connecting.
Oh.
Wi-Fi set up.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Was it this hard when you did it?
Yeah, actually it was. It's got to be hello ID, Wi-Fi setup.
Oh, why would you not say that?
Because this is funnier.
Wi-Fi setup.
Please choose your network.
Oh no!
It took me, God, I want to say an hour or two more to set up the Wi-Fi.
Brass Tacks Wi-Fi isn't out here.
Brass Tacks must have a password.
At
Can
Brass
we
Tacks
check?
bar, that's gotta be it.
I have a conclusion. This was way too hard. We couldn't even get the Wi-Fi, which is
No, we got connected to the Wi-Fi. We couldn't connect to the internet. Sage, don't spray it.
okay. We couldn't get connected to the Wi-Fi, but we did everything we could. We couldn't get it. Thank you, After Hours, for giving me something that doesn't work.
In quotes.
After Hours, thank you for getting me drunk, giving me something that doesn't work. If a drunk you can't even set it up, your parents are
So true.
I guess we can give her something easier next time, but I suggest we give her something even worse.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Get your shit together, Ivy.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I'm your host, Veronica Belmont. I'm excited! One of my favorite people ever is on the show today, my former Texilla co-host, Robert Heron. He is about to drop a massive knowledge bomb on an unsuspecting viewer. But first, let's talk about emojis because, yeah, I'm totally biased. This question comes to us from Phil in Montreal. Dear Veronica, what are your thoughts about using the classic smiley face emoticon in corporate emails or emails you would send to clients in a classic office environment? I notice that some people think it's inappropriate, but it's such a big part of our lives now with social media and texting. Thanks for the question, Phil. This is another classic case of needing to read the room. If your boss is sending emoticons or emojis left and right, you're definitely an emoticon-friendly environment. I would still recommend caution though, as one person's winky face is another person's HR disaster. The inter-office emoticon is much different than using emoji with current or potential clients. Stay away from that unless you're reaching out to, I don't know, me, or Grumpy Cat, or anyone who works at BuzzFeed. Your safest bet, Phil, is to save your emoji use for after hours. Next, we have this fantastic question from Twitter user Waffleophagus. Dear Veronica, at what point does the eye stop seeing pixels? I.e., at what point is Apple's screen resolutions just another meaningless number? To dig into that, let's welcome home theater expert and technologist Robert Heron. Take it away, Rob.
You could never have too many pixels. However, our ability to perceive detail on a display device depends on many factors, including our own visual acuity, the display's pixel density, the distance we are from that display, and the quality of the source material that we're looking at. Now, 20/20 is considered normal vision. However, there are some exceptional eyeballs out there that can perceive more than twice as much detail at a given distance. Consider looking at your smartphone or tablet from about 10 inches away. A person with exceptional vision could take advantage of a display that has 600 pixels per inch. So I'm thinking that the 401 pixels per inch of the Retina HD display on Apple's new iPhone 6 Plus, that seems like a good balance between resolution versus the quality of perception at common viewing distances. I hope this helped.
Thanks, Robert. And if you guys out there are in need of professional video calibration and home theater consultation services, check out HeronFidelity.com or follow him on Twitter at Robert Heron. Next, I thought it would be fun if we went over some viewer feedback on previous episodes in a segment I like to call Viewer Feedback. Huh? You like it? Dear Veronica, read to Karen K on Twitter. The new feature moments is a great way to follow what's trending without overexposing yourself. From @PJLions1. Karen, who in a previous episode was concerned about having randoms following her every move on Twitter, might indeed enjoy the new Moments feature. It's a curated list of the day's biggest news as it happens on Twitter. From news to entertainment, sports, etc., there's lots of ground being covered. Thanks, PJ. We also have an update from our friend Lucas, who wanted to know the best way to prepare for international travel from way back in episode 6. He says, Dear Veronica, thank you again for all your help at Veronica. It took a while, but I got my passport. 2016 is going to be epic. Yes, that's awesome, Lucas. I hope you have an amazing trip. Last but not least, this tweet from Cedric's mom. Dear Veronica, love the podcast, but why is there a smiling pile of doo-doo over your left shoulder? You are a lovely girl, but that isn't helping. There is? Oh. Huh. Never noticed that before. Weird. That's it for this episode, folks. Keep those questions rolling on in to Veronica@Engadget.com or on Twitter using the hashtag #DearVeronica. Subscribe in iTunes or on YouTube if you're into that kind of thing, and I will see you next week. You're definitely an emoji-friendly environment. This is another class of... Next, we have this so we'll slow down there. That's it for this episode, folks. Keeps those questions rolling. Keeps those. I found the last one. So Jesus Christ, just let me push this in. The goddamn, and then you got all your goddamn B-roll.
I'm happy with that.
Welcome back to LA and welcome back to E3. It's day 2 and that means all the press conferences are finally over. And you know what that means? It means we can actually play some games. So we played a lot of them and we asked the questions that mattered. We talked to Shu at Sony about Morpheus and a lot about Morpheus because a lot's coming. You can expect a new OS based inside that headset, as well as a new split screen technology that will have the game projected both inside that headset as well as on the TV screen. Also, my colleague, ally and compatriot, Edgar Alvarez, spent some time with the new Pro Evolution Soccer. And would you believe it, he thinks it might be worth playing over FIFA. Controversial? Perhaps. We also took a much closer look at Xbox's new Elite controller. $150 is a lot of money, but you also get a lot of controller for that. Expect to see programmable magnetic buttons, levers that can be swapped in and out, triggered buttons, exactly how you like them, and all changed and removable without tools. That was a quick rundown of day 2 here at E3. Of course, there's one more day left. That's tomorrow. You're going to come back and join us, right? We'll be checking out all the rest of the games in that hall right behind me. Come back. I've been Matt at Engadget. See you tomorrow.
Commuting sucks, but there are some companies out there trying to make it a little bit less crappy. So we pitted San Francisco's Muni against the electric scooter rental service Scoot. Then we also tried out Uber, and finally we tried the newcomer on the block, the Bolt motorbike. Getting to work in an urban environment can be tricky. To figure out the best way to get to work, I'm going to break down the price, convenience, and speed of each method. So I live approximately 7 miles from work. For convenience, Uber wins, but it also costs $20 to get to work, so right off the bat, no. Now the Bolt motorbike is actually something you own. It's not quite available now, it's still in beta mode, but the little electric bike looks like a cafe racer, it's actually pretty fun to ride, and it's already in my garage. The other two-wheel option is a Scoot. They're electric scooters that you can rent locally. Now they'll go up to about 25 miles on a charge, and you have to use an app to find one, but fortunately there's one about 2 blocks from my house. So the third option is San Francisco's transportation Muni. It's the bus service. I'm taking the bus. It takes a few minutes to get there, and then while I'm standing there, I'm waiting anywhere from 30 seconds to 9 minutes for a bus to show up, which, you know, seems like wasted time. But it's only $2.25 to ride, so it's cheap. Unfortunately, because of where I work, I have to take 2 buses. So as I get off the first bus, I realize I have to wait 11 minutes for the second bus. So now I have to make a decision. Do I want to walk the 15 minutes to get to work, or wait 11 minutes to take the bus? Meanwhile, should I get a coffee? Now the Bolt and the Scoot both win on speed, but neither is actually very speedy. Because they're both EV vehicles and they're relatively low power, anytime my 200+ pound frame encounters a hill, and there are so many hills in San Francisco, I end up creeping along at about 19 miles per hour. Fortunately, the Bolt is an electric bike, so I can move into the bike lane, no harm, no foul. The Scoot, on the other hand, it's actually a scooter, so I can't go into the bike lane legally. Now, because the Bolt is actually a bike, I took it down San Francisco's famous bike path, the Wiggle. It's a relatively hill-free path from the west side to downtown. Now, when I get to work with the Bolt, no one yelled at me in the bike lane, so that's a plus. And instead of parking in the garage, I decided to take it on the elevator and park it by my desk. There's a Scoot charging station in the garage at work. That's great, but it also highlights the fact that Scoot goes about 25 miles on a single charge. The Bolt, on the other hand, will go 50 miles in eco mode on a single charge, which means I can ride to work and back on a single charge, no problem. But I can also take the battery out and plug it in next to my desk. Uber's nice, but it's too expensive. It's more of a splurge than a commuting option. $20 to get to work and $11 to get home is insane. Maybe once a month. Muni is great, but it's the complete opposite of Uber because it's cheap, but it can also be inconvenient and you might be late to work and sometimes the bus doesn't show up. So the real winners here are Scoot and Bolt. Neither require a motorcycle license. Hell, the Bolt doesn't even require a driver's license. But the Bolt's not available, and there's a waiting list, and a hefty price tag of $4,500 for early adopters, and the final product will probably cost you about $5,500 to $6,000. Not cheap. Meanwhile, the Scoot, it's available now. A half-hour ride costs $2 with a $19 monthly plan, or $4 for a half hour with no monthly fee. The Scoot is cheap, it's speedy, and it's convenient. It's not going to cost you an arm and a leg like Uber. It's actually available unlike Bolt, and you'll actually get to work on time unlike Muni.
Good morning, welcome back to CES 2016. My name is James True. We're here live on the Engadget stage. Joining me this morning, Nick Woodman, CEO of GoPro, founder of GoPro, Mr. GoPro. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well, James. Thanks for having us.
Okay, so well, thanks for joining us. We got loads to talk about. It's been a really big year for GoPro. I think probably one of the most interesting years in a little while. I've been following your company since a couple of cameras ago, at least. And I think 2015 seems to me the year that you it's the first time you went off script a little bit. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, 2015 was a very interesting year for GoPro. And I think in terms of off script, are you talking about this little guy with Session?
Yeah, I mean, we since the Hero, I don't know, you can correct me, but like the Hero HD, around then the cameras kind of looked fairly similar, and since the 3 Plus, it's looked exactly the same, right? Yeah. So the Session was, of course, not just completely different. It was just like a whole new game.
Yeah, I mean, what we tried to do with Session is make the easiest to use GoPro ever, and we really tried to reinvent ourselves and say, if we were to take everything we know about GoPro, the good, the bad, the ugly, and we were to design a new product that is the most streamlined, efficient, convenient, easy to learn, most invisible camera possible, what would we build? And we spent 3 years developing Session, and I think we've achieved it. Session is this simple, elegant, refined one-button experience. Even though I can have any GoPro that I want, I use Session 95% of the time just because it's so convenient. But I think it was a bit confusing to people because it's the first GoPro that we've ever made that didn't look like a GoPro. And we pitted it against silver at that $399 price point, which I think also confused people. But now that we've course corrected and priced it appropriately at $199, it's one of our best-selling cameras.
Right, and I think that's the important thing to know about Session, isn't it? Because it was you said, like, obviously people were surprised at how it looked because they're used to the GoPro camera and what it looks like. My first instinct was, will all my accessories work? That's the first thing, right? Because I think any serious GoPro collector, of which there are many, has like a sort of a quiver of their favorite mounts and stuff like this. And if you're used, so for example, if you've got the frame, this comes with a frame, but if you've got stuff like that, it's not going to work. Was that an anxiety point when you were developing it?
Well, no. I mean, our loyal customers have come to know that we make everything backwards compatible, and that we always try to take care of everybody, and we don't want anybody to be left out if we come out with something new. That our goal is that your older GoPro will work with anything new we make, and vice versa. So maybe we didn't do the best job of communicating that, but that was always our intent from the beginning, and I think it's played out that way where Session is in an interesting intersection for us because, and for our customers, it's the first product that we've made that's far and away the best entry-level GoPro anybody could ever buy, just because out of the box you can learn how to use it in 2 seconds. It's just a simple one-button control.
So this is $199 at the moment,
this is
right?
$199. And I think we really nailed the simplicity aspect of the product and the fact that my 1.5-year-old can use it. And that's something that I've always been very envious of Apple, that with iOS, they developed a user interface that toddlers know how to use, and just walk up, swipe, and press, and they can launch movies and games and whatnot. And frankly, before Session, we were very far from that with our other cameras. They're not the most intuitive. We acknowledge that.
Oh, come on. Once you get the muscle memory down, the click, 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 click.
You have to really want it, right? You have to really want to use a GoPro to learn a GoPro. But I think that with Session, we've conquered that. My 1.5-year-old knows to pick it up, press the button, follow me around, and he's obviously modeling me because he also puts it in
the teeth.
He puts it in his mouth. But that's something that I think that we've absolutely nailed in terms of simplicity. But at the same time, that Session being the perfect entry-level GoPro, it's also the perfect second or third GoPro for existing customers who might already own a black or silver camera. And so that positions this very uniquely in our lineup and gives Session a really important place in GoPro's future.
So how does that reflect on the Hero line, the much more entry level? So say I've got a couple of $100, but like, am I going for Session or might I want the Hero LCD Plus? There's kind of still a proximity between those two in the price.
Yeah, I think that what you're going to see over time is our product lineup become much more straightforward for the consumer. And I think you're going to see a lot of the refined user experience that we have in Session make its way into the traditional Hero line.
Right, so I was going to ask, how much of Session might we see in Hero 4 Plus or whatever you like? Do you think we might be inheriting, there might be some upwards knock-on effect? We might see a change in the camera shape or some sort of bleeding of features?
I think what our customers can count on is that future GoPros will be increasingly simpler, fewer parts, and our goal is to make it very easy for our customers to make the decision to pick up a GoPro and use it. And that's all about simplicity, efficiency, and making the user experience as seamless and invisible as possible.
So I'm sure you've got plenty of cameras, maybe more cameras planned for next year, but are we likely to see a Session 2 or Hero 4 Plus? Can you sort of hint in which direction we might go there?
Well, I think that if you hear me saying that this is my favorite GoPro, and that the feedback from our customers is that those customers that have used the Session, it oftentimes becomes their favorite GoPro. It's clear that we're going to continue with this form factor and continue to evolve it and bring more performance to this form factor. But then we're working on a lot of fun things, including flying GoPros and all sorts of fun stuff like that.
Flying GoPros. What could you be talking about?
Karma, of course.
Okay, so let's talk about this, right? Because I'm a drone guy. There's a whole bunch of drones here. I don't know if you've only got here this morning, you told me, right? You have to go and check out the UAV section over in South because it's kind of, it's incredible, right? There's a drone here which can fly a human. Well, they say it can. I mean, no one's seen it working. So drones, big deal. 2016, it's not good enough just to do your bog standard quadcopter that can fly and pick stuff up. So how is Karma going to be different?
Well, what I can tell you is that we're taking everything that we know about our customers' use of our products and the types of scenarios that they want to document, and we're factoring that into the design of Karma. And Karma will be, more so than any other drone, I think, designed to be woven into somebody's active lifestyle. Okay, so you say woven into an active lifestyle. Right now, we've already got quadcopters that can follow you. We've got quadcopters that are waterproof. We've got quads that are designed to carry GoPros. So you've got Solo, which I know you're familiar with because they worked with you, I think, on some of their development. So I guess I know you guys won't be satisfied just to equal that. So I guess there's something else that you must be doing. Well, what I can say is GoPro has been as successful as we are because we've made the world's most versatile capture devices that no matter how you want to use it, a GoPro works very well for that application. And we're applying that same thinking to our approach to Karma.
And so I've already got a couple of GoPros. I don't, imagine I buy Karma. Does it come with the camera, do you think, or can I use my GoPros with it?
I can tell you that a little bit later this year.
You can tell me what, sorry?
I could tell you that a little bit later this year.
Okay, so I guess you're suggesting that maybe not ready to reveal that yet, but Karma's close? How close?
As we've shared, we're releasing Karma globally first half of this year.
And who are you pitching at, really? Are you pitching people like me who are sort of amateur GoPro enthusiasts who like to go and do stuff? Or maybe the slightly more serious filmmaker? Because I know you guys use quadcopters a lot in your media team use them as well. So I'm guessing if anyone knows how they want it to work, it's those guys. So who's it going to be for? I'm guessing you're going to tell me it's probably both, but if you can give us a little hint.
Well, I mean, I think that you can look at how we've positioned our cameras and made them appealing to consumers, mom and dad, myself, all the way to up to professional athletes, to professional content creators who are producing film and television. I think that's one of the strengths of GoPro is that the same product that you buy off the shelf at Best Buy or your local surf shop or ski shop can be used by everybody, and there's a incredible level of performance, yet there's also an incredible level of accessibility, and we're taking that same approach with Karma.
I think that's like, you touch on a good point there, which I think has been one of your sort of key success stories really, is that you just need to watch a wildlife documentary or something like this, and you'll see that they're using GoPros for some of their other angle shots and stuff like this, but these are the same cameras that me and everyone else here can buy, right? Is that a difficult balance to strike, or has that been serendipitous?
It's actually not as difficult as we thought in the early days to be this one-for-all company, because from the very outset we were totally focused on quality, and I think achieving that quality was harder years ago, but now thanks to the strength of our engineering team, GoPro is over 1,500 strong now, and we have some of the most passionate and talented product designers and engineers and technologists in the world, and so our ability to democratize professional quality capture and make it available to consumers and professionals at consumer prices. I mean, you're seeing that not just at GoPro, but across all consumer electronics devices. The level of performance is such that consumer is performance or professional quality now, and the delta between true professional and what consumers can buy is very small delta. And so I think that we've just done a terrific job of consistently delivering and becoming known as a brand that delivers professional quality capture devices at consumer prices, and that's at the core of GoPro, and that's something that will continue.
So I agree on the point there, but there are sections of your business where you are slightly more focused on professional endeavors. You do some sort of enterprisey stuff, but it's still kind of cool. Like I think a big area, if you correct me if I'm wrong, is going to be 360 video and VR. I think you're really well positioned to start with that. There are cameras that do this out of the box and instantly, but a lot of people already have multiple GoPros. They can put them in a rig, shoot 360 video. I know it's something you guys are working on. How important is 360 and VR video for you guys, say in 2016 or going forward?
Yes, we have our 16 camera array that we've developed with Google Odyssey, and then we have our 6 camera array that we're releasing first half of this year with full camera sync between 6 GoPros. And as you noted, GoPro is already a standard for how most professionals are capturing VR today. They're already taking 6 GoPros and using various rigs to create a cluster of GoPros to capture spherical content for VR. So in many ways, we are already in this leadership position, but we have to be very aggressive and move fast and continue to capitalize on that. And it's incredibly important to us because as soon as you have a really good virtual reality viewing experience, the type of content and the type of life experiences that people can capture with a GoPro, as soon as you have that viewing experience, you recognize, okay, this isn't a question of if, it's a question of when this type of content and viewing experiences become mainstream. And just as GoPro has become what it is today for enabling traditional fixed perspective content in this immersive GoPro-like way, it's clear that spherical VR content capture is the future, and we're well positioned to capitalize on it.
I mean, you guys purchased Color, the software that's designed for stitching these things together. You kind of been working on spherical rigs, and like you say, you've been working on the Odyssey rig. But these are kind of, it's still quite a high investment for a consumer, right? Because oftentimes you need at least maybe, I think, 6 or 8 cameras, which isn't something, much as I'm sure you would love everyone to have 6 or 8 GoPros, isn't necessarily the situation for everyone. So how are we going to make creating this content more accessible for the sort of consumers that buy 1 or 2 GoPros?
Collapsing a 6-camera rig into something much smaller and usable for a consumer, but not sacrificing any of the quality that GoPro's known for. And that is an effort that we have underway.
So you're already working on a product related to this, do you think? Or you're just kind of...
Yeah, absolutely.
So now that you guys were sort of... There was a comfortable sort of dependency. Every year it'd be like the GoPro Hero 3, the Hero 3 Plus. This is, as we've established, 2015 has shown that that's not happening anymore. You guys have got many more thumbs and many more pies. So do you find yourself bumping into more... You've got more competition now than you've ever had. Who do you consider to be your main rivals at the moment, whether it be in camera, VR?
Well, we do have a lot of competition, but you have to remember we've had competition for years. It's just every year the media pays a bit more attention to GoPro, and certainly now that we're public. And so the media then becomes a bit more aware of competitors to GoPro. But the truth is we've had significant competition since shortly after the HD Hero, when we kind of shared with the world that this category was really exciting and there was a lot of growth opportunity. And I think that the pace of innovation, the quality of products that we release, and the strength of the brand and our global distribution serves us really well. But competition is good. In the early days, it was hard to drive awareness. It took a lot of money to drive consumer awareness that GoPro even existed, this type of capture even existed. So having a few other big brands out there beating the drum and driving consumer interest in these types of products is actually a good thing, because it helps us expand the overall market.
So the thing is, with the action camera, that was a market that you pretty much defined, right? You guys pioneered that stuff pretty much all the way through. Like you say, you always had rivals, Contour, Sony, whoever, right? But it was something that's pretty much always been led by GoPro. But when you're looking at something like drones, quadcopters, and VR, these are established markets, or at least have established players, right? You guys are kind of new to quadcopters and UAVs. There are some pretty big names already dominating. So is that a different challenge for you to sort of compete?
Sure, it's a different type of challenge, but in some ways though, it's the same challenge in that the reason why people are purchasing a quadcopter or drone is to capture incredible content. And that the whole drone movement really took off when people started attaching their GoPro to their drone. And so in many ways, even though we don't officially have a product out in the market yet, we're very closely associated with drones by consumers. And I think a lot of consumers, sometimes they'd see a drone flying around and say, oh, it's a GoPro. And so I think that we're very well positioned to leverage our brand, our global distribution, and the consumers expecting this from us. So I think rather than starting from a complete standstill and needing to take a lot of time to get to a place of significance in that category, I think that we can do pretty well out of the gates.
Okay, so I think we're coming to a close now, so I want to ask you one last quick question, a bit of a fun one. I know you've been doing the GoPro Awards, which is to sort of promote a little bit of video content. Tell me some of the coolest stuff you've seen coming out of that so far.
Oh, I think the coolest GoPro Award video is one that hasn't even been submitted yet. It's one I captured of my...
One of your own?
Yeah, of my 1.5-year-old son, Bodhi. We went skiing over holiday, and I've got... video of my 1.5-year-old skiing. I'm in front of him skiing backwards, filming him with my session, and he had his milk sippy cup. And I think might be the first 1.5-year-old to ski down a mountain with a sippy cup and sip from it as he goes. So Bodie Miller drinks beer and skis, and Bodie Woodman drinks milk from a sippy cup and skis.
So a little bit of favoritism maybe going on there?
I'm trying to get the kids sponsored at an early age.
Okay, no worries. Well, thanks very much, Nick, for joining us. I wish you the best for 2016.
Thank you, James.
No worries. Stay tuned for more coming up live from the Engadget stage. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, everybody. You made it. We made it. It's the end of the first official day of CES, and we saw a lot of really cool stuff today, so let's get right to it. I'm going to give you the highlights from the day. So first up, we have a human transport drone. So it's just like those little quadcopters you got, only this one has 4 arms and 8 propellers instead of 4, and it can carry a human being in a tiny little capsule atop those propellers that weighs up to 260 pounds through a 10-mile or 23-minute flight radius. And after you've set kind of where you want to go using the app that's built for the thing, all you can do as the human passenger is press a button to take off, pause in flight, and land. So as long as you're comfortable with letting the drone take you where you want to go, well, that could be the future of human transport technology. Next up, we had the Chevy Bolt, which is the first all-electric EV from Chevrolet. It borrows a lot of features from the Volt itself, but the key difference is this one is purely electric. That means there's no internal combustion motor that charges the batteries. This one's purely a plug-in. It's got a 10-inch touchscreen in it, and other than that, it's going to cost you around $30,000 after a $7,500 federal tax rebate. The other thing that we saw is a rollable display from LG. It's an OLED screen that you can roll up, which is insane. I don't know what you need it for, but it looks really cool. Next, we had Intel debut an adrenaline dress design concept. And what it is a series of lattice work that you attach to your back, and it reacts to your adrenaline. So as your adrenaline rises, there are some special alloys in this lattice work that make it expand into some kind of nightmare wings behind you. It's really incredible to look at. Again, not really sure what it's for, but it looks really cool. And lastly, we have the Hy-Vee Icarus VR flying rig. So basically it's this piece of workout equipment that has been heavily modified to allow you to experience the sensations of flight in a comfortable way. Basically, it allows you to plank while you've got a VR headset on and lets you feel like you're flying. So those are the highlights from today, and I will see you tomorrow for more.
Good morning, Las Vegas. Welcome back to the Engadget Stage. My name is Michael Gorman. I'm the editor-in-chief of Engadget. And joining me on stage, I have Dana Woolman, managing editor. How are you, Dana?
Good morning. I'm doing okay.
And executive editor Christopher Trout.
YOLO.
Always. And then we also, last but certainly not least, Terrence O'Brien.
You're so
managing
sweet.
editor. Yeah.
You're the sweetest.
I am.
Thanks.
I also have great hair.
This is true. You definitely have the best hair on staff, I think.
Lies.
So how are we doing? We're almost halfway through the show.
And half of us are sick.
Yeah.
That's
Dana,
why there's a little extra space here.
You started coming down with something, didn't you?
I'm a little sick,
Yeah.
and I almost threw my Apple Watch to the ground yesterday.
Why?
Because I was in a taxi line for more than an hour, and then I feel a tap on my wrist, and it's the Apple Watch telling me that I need to stand up.
Wait, you were standing in line and
For
the watch...
more than an hour.
For an hour.
An Apple Watch has the gall to be like...
Just rubbing salt in the wound there.
Yeah.
That would have been a great
I'm wearing it
video.
today, but
It would only be better if it had told you to stand in a taxi line.
Yes.
And then I burst into tears a few minutes later. So like, that's the only gadget that so far has made me cry.
So what you're saying
Yes.
is yesterday was your favorite day at CES. That's what I'm hearing. It was good.
CES is officially broken, Dana Wool.
Yes.
She's a shell of her former self. Well, thank you for joining us on stage and toughing it out. Terrence, how are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm a little sleep deprived, but you know, that's the norm.
Somebody call the Wambulance.
Okay, well let's get into it. So we saw some of the highlights yesterday. I want to get y'all's thoughts on this. So let's start with the Chevy Bolt. EVs, kind of a big deal, becoming a bigger deal. This one in particular is of note because it's relatively inexpensive. It's $30,000 after like a $7,500 federal tax rebate. It has 200-mile range. It's all electric, plug-in. Well, one of the things that I actually neglected to mention in the video ahead of time, though, is that it actually gets an 80% charge in just an hour.
Which is crazy.
Right?
That is absolute craziness.
Yeah.
Say 80?
80% charge in an hour.
I feel like that's better than my iPhone.
Yeah.
That's definitely better than your iPhone.
Yeah.
It's better than any piece of electronics that I own.
Yeah. Which is pretty incredible. So I mean, that's like car news, I guess. That's not our favorite thing, but it's still very notable that we've got another AV. Now, this is one of my favorite things that I know you all feel very strongly about. It's the personal transport drone.
Lame.
Thoughts? And is anyone here willing to
I
get
just
into
don't
a
buy
drone?
it. Let's just say it looks interesting. I think that everybody would love to have their own personal sort of self-driving plane
It's
situation
the
to get to
autonomy
work.
that really makes it nuts, is that you actually have very little control over the drone, that you kind of just have to trust it, put your trust in the technology to get you somewhere safely and not send you crashing to the
Who
ground.
produced this thing? Do we know?
Ehang?
Yeah, never heard of them.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, like, look, I could see it being useful for things like search and rescue operations. You don't want to put additional people in danger.
Sure.
Like you send a drone out into the ocean to rescue people who are, their ship capsized or something. But, I mean, there's the issue of trust, but also we really haven't seen it work either.
No.
And I think, as a personal transport thing, it makes no sense. The search and rescue thing's the only thing that makes sense. But then you're trusting people to basically rescue themselves at the end of the day. You have to get yourself into this helicopter.
Well, and drones in general are still pretty new, right?
Yeah.
Like regulation's still pretty sort of nebulous and kind of out there. And I feel like before I'm gonna sit my ass in one of these things, that stuff better be locked down.
Yes, like bulletproof.
Yeah.
And what makes me most uncomfortable is like, you set where it wants to go. You've got this little app, and you set your destination, and once you get inside, you hit a button, and then that's it. You can hit a button to take off, pause in flight, and land, and that's all you've got.
Oh hell!
You can't steer it, and drones are just now figuring out how to avoid stuff in real time, and you're just trusting that it's all going to work.
Yeah, no.
I'm not buying it.
Not at all.
No. I mean, it's cool. It feels like the future, but
But it's the future. It's Jetsonian, and that's the sort of thing we like to see here.
Let's just stick to murdering people with drones. Right?
Long distance murder. Okay. All right. Well, that's enough talk of the drone thing.
Are you sure?
Let's talk about this VR flying rig. I know Trout loves this thing.
Seriously though, was yesterday just the most ridiculous day?
There's some bizarre stuff at CES this year. Yeah.
So the picture that we have, it really is. It's like
it looks like an uncomfortable position a little bit.
It looks like a page out of the Kama Sutra to me.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's like the future Kama Sutra.
Yeah. It's like you're planking with your butt up in the air.
Right.
Yeah.
No longer having sex with another human being, but with some weird metal contraption with goggles on.
Yeah.
I hate it when that happens.
It's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I know photo selection for this particular story was difficult too, because they were trying to find at least one that wasn't like 4 inches of underwear sticking out of the back of whoever's pants.
And honestly, I think in the animal kingdom they call that presenting.
Yeah.
So this is really cool. I have to say that normally if I am flying and going over a cliff, it means I'm having a terrible dream.
Right.
Now I can do it.
Now it's like
Anytime.
peaceful. Now you're Superman, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Yes. Okay, Dana, I'm going to need your input on this. Another highlight of yesterday was the Intel Compute Stick. And apparently it's more powerful than it was before. So Dana, can you tell us a little bit more about the Compute Stick?
Can you actually tell us what it is? Because I unfortunately am not super
So the Compute
aware.
Stick kind of is what it sounds like. It's a ready-made computer on a stick. It's about the size of a Roku stick that you normally plug into your TV.
Sure.
And it's not the first that Intel has made, but the first had specs that were more or less in line with, let's say, a netbook. This is a real, much more powerful version. And really, it is tiny for what it is. And you just plug it into a display, and you have, add a keyboard and mouse, and you have a ready-made computer. And until now, we've been saying that Apple's Mac Mini is, let's say, a small desktop. That's no longer a small desktop. This is a small desktop, one that plugs into your monitor.
And it just runs Windows 10?
Yep, it's a Windows computer on a stick.
So you're feeling it?
More so now, yeah. And I mean,
Yeah.
it even has won over our colleague Devindra, who reviewed the original and didn't give it a very good review, but even he is now sold on the upgraded model.
So, but why? So this is my question. Why all of a sudden are we sold on it? Like, is it just because it's more powerful?
Yeah, because it's more powerful that you could do more practical things with it.
And how big is it? It's like thumb
Like a
drive
stick of
size?
gum or something?
Yayish big.
A pack of gum.
Okay.
Yeah. Yayish.
So
Yeah.
Somewhere in here.
Like, what are you? Who uses this? Who is this aiming at? Like, what are you doing with the compute stick? Like, I get it. I just don't see it like for personal uses. Like everybody's got Roku's and kind of computerized devices already connected.
I mean,
what
it
do you need a
seems to me
full blown?
It seems to me like people like like video producers or designers or people that need to have really big. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Files on their laptops. No.
But
a lot of computing power behind what they're doing.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is it that powerful that you can do like really serious? Like you're not gonna do 4K video editing on this
But
thing,
I could
right?
see this in classrooms and computer labs. It would save a lot of space.
Okay.
I could see that, but why would you choose this over like a Chromebook or something?
Because Chromebooks are Chromebooks.
I mean, they're terrible for the consumer, to be fair, but like those have like
There are
built-in.
options like that too, by the way. Android computers on a stick.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
Chrome computers on a stick.
I also think those are kind of crazy.
Yeah, you have no
weird.
shortage of options
Yeah.
and variations.
I mean, is this
there.
basically just a PowerPoint machine? That's kind of what it feels like. Just
Yeah.
plug it into the TV, and you don't have to deal with like hooking up your laptop
That
to it or something.
sounds like the least attractive thing in computing ever. A PowerPoint machine?
I don't know.
Seriously?
I'm trying to think of who's using this stuff.
Ugh.
Yeah. Okay. Well, moving on. What's the next thing that we've got? Oh yes.
Hated it.
The 9-bot Segway robot scooter dwarf situation.
This thing pisses me off to no end.
I know
It pisses
nothing
me
about
off.
it, so.
So last night we were in our trailer discussing this thing with almost the entire staff, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, this Segway, it's so cool!" And I'm like, "Wait a second! I swear to God, last year everybody was like, Segways are so lame, man. What are people rolling around CES with Segways? It's so dumb." So you put a robot's face on it and a 3D camera, and all of
Yeah.
a sudden the Segway's like
It's
the best
amazing.
way to get around.
Oh, no one wants it around CES. People are going to kick it if they see it on the show floor, like in the aisles.
But still, like, when did the Segway become cool?
Okay, so wait. One question. What is it?
It's
Like-
a Segway with
like-
a robot face and like a
Can you
3D
ride it?
sensing camera on it.
Can you ride it?
Yeah. So the Intel CEO wrote out on one of these.
So why does it have a robot face?
Because it's robotic, I guess. It can follow you too.
Yeah. Because
Well, I
once
think
you
it's-
step off of it, it ceases being a transport device and
Well,
becomes a little buddy.
I've wondered about this too. This trend toward really cutesy, childlike robot designs, and I realize the uncanny valley is scary for people, but we are way far from the uncanny valley. You can maybe
Yeah.
make it look a little less childlike.
So it's like an Aibo that you can ride or something? Is that kind of like it's like follows you around like a pet?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
It's Intel though, and I think the thing about Intel, especially at CES, is it's all about showing off like the possibilities,
Yeah.
or kind of like what they can do with their technology.
I mean,
so-
and sometimes they really knock it out of the park with like weird, crazy stuff that they show off. But sometimes it also just kind of feels like they just go, this.
But sometimes they just slap a tablet on a Segway and make everybody go, wow!
I like that
pretty much.
Intel is every year the stone cold weirdo.
Oh no,
of
I do
CES.
too. I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
I mean, they do. They always do some of the cool stuff.
I
the
totally
Nightmare,
appreciate it.
Was like, yeah, was the Nightmare Spider-Bot? Was that at CES last year? Was that
Yeah,
like
that
an
was last
IDF
year.
or something?
Yeah.
I mean, they're all
There
about
was-
doing some bizarre things.
There was a horde of those things last
Yeah.
year. Thing is, I applaud Intel for being weird, and
Yeah.
out there, and all that stuff. I've had it with people being all, "This Segway is super cool."
The Segway will never be cool.
You just have it out for the Segway.
No matter what face you put on it.
I think you need a segue for the San Francisco office.
We do. Well, so here's the thing. I also
We have
want
a
to put this out.
Swagway in the San Francisco
We do.
office.
A Swagway.
A Swagway? You know the hoverboards?
Oh, God.
They're also referred to as Swagways.
That's what I was
Oh,
going to say.
God.
I prefer, at least the one thing I like about Segways is that nobody calls them hoverboards because
that's fair.
The stuff that people are calling hoverboards are not freaking hoverboards. They have wheels that touch the ground.
Yeah.
Yep.
It drives me insane.
Well, to be fair, there's no such thing as a hoverboard.
Correct. Well, no, there are.
But for like
Lexus made one.
$20,000.
It just requires like super cool magnets, which isn't really a thing. Anyway, while we're on the topic of Intel, they had another very cool, weird thing. The adrenaline dress.
I love this thing.
So as you know, the adrenaline dress basically is created from 3D printed carbon fiber lattice work, and it's got these metal kind of actuators in the back and sensors that can tell from your body when your adrenaline is going up, heart rate, that kind of thing. And it causes the lattice work to expand, like gradually grow out from behind you. It's a weird thing.
It's like the human version of cackles, right? Like dogs have that like stripe of hair on their back.
That's exactly what it is.
When they get pissed or scared or whatever, those things flare up. I think that's great. I mean, I would love to wear one of those things in the office, and when nobody needs to be talking to me, at least they know.
Yeah. And it's basically like a design thing to kind of show what you can do with this metal that allows your clothes to move and respond to body heat, which is cool. Like, I think we're going to see a lot more of that. We've already seen like some wearable stuff where it has like vents on the back of the shirt that open up under this similar kind of principle. So I'll be curious to see what Intel, if they can ever turn this technology into any other sort of useful wearable and not just kind of artistic.
For now, it's a pretty cool science project, if nothing else.
Which I'm always into cool science projects.
Yeah.
So, question, being the one woman on the stage, would you wear said adrenaline dress?
Yeah.
I mean, I would. I don't think it's made for me.
Wear it where? To the office?
Or on maybe that's a little bit more like Night at the Opera or
That's
something.
very Met Ball, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see that. It would look good. That would be cool with Dana with her nightmare wings walking around.
Review coming soon.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yes. The next thing I want to talk about is the rollable screen from LG.
Oh, that's pretty wild.
Thoughts?
Cool.
Sure, I can carry around a TV in my backpack. Seems fun. Why not?
Yeah. Dana?
It's cool. Have we not? I mean, this is me sounding so jaded.
Yeah.
Have we seen something like this before?
I mean, we've seen little ones, not this big.
Yeah, not that big.
We've seen roll-up displays. I know that.
Yeah.
But it's still pretty cool.
It is. This one's like 20 inches, and they're still, it's obviously not ready for any commercial application because they're being very careful with like, they don't let anyone else touch it. You have like an LG rep is the one that gets to actually roll the thing. So clearly it's still a little fragile, but
yeah.
I mean, I like the idea of having rollable displays. Basically your TV one day might be able to, because it's like, it's as thin as like cardboard, like poster board really is about
Is
how
it
thick it is.
HD and color and all those things too?
It is. It's HD. It's not 4K, but I'm pretty sure it's like.
If it's
at
not
least-
4K, I'm not interested.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah?
right?
Just done.
Lame.
4K snob now? Is that where we're at, Terrence?
HD it's the past, man. We gotta move on.
And we're all about the future, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And the future is rollable displays, apparently.
Rollable 12K displays.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
Yeah.
Is 12K a thing? It's not a thing,
12K?
right?
No,
Nothing
I
is.
think we're at 8K.
I'm just making stuff up now.
I don't know. Let's ask Hisense.
That makes me like that.
Was that a diss? I don't even know.
I don't know either. All right, well, okay, so we've got about 1 minute left.
Okay.
We're halfway done. What are your thoughts moving into the last half of the week? Anything y'all are looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the champagne we're gonna drink on the last day of CES.
Yeah. That'll be Saturday, folks, for folks at home.
And I'm also looking forward to the foot rub you're gonna give me tonight.
Lies. Don't believe him. Dana, do you have anything? Just hot tea and sleep, probably, since you're sick?
Hot tea and sleep, getting credit for all the hours I spend standing. That's
Assume
all,
you don't throw the watch off a
that's-
bridge
It's
before
all I
the end of
really
the tour.
want, yeah.
Terrence?
I got nothing, really.
Nothing?
Nothing.
He's not looking forward to anything.
Nope.
Well,
I'm just that jaded.
I am looking forward to getting to spend the next few days with you three lovely people.
Aww.
Shut your mouth.
That's right. It's cheesy. It's good. All right, well, that's all we've got for now. Stay tuned. Of course, we're going to have interviews, game shows, and all sorts of cool stuff happening today on stage. And stay tuned to Engadget.com for everything you need to know from CES 2016. See you guys later. Bye.
Welcome to a special edition of In Case You Missed It from PepCom at CES, where the irony of filling up a huge sand pit to play sand volleyball inside of a building is lost on, I guess, all the people because no one's here, and I bet this was expensive. I'm going to spike this now. I'm going to spike it real hard.
Say it was the right time.
Spike it!
While you were trying to figure out whether to hold out for a bendable TV, you may have missed the man-sized Pac-Man game, the robotic base for your precious baby, and the weights that count your reps.
Hello. It's one of the blue things. Let's drink it. This is what you do in Vegas. Okay. Oh. A little bit more alcohol, please. Now it's very full. Thank you. Cheers. Let's go lift weights. When I think of Bowflex, I'm usually thinking of the dusty old thing that my grandma bought in the 80s and never used.
Ready for a quick workout whenever you are.
However, times have changed. So here we have the Bowflex Select Tech dumbbells. They call them smart dumbbells with a wink because that's fun. And there are apparently 70 different workouts to choose from. So say it's the new year and you're feeling a little sad. You can get into this app if you have these very expensive dumbbells and do all sorts of workouts. There's an accelerometer in only one of the dumbbells. I guess you could cheat. Sweet, they're not that smart. Great to know. And what's interesting is that they're called a 5 to 60, so that means that they can go from 5 to 60 pounds just in this one set. You click through the handset, and that's how you add weights. It's kind of magic, plus it's smart. There's nothing like working out tipsy. Let's do it. How about boulder shoulders? I could use some boulder shoulders in my life. 5 pounds. Okay, so I'm picking this up. Ooh, see how smart that is? I'm working my biceps, guys, like a boss. See that rotation? You too could do this for $500 without the stand. Happy CES. I'm all out of workout. Well, hi there. I am not a mom. I'm an auntie, but not a mom. So what am I doing with a car seat situation? Even I have heard that most people, it's 3 out of 4, have installed their car seats incorrectly. And that's why 4Moms has come out with this product that they're calling their most significant. It is a self-leveling car seat with a robot base, because we need more robots in our lives.
There's never been a car seat with technology, anything like this before. This is a radically new idea.
I'm gonna try to install this. Here's the app. It's the infant car seat that self-levels. So we're gonna hit the big install button. So what I have to do is put it right here, and it knows that this car, as if this were in a car, is 5 degrees. And then I scan the VIN, which we all should know where those are in our cars, as if this were the door jamb. I'm scanning the VIN. Okay, so it knows that I am driving a pretty sweet mom-mobile, a 2016 Honda Pilot. So I'm gonna hit continue. So then it talks about installing the latches. It's actually already installed here. These are the latches. It's very thorough. There's like a video and everything. You're gonna hit connect once your latches are installed. So now it's showing me with this very happy little friendly animation that your child should be in this thing. Now that it's like leveled, it's already done the like 5% adjustment thing. So let's pretend there's a baby in here. I don't know why there aren't any stump babies. I'm really good with stump babies. Oh, latched and beautiful. So now it goes through, it's checking the tension, the carrier, the battery, verified. I think it's like you get a mom award when you do that properly. You can be a dad too, that's fine. If you're gonna have a baby, this is probably what you want. It is a little bit more expensive than the average child seat. It's gonna be $499. It's available in the spring. So if you're expecting and you like tech, you know what to do. And finally, we are here at the Moth booth playing their new Pac-Man game where you too can be Pac-Man, but with your whole body, as long as you're wearing this. Coworkers do. You better lose. Good luck to you. I hope you fail. So, how'd you do, Terrence?
I got 1,010 points. You won.
That's what I thought. This episode was brought to you by Go90.
Hello and welcome to Engadget CES 2016. I'm Carrie Davis, the host of In Case You Missed It, as well as some other things. I do some other work also. I'm so glad you all could be here. It is a busy, jam-packed day 2 of CES. There's so much to see, but as you just saw, we also like to have a little fun. That's kind of what In Case You Missed It is all about. We try to find the slightly off the beaten path tech that you may not notice. You know, there's a huge Sony booth, there's Intel, everybody has press conferences at these things, but we are interested usually a little bit more, at least my show, in the makers, the people who are hopefully iterating. I'm sure they would tell you, making the next best thing. And if it's quirky or slightly weird, I like it even more. So that's why we're here. As you just saw, I got a little tipsy and lifted some weights. I think that's how we should all work out. I disagree with anyone who says otherwise. But say you had a little bit too much to drink or you're just really into coffee. I'm going to invite someone to the stage now. It's Yossi. He's the CEO of Ripple Coffee. Come on up. Grab a mic and have a seat. Thanks for coming. Oh, look at that shirt. So go ahead and sit right beside me. So what we're going to be talking about is your new product. It's called Ripple. It's right in front of us if you were all wondering what that thing is. So you've all probably been, if you're Instagrammers, Twitter users, whatever, everybody loves taking photos of their coffee art. It's a favorite thing. But you made something that's basically probably making every barista very angry. Tell us about it. What is it?
Well, thank you very much for having me, Carrie. So what we created is the Ripple Maker, which allows baristas to completely personalize their cup of coffee. We created a device, which is a connected device, and baristas can select from a wide variety of online content and push it to the machine. We even allow them to create their own content. So we actually like to feel that we're empowering the baristas to take their art one step further into completely personalizing and being as creative and broad as possible.
So let me just get this straight. This is new to CES, yes?
This is new at CES, yes.
Okay, how much is it and when will it be available?
So the Ripple Maker costs $999 with a subscription plan for the consumable, which is inside the machine, and access to all our apps and content platform and the media that we provide along with it.
So let's just be clear. This thing doesn't actually make coffee, froth, anything, whatever, but it takes very intricate pictures, it looks like, and puts them on, lays them onto the froth on top of the coffee. Like cappuccino, you need some milk or something. What sort of photos are those, and what lays it on? Is it like coffee grounds, cinnamon?
Yeah, exactly. So what we use to create the image is coffee extract. We don't impact the taste. We don't put artificial ingredients. So we want to keep the very pristine coffee experience and not really affect it.
Okay, so you're not messing up the taste.
Not at all.
Who sources your coffee extract? Because that matters.
Then we only use very high quality beans, and we put as little as possible in order so it's not going to influence the coffee, which is actually in the cup. So that's how we make sure that there's zero impact on the quality.
Were you a Kickstarter or Indiegogo or anything like that?
No, we actually went by ourselves. We were a venture-backed company.
Okay, I see. All right, and where are you based from?
The company is based out of Israel.
Okay.
This is where our R&D center is.
There's a lot of tech in Israel.
Completely, yeah.
Every
it's
time
amazing.
Yeah, it really is. Very robust tech scene. All right, should we try it?
Sure thing. I mean, a live demo is always fun. You never know what's going to happen.
Okay, great. Let's stand up. We'll give it a go.
So we have here a couple of ready cups, very, very similar to the way that it's done in any coffee shop.
Thank you. And an assistant.
And now we have the user interface. At the moment, it's content that we uploaded. In advance. But of course, it's all dynamic. It's connected to the internet. And what I did now.
So it can sense where the coffee is?
Yeah. And I just randomized. I have no idea what's going to come out there. So.
Okay, so we hit Ripple it.
And what we got is a beautiful take it easy image to everyone here.
Let's set that right there so they can try to get a shot of it. Here, I got it. We're going to turn that. Take it easy. That's not what happens at CES.
Exactly, and we feel that we all need that. So that's
people work too hard and have bloodshot eyes today. How about all of you? Bloodshot eyes? Everyone's tired. Day 2. All right. Oh, can I pick one?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
All right, I'm going to pick one. There are lots of intricate, I don't know if you can see it, intricate images here. I had actually sent them, the Wi-Fi, as we all know at CES, is very spotty. I had sent them a picture of me and my sister when we were like 2 and 3, because it's Thursday. It was a TBT.
We'll make sure you get it and upload it.
Okay, well, I wanted it on coffee.
On
But
coffee?
it's fine. No, it's fine. So anyways, but the Wi-Fi spotty, so they couldn't download everything. Let's see. Sail ahead. Let's say Good Morning Thursday. Okay, it's ordering the Ripple. And then you push it?
Yeah,
Okay,
and
great.
confirm it. And what we're also announcing here at CES is the availability of the consumer app. And the consumer app allows consumers to find Ripple makers in their neighborhood, create their own ripples, send ripples to friends, and even do selfies, which is really, really big thing. Everybody likes to have them on coffee. So
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
We even
Okay.
created that, yeah.
It looks morning-tastic. Maybe it wasn't quite centered properly, but you can get a glimpse of that there. So don't things like this exist in Japan, or am I making that up?
No, not the way that this machine was constructed. So we really built
Similar
the product
though,
from the
right?
ground up. There are machines that print on cakes, and some enthusiastic people took them and converted them to coffee.
There you go. They need to hear you.
Sorry. So there are machines that print on cake, and some coffee shops took them and converted them to coffee, but they're really big and slow and
Okay,
and
this
not
was-
like Wi-Fi connected like what we did.
This
so.
was pretty fast.
Yeah, we designed it from the
$1,000
ground
though.
up.
This is not for someone in their home. This is like a company or a large you probably want
Yeah.
Starbucks to buy these.
Yeah, we're
real bad.
Yeah, no, exactly. We're targeting any commercial location serving premium coffee. So coffee shops, hotels, restaurants, hospitality.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very
I'll
much.
Give you a
Thank you for
handshake.
having me.
If you could slide down just a little bit, we have one more guest, keeping with the drinking theme, but sadly this is also not alcohol. I don't know what I was thinking. Please join us. This is Ethan from Life Fuels. All right, let's have a seat. So we've got alcohol, we've got coffee. You need a microphone. Where is it at? Oh, could you hand him that mic? Thank you so much. Okay, so please, yes, let's set this down for a second.
Great.
And why don't you tell us what that is?
So what you're looking at is
Closer to your mouth, please.
Thank you.
It's real loud.
What you're looking at is the first smart nutrition bottle. We actually won an innovation award here at CES in the sports, fitness, and biotech category. Is the first bottle that will allow you to store, dispense, and track all of the products, primarily nutritional products, vitamins, beverages, through the lid, and all of that activity is tracked in our app.
A little closer, aim to your,
Yeah.
you like right in there. See how I'm like touching it?
I'm on it. Thank
there
you.
you go. Thank you. Okay, so you won an innovation award because why don't you tell me what's in each of these pods?
Yeah, so what we actually do on the pods is we've already partnered with over 40 brands. So we do not make the products, the vitamins, the nutritional products. We basically technology enable the packaging that those products come in. And then we connect not just the phone and a water bottle that people are walking around, but actually the products they're taking and consuming on a daily basis.
Okay, so what's in, say there's Endure, what's in that?
Yeah, so this is an example of an electrolyte that you might have. We have multivitamin. We've got a major brand for water enhancers called Stir. That's a fruit punch. I think that's in that pod there. So you're really able to have a nice combination of what we call functional products as well as beverages and kind of be part of your lifestyle.
Okay, and then so you can like mix from all of these things, right? Can you walk us through how that works?
Yeah, you can mix, definitely
Do you
mix.
want me to hold this?
Yeah, that'd be
I'll hold it.
great. I'll try to do it. I think I can do it with one hand here.
Okay.
So you
I'll
can
help for
mix.
the app.
The other design, there's space for 5 pods in the lid, and pods can hold up to 25 servings. So a lot of it is more about setting up your nutrition for the week or the month, and you have it with you on the go. We would expect there'll be some mixing, but it's really about your morning vitamin, your after lunch energy, things of that nature.
Got it. Thank you. That is good to know.
So the way it works on the screen, we have an LCD screen on the bottle, allows me with the left button here to simply click through the individual pods, and it'll tell me which pods are on there. Say, for example, if I want to dispense a daily multivitamin, I simply select that pod, I hit my button, I see the squirt there from the pod. We have a little LED sign that shows that it dispensed.
Yep, saw it. Saw the flash.
Yep, and then all that activity is tracked via low energy Bluetooth in the app.
Okay, so you can select, like, say, so what you were talking about before when I first met you guys a few days ago, I don't remember, CES, you could select, like, okay, yeah, daily, so if you needed a boost, coconut water even.
Yep.
Pre-workout, post-workout, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so we have again, with relationships with 40 brands, there's about a couple thousand actually beverages and products that we're able to use.
Let's go through the app because that has more information, yeah?
Yeah, sure does.
Okay, I'll hold this.
Great, thank you. So
Right here.
in the app, you actually come to the main home screen that will allow you to see your basic profile information. We integrate already with Fitbit and Apple Health Kit and MyFitnessPal and other things through Apple Health
So
Kit.
it's a way you can track calories also?
And I'll show you that here in a
Okay.
second. But we will make recommendations for the bottle and for the beverages you take based on your wearable activity. So if you have a really heavy step day, we'll actually encourage you to drink more water or actually take an electrolyte too.
So it'll like, you could set in your push notifications and it'll say you haven't had enough to drink today?
It will. It does it through the screen right
Okay.
now. You got it. You got it. So this thing, for example, it says you're dry as a desert.
That's the,
Please
yes.
drink water.
It
You
knows
got it.
where you are.
Not a surprise,
Hey,
right?
we're in Las Vegas.
Next tab here, you basically can go through your goals and how you're doing against your goals, i.e. CES. We're way behind on goals here today.
That's how it is. I don't think I had a single glass of water yesterday.
Right.
I got back to the hotel.
Yep.
I didn't drink anything today. I had tea
It's
in the
also
morning.
very dry here too, so
Yes.
it just compounds it.
Yes.
So again, we log all the dispenses that come out of the bottle, and we have some daily challenges to help users, kind of motivate users to use the product.
So let's talk about how much it is.
Sure.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Oh, that's sorry. Nobody could see it. Let's hold it up again.
Okay.
So, how much is it?
So it is, we sell it with a box of pods, over 100 servings of pods, and the bottle for $1.99. You basically get about 2 to 4 weeks of product and the bottle for $1.99.
So how much are just the pods? So say somebody buys the starter kit. How
Yeah,
much
so
are,
pods individually, they are comparable to what you will get an individual product for at retail. So if
so
you have
like K-cups or something.
It's actually, the markup is not nearly as high on a per cup of coffee basis.
Okay.
So for example, that electrolyte from Trace Minerals may cost $18 for the bottle of it. On a per serving basis, our price is very comparable to that. We want to
Okay.
make it a no-brainer for consumers.
When is it available?
So we end of Q1, early Q2, we've closed out our pre-orders. We did no crowdfunding. We did those ourselves based on our investment that we had.
Okay.
We're finishing up that testing and we'll be launching here at CES and be ready for Q1, Q2.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right, there you have it. All the drinking tech you didn't know you wanted to see, hopefully. Yeah, thank you so much, both
Thank
of
you.
you, for joining me. And we will be back tomorrow, same time, with more in case you missed it, and then some special guests because you never know what we're going to get up to. Thanks so much. Bye, guys.
Hey everyone, my name is Nathan Ingram, and I'm a senior editor at Engadget.com. And with me today is Chris Lewicki. He's the CEO of Planetary Resources, and he's got something really cool to show us today. Chris, for starters, can you tell everyone about Planetary Resources, what your mission is, what you guys are trying to do?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Very excited to be here today. Planetary Resources is an asteroid mining company. And our goal is to expand the economy of humanity into space through the use and the pursuit of resources.
So when you say the economy, what do you mean by that?
Well, everything that we know here about on this planet, involves making stuff, using stuff, energy, fuel, oxygen, the air we breathe. It's all because of everything that we have here on this planet. But when you get into space, of course, you need a spacesuit or a spaceship to be able to support all that. But if you could use the materials you found on space, say for example, from an asteroid, and use that to build things, to create the oxygen you need, maybe even to create the rocket fuel that goes into your spaceship. This is actually how we are going to move into space and develop the next Vegas Strip in outer space.
So yeah, when you say move into space, what do you envision there? Like, are you thinking colonies off the planet?
Oh, absolutely. Humanity is destined to be a multi-planetary species. Earth is really just the place that we got started. We've seen great successes with SpaceX and with Blue Origin launching their rockets and landing parts of them back on the surface and reusing those. But everything that we ever send into space, at the end of when we're done using it, gets thrown away. We don't actually reuse or recycle this stuff because when it runs out of gas, there's no gas station to refuel it. So that's what we're talking about creating. So if we want to get off the planet and we want to have space hotels or go to Mars or really just have another place, should something bad happen here, this really is our future and something that we're working on every day on.
I feel like it's probably worth noting though that you're not advocating we abandon Earth, right? We're not going to just
absolutely not
use up the planet and leave, right?
No, this is it's a wonderful place, and the best place to preserve it is to take our business and continue to do what we've always done, and expand and grow and thrive, and just make space a part of the place that we live and operate.
And is it fair to say that asteroids are almost essentially a unlimited resource?
There's an infinite amount of resources in space. There's tens of millions of asteroids, and the Earth is just a crumb, really, of everything that's out there in the universe, really. So this all sounds like sci-fi, but it's stuff that we're actively doing today and is going to happen very soon.
Well, can you talk, then, in that case, what's out there on these asteroids that you seem to find so compelling and that could be so useful to us, both on Earth and if we're trying to move off the planet?
Well, I'm sure many of the people that follow Engadget probably have heard about asteroid mining before and have seen the headlines about, trillions of dollars of platinum and platinum group metals and these very rare and very useful materials. And those are absolutely on there. They're actually measured in these meteorites that land on the Earth. So that is a very useful material that we could actually get and bring all the way back to planet Earth. But that's probably in the perfection of the industry. What we're going to go after first is something very simple. It's very simple, and it's water. Oxygen, hydrogen, H2O, and water, of course, is important for you and I to live, to drink. The oxygen you can breathe, and hydrogen and oxygen are actually rocket fuel. So that is on carbonaceous asteroids. That's actually how things all start. But kind of the next step, after you've gotten your refueling station, your gas station, so to speak, in space, then you want to start taking metals off asteroid, iron, nickel, cobalt, and using those to build things in the same way that we've built things, when we first came to the Americas, when we first came to the West, we built things using local materials, and we're going to use the metals and asteroids to do that.
So it's not entirely different than mining on the planet and taking those resources and building things on Earth as we do now. You're just thinking of doing it out in space, getting resources from an asteroid, bringing them somewhere where we can build, and then using the parts as we need to out there.
That's exactly it, Nathan. And we could actually ship all this stuff from Earth, put it on a rocket, but it costs tens of millions of dollars for every ton of material. So, to build a car, for example, would cost $100 million in shipping costs. So this is why, if you can just get the material out there, you don't need to pay for the shipping. And this really is what is going to be required to live and operate in space long term.
Do you think it would make sense at all to find resources out in space and send them back to Earth? Is that something you envision as well?
Well, quite possibly. As I mentioned, things like platinum and the 6 platinum group metals, iridium, osmium, those are really cool elements. They're really expensive elements because on the Earth they're very, very rare. But actually in space they're pretty abundant. And if we could get them from space and bring them back to Earth, we now can actually start using those things in a lot more places because they become cheaper.
So it could be a two-way street.
Absolutely. And in the same way that we have shipping and commerce going on between all the different countries and continents here on Earth, our vision is really to have space just be another one of those places. And we get what we need, and we send stuff there that we need to send. And just like the economy works here on Earth, that's how we're going to move it into space.
And you mentioned fuel, so from the water that we can get from an asteroid, you envision being able to use that as a basis to make rocket fuel and make it easier to refuel ships. I mean, I guess I shouldn't even say easier, make it possible to refuel ships.
Yes. Yeah, and so every space shuttle that ever launched, all 135 of them, if you remember that big orange tank, was filled with millions of gallons of oxygen, liquid oxygen, and millions of gallons of liquid hydrogen. And if you burn those two together, that's the best rocket fuel there is on the periodic table of the elements. And to be able to get that into space and use that, kind of imagine if you had to fly your airplane from Las Vegas to New York, and after you land, you throw away the airplane. Because
huge waste.
Yeah, because it ran out of fuel. There's no gas stations. You can't refuel it, so you got to ship out another plane from Las Vegas. That's how we explore space today. And if we were able to have fuel in New York when the plane lands and refuel it, that plane can go somewhere else. And we don't yet have that in space, and that's what Planetary Resources is looking to create.
And then the last thing you mentioned was the metals that you can get besides the sort of platinum group metals, iron and so forth, correct? And that, I think, brings us into what you want to announce today. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, and this is something...
Let's check it out then.
We're very excited about this. So we're talking about resources from space, we're talking about metals, manufacturing, and we have actually, for the first time on planet Earth, we have 3D printed an object made from metals obtained from resources in space.
So to sum that up, this is a 3D printed model, basically, and it was made from a meteorite that was found here on Earth, landed billions of years ago, I believe.
A few million years ago.
A few million
yes.
years ago, yep. And this is half of it right here.
Yeah, this is actually the meteorite that this object came from, and we have a partnership with 3D Systems, and we use their ProX direct metal printer 320, which you can go see in the 3D Systems booth, to take this material and print out an object. And this object came from a meteorite, came from space. And this is technology, this is the manufacturing technology that we'll use in space, kind of like the Iron Age in space, because this piece actually is, a little bit iron. So this is going to transform, really, manufacturing, 3D printing, aerospace technology, and the way that we explore and develop our frontiers in outer space.
So we need to mine the resources from asteroids, then we need to build things with them. This is our first proof that we can, in fact, build things with metal from an asteroid.
Yeah, first time ever in history.
So, can you tell us about the process then? How do you take a rock like this and then turn it into something that you can use to put into a 3D metal printer and make an object?
Yeah, well, in manufacturing in the present day here on planet Earth, what we do is we take metals like this and in a vacuum chamber, we heat them up, melt them, and then essentially spray them into really fine particles. And we did this with this meteorite material. And with this powder then, we use a direct metal melting process to create the powder that we can then use the printer for 3D printing. So that's how we do it on Earth today. In space, though, actually, some meteorites, carbonaceous chondrites actually, already have really fine particles of iron in them. So when you're done extracting the fuel, the hydrogen and oxygen, what's left over, you could actually rake out the metal particles that are in there and 3D print objects from them. So you can create the fuel and then the fuel tank
so it's almost
from the same asteroid.
I don't want to say recycling, but instead of creating the water and making the fuel and having waste left over, you're able to actually take that waste and use that to build useful things.
Yeah, and this is the future of construction and building in space, and this is why asteroids are really so important to the future of civilization, I think. So it's very exciting technology, and we're happy to be at the forefront of it with 3D Systems.
So Obviously you made this on Earth, so it's not terribly different than what we do here now. What are the challenges involved in getting to the point where we can have a machine like you used, like the 3D Systems printer, up in space somewhere? How does that change things?
Well, one big challenge, and you'll notice this if you go look at the printers, is they have these big chambers, and they have to pull all the air out, and they create a vacuum, and big pumps, and cryogenic purges, and all these types of things to create essentially what is the environment that exists everywhere in space for free. So we don't have to do that part in space. Okay. It's just that way.
So there's a little bit of a benefit. There are some things we talked earlier, and you said there are some things about working in space that make this easier and make there's different rigors that the parts have to go through that maybe will change, right?
Yeah.
Lack of gravity, so forth, makes it easier, in fact, to do some of these things.
Exactly. So, in this case, we don't have to have this big chamber. We can actually just, kind of do it outside the airlock. Don't even need a container for it. So that's the part that's a lot easier. I think the stuff that we still have to do a lot of work with, of course, is there's no gravity in space. So, the print bed and which way is up and which way is down, that doesn't exist in outer space. So being able to innovate and create the technologies that allow us to process these powders in the absence of gravity, I think is in some ways a challenge because we haven't done that yet. Yeah. But I also see it as a huge opportunity because now you're not limited by how big of something you could print. I can just keep printing, for a meter, for 10 meters, for a kilometer. The print volume and the chamber size is infinite.
Yeah, really you have to think about it. Forget all the conceptions and the notions we have of how things work here on Earth, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's every company that's involved here at CES today is talking about print volumes and how big of parts they can print. So, the solar system is the limit in space.
Yeah. Okay. So, and also, when we initially talked about this, I was like, how do we know that we can make something that can withstand the rigors of space? And you mentioned something along the lines of, well, there's a lot of less stress up there, and we don't have to send things up in a rocket like we do now, which is also another stressful environment. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, so if you've ever watched a launch or looked at an astronaut camera view or, watched some of the movies, a rocket launch is a really, really, really violent thing. It's loud, there's a lot of shaking, there's a lot of G-forces, and you have to build your spacecraft or your Mars rover or your space telescope.
Or your 3D printer.
Or your 3D printer to be able to go through that really, really violent ride. It's like worse than a shipping company would ever do to it. Your part that you're building, your aerospace part, has to be built for those 9 minutes of its lifetime. But in space, you have this wonderful, very, very, light, very, very pleasant environment to microgravity where you could have stuff that's paper thin and a mile long, and it'll be just fine. So the way that we can engineer things and create things, if we can actually make them in space, is really just going to change everything.
So again, it just totally changes our preconceived notions of how things need to be manufactured, not just take out the equation of having to send them into space. Right now we can't make something that's paper thin and a mile long and not have it fall apart.
Yeah.
But up there we can
no problem at all.
Very different things.
Yeah, so there's with an infinite amount of resources, there's really an infinite amount of possibilities of the different things we do, and this is where science fiction starts becoming science fact, and how we actually create reality. This is how the Starship Enterprises of the future will be printed, or pick your favorite spacecraft from Star Wars.
What the hell is Star Wars? I haven't heard anything about it.
I know nothing about it.
All right. Well, moving on from that. So what needs to happen between now and this future where we can do this? How do you see this technology improving? What milestones we need to hit where we can get to the point where we are able to print things in space?
Well, today Planetary Resources is working on technology that's going to allow us to go out to space, to a near-Earth asteroid, and confirm where we should start, where we get these resources from. We launched our first satellite last year from the International Space Station. We're demonstrating all sorts of cutting-edge commercial technologies for space exploration. Our next satellite, the Engadget 6, is being prepared right now to be launched later this spring. It's going to have on it the world's first commercial infrared camera, and we're going to be able to take pictures not only of asteroids, but of our own planet in the infrared and create information about the resources here on Earth.
So you're working on technology that can benefit us on Earth right now, in addition to once we get out to space. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. One step at a time, kind of building on each success. A lot of the ways, like different versions of software are released. And this is what technology allows companies like Planetary Resources to do today. With a small team of people in Seattle, Washington, we can do what it used to take a government agency 20 years ago. So this is something I'm very excited to be here at CES. And really all the technology that we see around us is transforming the way that we're able to both explore and move into and develop space.
That's really fascinating. Well, I think we're just about out of time, but I want to say thanks very much, Chris, for coming over here. And for everyone who's here at CES, 3D Systems has a booth over in the Sands Expo Center. It's booth 72721. You can see the 3D printer that was used to make this print. It's out there. It's massive. It looks like a huge bank vault, and it's really cool. And you'll also be able to see the print itself, I believe.
Absolutely. And for everyone out there who's watching, everyone here at CES, Planetary Resources is a small, very fun company to work at. We're currently hiring, looking for brilliant people who want to change the world. Go to our website, planetaryresources.com. Come check out the booth with 3D Systems. And just very excited today to be able to say that we are making material out of and making structures out of alien material obtained from asteroids.
And if you want to see more from this part and hear more about the story, how it was made, go to Engadget.com today. A story just went up with photos and all sorts of news about this. So thanks, everyone, for checking this out.
Thanks a lot.
It is one of the most famous and well-known festivals, electronic music festivals in the world. So it's got like 4 massive stages, 2 tents, 2 outdoor stages. These stages are works of art, as I see them. So in a way we're artists, and it allows us to create our work. Electric Zoo as a name has really something in the name when it comes to scripting, storytelling, and we wanted to do something with that. It's a zoo in the middle of the city. It's a place where the city meets nature. The inspiration was an architect, Santiago Calatrava, and what he does with all his creations and buildings, with really straight forms, he creates organic structures. With that in mind, we created the main stage, a gigantic bird form, but with all straight elements.
For a festival like Electric Zoo with this concept of the bird, which is actually the phoenix rising, is all about engineering, because this stage in particular is a cantilevered stage. All the weight is in the front of the stage, which meant a lot of calculations, a lot of engineering, a lot of design elements to go into the engineering to make it work with the space that you have. There's different types of music in each of these stages, so all of the concepts in the video are all about the music. There's an audio designer, and he spends a lot of time speccing out the amount of space he's going to have, how high these tents are, where this structure is to that structure in an audio design, because you really feel the bass in his audio specs, which you don't necessarily get everywhere.
Electric Zoo has been a festival where sound has been a very sort of critical component. So what we try and do is create a really good physical presence with low frequency and subs, so you can actually feel the sound, but not overwhelm your hearing with the mid to high frequencies. There's a lot of crosstalk, so you can hear different stages from different stages if the stages aren't orientated well. So there's a lot of input from the beginning, and over the years there's been a lot of refinement as to where the stages are relative to each other and the direction of the sound, and how we can actually stop some of that crosstalk and bleed between the stages. And then we also monitor levels. So, you know, when we do increase the levels over all the stages, we do it incrementally, and we do them all the same, so you don't have stages that are louder than the other, and we just manage the actual levels of the site throughout the whole production as well.
Every stage I do now seems to be more of an installation, because my first question always is, what's the roof going to be? Because I think of protecting the artist and the equipment, and really it's all about protecting the artist.
Technology has made it more an exacting science now, where we can predict quite closely what we're going to get to. So we can model things a lot easier and design arrays and know what the coverage patterns are. So we know how high we're hanging a speaker, what it's going to do, what it's going to cover, how far it's going to throw, where previously you didn't have that.
This whole dance music scene allows us to create environments with the events that we do, where with which we can create a positive impact on consciousness or on lives of people. We are adding dimensions with all the technical elements that we can play with.
There's a variety of robots in this competition with different morphologies. Some of them are on wheels and some of them have multiple legs, some of them are on tracks. I think that legs offer specific advantages if the environment you want the robot to operate in justifies them. So going over very rigid terrain. Humanoids are quite good for going into narrow spaces. They have typically a narrow form factor, and they're typically well designed for operating in human environments.
Humanoids are great if you're looking at human environments because there is an existence proof that a human can move around and do stuff in that environment, right? It was designed around humans. Our take on it, though, is that if you actually break all of the requirements down, taking a more monkey and ape inspiration, the simian inspiration, is going to lead to a more effective robotic system for the problem at hand.
With the biped, the stability is an issue, and you see here many creative solutions, in particular with wheels and a larger footprint that increase the stability of the robot.
This robot has a very unique form, so as we're doing things, we find really unusual ways to solve the problem. For example, he steers with his track. He doesn't use his hands to steer, he uses his little track and pushes it against the steering wheel and spins it with the track. Well, that's certainly not something a steering wheel is designed to do, but the non-humanoid form does it very well.
The challenge of the legged robot is that your feet are making and breaking contact with the ground. You have to think a lot about the way you impart force on the ground, the way the ground affects you, your motion. The same thing's true if you wanted to have robot arms build cell phones. And it seems ridiculous that small parts you think would be great for robots, but robots are actually not good at controlling small contact forces when they're doing parts assembly. I really believe that the problem of balancing a humanoid robot is actually helping us understand that is going to help us understand how to make manufacturing robots or robots that have to go into your body and help with a surgeon perform some advanced surgery. Or all these things are subtle interactions between the robot and the environment, which we're capturing by balancing this robot on this crazy obstacle course.
When Apple introduced the iPad Air 2 last year, it was a pretty big deal. The iPad Mini 3, however, which was announced just moments afterwards, was considerably less of a big deal. Basically, Apple just took the previous year's iPad Mini 2, gave it a new gold finish and a Touch ID sensor, and called it a day. Yes, it does kind of suck that iPad Mini fans got shortchanged, but Apple is making up for it now with the iPad Mini 4, and it really is the iPad Mini we should have gotten last year. So, what's new? Well, the iPad Mini has never been a tank of a tablet, but Apple shaved off about 1/10 of a pound, making this year's iPad Mini the thinnest and lightest we've ever seen. 1/10 of a pound might not sound like a whole lot, but believe me, it's a very tangible difference when you're holding these things in your hands. More importantly, the 7.9-inch screen is beautiful. Apple has finally laminated the display with the glass itself, meaning there's no more gap between the pixels on the screen and the glass covering it all. That means we're getting greater clarity, not to mention better viewing angles that we've gotten in the past. This is a big, big improvement. Now, while it might look like Apple took an iPad Air 2 and stuck it under a shrink ray, that's not exactly the case, and that's because of what's going on inside. So instead of carrying over the iPad Air 2's A8X chipset, Apple actually plugged the A8 out of the iPhone 6 and stuck it in this year's iPad Mini Mini 4. I've always thought of the iPhone 6 as a pretty snappy machine, and I've never really had complaints about its performance, so those sentiments carry over really nicely into the Mini 4 as well. Another difference at play here is that Apple dropped in 2 GB of RAM into this iPad rather than the one we saw in the iPhone 6, so it's not a straight translation, and it helps dramatically, especially when it comes to Apple's really cool new multitasking features. We've talked about this stuff more in depth in our iOS 9 review, but here's the long and short of it for the iPad Mini 4. If you swipe over from the right side of the screen, you can open basically a drawer of applets. This is what Apple calls slide over, and any one of those applications can be run in its own section of the screen. You can't interact with the app you were in previously, just the one that you've just opened. If you want to be able to interact with 2 apps at the same time, you can take the line that divides those 2 applications and slide it over until both apps take up half of the screen. This is what's called split view, and you can interact with both at the exact same time. It's a really cool feature, although on the smaller screen of the iPad Mini, it feels a little less useful than it might otherwise be. The rest of iOS 9, if you haven't already played with it, is really quite nice. There are a lot of thoughtful changes in addition to these iPad-centric tweaks that make it run and feel much more efficient and more thoughtful. So, for instance, there's a back button that allows you to jump from your current app back into the previous app without you having to open the app switcher and figure out what you were doing. Siri is also more proactive in suggesting people and apps for you to talk to and use respectively, and Spotlight Search now allows you to dig into third-party applications and the contents within, not just stuff you have stored in Apple's own first-party apps. Throw in a battery that lasts almost as long as the 13.5 hours we got out of last year's iPad Mini 3 in our video rundown test, and we've got what's ostensibly Apple's best and most powerful tiny tablet to date. Now, Apple products aren't for everybody, and we could say the same about small tablets too, but if you're looking for a powerful portable slate with great looks and great app support, well, you're probably not going to find a whole lot better than this.
I'm here with Carrie Davis, and we are going to get her pretty drunk and then have her play with an Amazon Echo knockoff. So, cheers, queers. Should I not say that?
What were you drinking before?
I'm in hat.
Oh, no. Whoop, no. What if we started with a tequila shot?
That sounds good. Cheers.
Cheers.
Hello.
I have so many regrets already.
The thing that she's going to be testing today is called the Ivy Sleek. It's a voice-activated alarm clock that controls a bunch of apps and other stuff.
It's time to get weird.
Today just got so good.
But the problem with that is that it doesn't actually listen to your voice. It's really terrible at it. And so when you're trying to do it even sober, it's a challenge.
Whoa! The crew should partake as well. This is good. Cheers.
Yay!
Cheers.
Brett's like, I hate you.
Let's just get the shot so I can get the f out of here. Finish it. Finish it.
That is so rude.
Yeah. Yeah. It is.
Wow. Did you take the whole thing?
I think so.
Finish it, Heathrow Franklin. Get on it.
All right, let's get to work,
Let's go
people.
play. Let's go
Am I
play with.
drunk enough for
Let's
you?
play with Ivy.
When I tested it, it took me close to an hour and a half to get it to initially set up. It didn't want to play nice with my Wi-Fi network, and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, you're gonna sit in the middle, right? And I'm gonna do this.
Is it here?
Yeah.
Why are we?
So he's gonna pull it out. Whoa. All right, let's get down to business.
So we have a beverage.
Business time.
And
This
called Ivy.
is Ivy.
So you need to figure out what the hell this is. Poison. Poison.
Poison ivy.
Poison.
This is not poison.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Poison.
Okay,
Up,
I'm
up,
already winning, bitches. Oh, I don't want to swear so much.
Don't break the thing. We still have to use that.
The screen is on. The screen is on.
What?
We've made our first step towards an actual hands-on.
Poison.
Poison.
The concept of the Ivy Sleek is good, but the execution is terrible.
It says Ivy
It's getting hostile.
works with Nest. Ivy voice control for the smart home.
Well, I mean, it's supposed to do a lot of stuff. It's supposed to like be an alarm clock, a radio. It's supposed to control your thermostat, a whole bunch of stuff.
Once Ivy powers up, say hello, Ivy, to set up Wi-Fi. Select network. Hello, Ivy. Wait. Hello, Ivy.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Well, she's dumb. Hello, Ivy.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
So when I initially tested it, it took me about 45 minutes to get the voice command set up.
Enunciate. Harry. Yeah, quit slurring.
Shut up, you're ruining my sound!
You have to say hello to her, and then she puts you on Wi-Fi.
Voice trigger is now on.
Oh, shit.
Oh! She figured it out!
Yeah, all I have to say, keep drinking.
Sing!
U-N-I-C-Y.
It's not.
Hey, you guys, I'm really drunk.
It's connecting.
Wi-Fi set up.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Was it this hard when you did it?
Yeah, actually it was. It's got to be hello ID, Wi-Fi setup.
Oh, why would you not say that?
Because this is funnier.
Wi-Fi setup.
Please choose your network.
Oh
It took me, God, I want to say an hour or two more to set up the Wi-Fi.
Brass Tacks Wi-Fi isn't out here.
Brass Tacks must have a password.
At
Can
Brass
we
Tacks
check?
bar, it's gotta be it.
I have a conclusion. This was way too hard. We couldn't even get the Wi-Fi, which is
No, we got connected to the Wi-Fi. We couldn't connect to the internet. Say it, don't spray it.
Okay, we couldn't get connected to the Wi-Fi, but we did everything we could. We couldn't get it. Thank you, After Hours, for giving me something that doesn't work.
In quotes.
After Hours, thank you for getting me drunk, giving me something that doesn't work. If a drunk you can't even set it up, your parents are.
So true.
I guess we can give her something easier next time, but I suggest we give her something even worse.
Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Get your shit together, Ivy.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I'm your host, Veronica Belmont. I'm excited! One of my favorite people ever is on the show today, my former Texilla co-host, Robert Heron. He is about to drop a massive knowledge bomb on an unsuspecting viewer. But first, let's talk about emojis because, yeah, I'm totally biased. This question comes to us from Phil in Montreal. Dear Veronica, what are your thoughts about using the classic smiley face emoticon in corporate emails or emails you would send to clients in a classic office environment? I notice that some people think it's inappropriate, but it's such a big part of our lives now with social media and texting. Thanks for the question, Phil. This is another classic case of needing to read the room. If your boss is sending emoticons or emojis left and right, you're definitely in an emoticon-friendly environment. I would still recommend caution though, as one person's winky face is another person's HR disaster. The inter-office emoticon is much different than using emoji with current or potential clients. Stay away from that unless you're reaching out to, I don't know, me, or Grumpy Cat, or anyone who works at BuzzFeed. Your safest bet, Phil, is to save your emoji use for after hours. Next, we have this fantastic question from Twitter user Waffleophagus. Dear Veronica, at what point does the eye stop seeing pixels? I.e., at what point is Apple's screen resolutions just another meaningless number? To dig into that, let's welcome home theater expert and technologist Robert Heron. Take it away, Rob.
You could never have too many pixels. However, our ability to perceive detail on a display device depends on many factors, including our own visual acuity, the display's pixel density, the distance we are from that display, and the quality of the source material that we're looking at. Now, 20/20 is considered normal vision. However, there are some exceptional eyeballs out there that can perceive more than twice as much detail at a given distance. Consider looking at your smartphone or tablet from about 10 inches away. A person with exceptional vision could take advantage of a display that has 600 pixels per inch. So I'm thinking that the 401 pixels per inch of the Retina HD display on Apple's new iPhone 6 Plus, that seems like a good balance between resolution versus the quality of perception at common viewing distances. I hope this helped.
Thanks, Robert. And if you guys out there are in need of professional video calibration and home theater consultation services, check out HeronFidelity.com or follow him on Twitter at Robert Heron. Next, I thought it would be fun if we went over some viewer feedback on previous episodes in a segment I like to call Viewer Feedback. Huh? You like it? Dear Veronica, Read to Karen K on Twitter. The new feature moments is a great way to follow what's trending without overexposing yourself. From @PJLions1. Karen, who in a previous episode was concerned about having randoms following her every move on Twitter, might indeed enjoy the new Moments feature. It's a curated list of the day's biggest news as it happens on Twitter. From news to entertainment, sports, etc., there's lots of ground being covered. Thanks, PJ. We also have an update from our friend Lucas, who wanted to know the best way to prepare for international travel from way back in episode 6. He says, "Dear Veronica, thank you again for all your help at Veronica. It took a while, but I got my passport. 2016 is going to be epic." Yes, that's awesome, Lucas. I hope you have an amazing trip. Last but not least, this tweet from Cedric's mom. "Dear Veronica, love the podcast, but why is there a smiling pile of doo-doo over your left shoulder? You are a lovely girl, but that isn't helping." There is? Oh. Huh. Never noticed that before. Weird. That's it for this episode, folks. Keep those questions rolling on in to veronica@engadget.com or on Twitter using the hashtag #DearVeronica. Subscribe on iTunes or on YouTube if you're into that kind of thing, and I will see you next week. You're definitely an emoji-friendly environment. This is another class of... Next, we have this class... So, we'll slow down there. That's it for this episode, folks. Keeps those questions rolling in. Keeps those. I found the last one, so Jesus Christ, just let me push this in, the goddamn, and then you got all your goddamn B-roll.
There we go. I'm happy with that.
Welcome back to LA and welcome back to E3. It's day 2, and that means all the press conferences are finally over. And you know what that means? It means we can actually play some games. So we played a lot of them, and we asked the questions that mattered. We talked to Shu at Sony about Morpheus, and a lot about Morpheus, because a lot's coming. You can expect a new OS based inside that headset, as well as a new split-screen technology that will have the game projected both inside that headset, as well as on the TV screen. Also, my colleague, ally, and compatriot, Edgar Alvarez, spent some time with the new Pro Evolution Soccer. And would you believe it, he thinks it might be worth playing over FIFA. Controversial? Perhaps. We also took a much closer look at Xbox's new Elite controller. $150 is a lot of money, but
That's great, but it also highlights the fact that Scoot goes about 25 miles on a single charge. The Bolt, on the other hand, will go 50 miles in eco mode on a single charge, which means I can ride it to work and back on a single charge, no problem. But I can also take the battery out and plug it in next to my desk. Uber's nice, but it's too expensive. It's more of a splurge than a commuting option. $20 to get to work and $11 to get home is insane. Maybe once a month. Muni is great, but it's the complete opposite of Uber because it's cheap, but it can also be inconvenient and you might be late to work and sometimes the bus doesn't show up. So the real winners here are Scoot and Bolt. Neither require a motorcycle license. Hell, the Bolt doesn't even require a driver's license. But the Bolt's not available, and there's a waiting list, and a hefty price tag of $4,500 for early adopters, and the final product will probably cost you about $5,500 to $6,000. Not cheap. Meanwhile, the Scoot, it's available now. A half-hour ride costs $2 with a $19 monthly plan, or $4 for a half hour with no monthly fee. The Scoot is cheap, it's speedy, and it's convenient. It's not going to cost you an arm and a leg like Uber. It's actually available unlike Bolt, and you'll actually get to work on time unlike Muni.
The initial meeting that I had for Freak Show was with Ryan Murphy, and it was specifically for Sarah Paulson's character, which was the conjoined twins, Dot and Bet. So the initial meeting was just, can we do it? Is it possible? Why don't you go away and have a week to do some designs, and let's see if it's something that we want to approach. They're actually a very complicated character. It's a combination between visual effects and practical effects. The practical effect element, which is what we created, was actually creating 2 animatronic heads, which is a fully mechanical radio-controlled head. That whole process started with a live cast of her, so we took a silicone impression of her face and head, and from that actually created a duplicate copy of her head that we could sculpt an additional neck and partial chest that wrapped around her shoulders, and that was repeated on the opposite side. So both were identical setups, just slightly different looks for each character for Dot and Bet.
A lot of it was driven by makeup and what they felt they could do on set, because we didn't want the photography to be really encumbered by the process. I mean, we knew it was going to be a technical process, but we wanted to be as free as we could in how we shoot the show.
We knew ahead of time that a lot of close-up shots would just be sort of a split-screen visual effects type shot, where Sarah would shoot one side with a little green head, and then she would shoot the other side with a little green head, and then they would marry the two together.
We evolved that a little bit of whether she wanted the green head or nothing, and what we could do with the camera and what we could do with her. And by the end of the season, she was walking and sitting down, and that was all kind of working. I think earlier in the season, we were a little nervous about doing some of the more complicated stuff, but for this, there's a great scene where she's sitting opposite Dandy having dinner, and she clinks her glasses together, and poor Sarah she'd have acting one character on this side and the hand of a different character, which had completely different body language, and being able to put all that stuff together. And when it came together, it was really fun to see that character kind of come to life.
Modern technology has really changed our industry quite a bit, and especially working with visual effects companies has changed it quite a bit. Now we work hand in hand with visual effects more often than not, and with that we've brought in 3D scanning capabilities, we brought in 3D printing, brought in 3D designers, and it allows us to create a better pipeline between visual effects and practical effects, physical effects.
The challenge in American Horror Story is always turning around an episode that's up to our standards and up to Ryan's standards every week. By the time we get into a season, we'll turn around an episode a week in post. The fact that we can render and we can approach things so quickly really has enabled the kind of birth of visual effects in television that we've seen in the last 10 years.
A lot of times, the technology actually helps us a lot. We can create things that are completely symmetrical, highly machined-looking parts that we would have never been able to create by hand. And then in some aspects, if we're doing something that has to have perfect skin texture, a lot of times it doesn't work, and it's better to have an artisan do that by hand in clay.
So to be able to do that and to be able to have all these different departments work together and things that you think kind of like, oh yeah, that'll be kind of fun, and you see it just materialize in front of your eyes, like the wings in Asylum that Franny wore, the black wings that came out, and just a couple of the gags in Freak Show that we looked at and went, oh hey, that worked really well, and people really responded to it. Kind of doesn't matter how you get there. That's sort of why we all show up every day.
There's a cliche that likens Apple's iPhone releases to the swinging of a clock's pendulum. The tick is the release of a whole new iPhone with a brand new design and plenty of fanfare. The pendulum's backswing, or the tock, is when Apple releases an S model, like the iPhone 6S and 6S Plus I've been playing with. People sometimes give the S models flack, but they're sort of where Apple feels the most comfortable trying new things. Before we get too much further, we should probably just acknowledge that the iPhone 6S and 6S Plus are easily the best iPhones Apple has ever made, and if you're itching for an upgrade, there's really no reason to wait. Of course, we have to unpack the reasons why, and what better place to start than with the screen, or more specifically, the 96 3D touch sensors baked into it. It's the biggest fundamental change in how we interact with our iPhone since Siri came along, and fortunately, it's pretty easy to wrap your head around. If you press down with a little bit of force on, say, one of Apple's own apps, or Instagram or Twitter, it'll open up a menu that provides actions that you would normally only be able to access by opening the app in the first place, so you're able to post your selfies or update your status that much faster. It's also a startlingly handy context tool, so if you get a date or a location in, say, a text message, you'll be able to press and hold and get a preview of where that is or what is currently in your calendar. And anything you are peeking or previewing with 3D Touch, you can actually press a little further in a gesture that Apple calls the pop, which will take whatever it was and bring up its normal full-screen view. Like picking up any new behavior, remembering to press down on an app icon will take a little getting used to. Once you do, though, you're going to be doing it all the time. Oh, and while we're talking about screens, the 4.7-inch display on the iPhone 6S and the 5.5-inch display on the iPhone 6S Plus are beautiful. Colors are really nicely saturated, viewing angles are about as good as you'd expect from an Apple screen, and it's yet another case of job well done. Apple has also kitted out both new iPhones with what it calls its A9 chipset, which is apparently about twice as fast as the chip we got in the iPhone 6 last year. Make no mistake, these new iPhones are fast. They're easily the snappiest and most responsive iPhones I've ever played with, though. In fairness, the performance difference can be a little tougher to suss out if you're coming from last year's iPhone 6 or 6 Plus. This year, Apple also baked its M9 coprocessor right into the A9 itself, which actually unlocks a new trick for Siri. If you want, you can have it set up so saying the words "Hey Siri" can activate her from a distance, just like a Moto X, for example. She gets a little confused when the room is really loud, but in general it works really nicely, and thanks to the new proactive smarts and the new tricks that Siri has learned in iOS 9, it's actually a very valuable tool. The other big update you might spend the most time with is the new camera. Apple finally ditched its 8-megapixel shooter in favor of a 12-megapixel rear camera, and it's easily one of the best mobile cameras I've ever seen. That rear-facing sensor captures plenty of detail, not to mention really vibrant and not oversaturated colors. Throw in the ability to record 4K video and a really smartly improved selfie experience, complete with a front-facing software-powered True Tone flash, and we've got easily the best camera situation we've ever gotten in an iPhone. And that's not to be reductive either. I spent time testing this thing alongside a Galaxy Note 5, and I was really impressed with the shots both of them produced. There isn't a clear winner, and it's really going to boil down to your preference. Touch ID has also gotten a pretty substantial upgrade, and it's kind of a blessing and a curse. The blessing is that it's almost lightning fast to unlock your iPhone with your fingerprint, and the increased sensitivity means that you won't have to worry about pushing your finger down on it multiple times to unlock. The downside is, since it works so quickly, people like me who've used a quick tap on the home button to check the time or change tracks will have a little bit more difficulty doing so. You'll probably have to change your behavior entirely. Speaking of slightly frustrating things, I find it odd that Apple insists on keeping the 16GB iPhone around as the floor, especially since we're in a hardware upgrade cycle and the iPhones can now shoot both 4K video and live photos that take up about twice the space of a normal 12-megapixel shot. In fairness, iOS 9 is smaller than previous versions, and developers can now flag certain parts of their apps that your device won't have to download if they're not applicable. I'm just saying it would have been nice for Apple to take a stand in this surprisingly substantive upgrade cycle and say, no, enjoy the new space. 32 is where we're going to start. Between the focus on thoughtful efficiency that iOS 9 brings and the power of what's inside the iPhone 6s and 6s Plus, it's really no surprise we like this thing so much. It's an incredibly polished package. And really, there's no better argument for the death of this stupid TikTok cliche than the 6s itself. This is not a pendulum swinging backwards. This is not Apple phoning it in. This is Apple making valuable changes to the foundation of iOS and the iPhone itself, and we're going to see the rippling of these moves for years to come. For now, though, all you have to worry about is that the iPhone 6s and the 6s Plus are truly first-rate smartphones, and you really can't go wrong if you want to upgrade to one or jump on the bandwagon for the first time.
While Verizon offered cold hard cash for your mobile business, you may have missed the marine bot that cleans water, the frozen oil discovery, and the super touchdown by Elon Musk. Welcome to In Case You Missed It, where xenophobic relatives should be forced to watch sensitivity training videos before opening presents. Who's with me?
The Antichrist.
Okay, you can't. Ow! Look, you cannot push religion.
Oh, but I can push drugs in here. Is that what you're saying?
2 days before Christmas, Elon Musk's SpaceX successfully landed the Falcon 9, the first reusable rocket to return from a height of 125 miles. Before landing, it launched a couple satellites into orbit. SpaceX wants to revolutionize the rocket industry, which normally loses millions of dollars in jettisoned machinery and sophisticated rocket components after each launch. SpaceX and Blue Origin CEOs have been taking jabs at each other on Twitter, making this space race a lot more fun to watch than the previous one, what with its constant threat of a nuclear winter. Keep it clean, boys. Okay, bear with us. This may look like a 5th grade science experiment, but actually it's so much more. Plain old oil droplets that are frozen apparently form octagons, triangles, and other crazy shapes if frozen slowly in a soapy solution. Then they revert to their original state when warmed. So, that's non-living chemicals taking on artificial shapes. Future applications are potential shape-shifting spy gear or the Transformers world we've only dreamed of.
I've taken it this far! I won't stop now!
Your resident boat-owning hippie is gonna want to know about this thing. The Sea-Bin is basically a vacuum for the water. It's on Indiegogo now and is geared towards marinas, ports, and yacht clubs, where employees often try to collect trash and oil in the water by hand. This thing costs nearly $4,000, but would net gross ocean stuff and mermaid gratitude.
We saved Mermaid Kingdom from the garbage! Losimas! We did it!
And finally, tennis stars or just the wannabes need to see this tennis racket, hacked to sound like Maria Sharapova when swung. That's how some of us sound climbing stairs or just existing, not pointing fingers.
HTC's first flagship of the year, the One M9, maybe wasn't the huge success they were hoping for, so they're trying again with a new formula and a new device called the HTC One A9. It's about the same size as the HTC One M9, but you wouldn't really be able to tell these two devices are related just by looking at them. That's because the A9 looks a bit like an iPhone. We've got a really nicely polished aerospace-grade aluminum body, and it's much rounder, so it does actually feel dramatically like an iPhone 6. We do also have a circular 13 megapixel camera on the back and a circular two-tone LED flash also on the back, which by themselves wouldn't be a huge deal, but do add to the iPhone similarities. It's also worth pointing out that HTC hasn't had the best luck with cameras lately, and the 13 megapixel camera on the back of the A9 is not amazing. It's not bad, it's certainly a little better than what we got on the HTC One M9, but it's not the improvement I was hoping for. Even though the camera isn't the best we've ever seen, it does have some pretty cool photo modes. You can edit it pretty extensively after the fact. There is also a pro mode that allows you to really get into your settings and mess with them, also shoot in RAW, and the hyperlapse mode, which shoots hyperlapses. It's sort of commonplace these days, but it's always nice to have. Part of what makes the A9 so grippable and handy is the smaller screen. We've got a 5-inch AMOLED display here running at 1080p, and longtime HTC fans will know it's been a while since HTC has used an AMOLED screen. It's probably not since the days of the Droid Incredible. Regardless, it's a really well-saturated display, and even if it's not your cup of tea, you can switch into an sRGB mode for slightly less attractive but more accurate colors. HTC is also sort of looking at the A9 as a flagship replacement to the M9, which feels a little bit weird, and that's because of the chipset that's running inside. It's got one of Qualcomm's Snapdragon 617 chips. Now, that's a brand new bit of silicon, and it is an octa-core chipset. 4 of the cores are clocked at 1.5 gigahertz, while another 4 are clocked at 1.2. And in general, we haven't seen a huge decrease in performance. You're not going to feel that this is much slower than an M9 if you have one already. Swiping through apps and opening up games and playing them are generally pretty solid. We did see a bit of a dip in graphical performance though, so you're not going to be able to push really heavy games like, for example, Asphalt 8 or Dead Trigger 2 as strongly as you could have on earlier devices. The version we're getting in the US also has 3 gigabytes of RAM and 32 gigabytes of internal storage, and since HTC is one of those holdouts that keeps putting micro SD card slots in their phones, you also have the option to add up to 2 terabytes of additional storage. There's a whole lot we could say about Android Marshmallow, so much so that we wrote an entire review about it. But the broad strokes are really impressive, and I think you're going to like them a lot. My favorite feature is Now on Tap, which basically adds contextual information in the form of cards whenever you hold down on the home button. To get a phone like this as thin as it is, HTC did have to cut a few corners, and we're sort of seeing that in the battery. It's got a pretty small 2150 milliamp hour battery, which is definitely not class leading, but thanks to improvements that we got in Android 6.0 Marshmallow, actually lasts a bit longer than you think it did. In our standard Engadget video rundown test, it hung in there for about 8 hours and 45 minutes, so definitely not the best, but far from the worst. It is with a heavy heart that I have to report HTC has given the dual front-facing boom sound speakers the boot. What it has instead is one single speaker etched into the bottom of the phone, and it is no replacement for the speakers we used to have. I love those boom sound speakers, and to not have them on a quote-unquote flagship from HTC is really kind of disappointing. The story does get a little better when you've got headphones on. We've got a built-in amplifier to sort of give your tracks more oomph, plus Dolby Audio for a more expansive soundstage. We're starting to see a lot of fingerprint sensors in Android phones, and thankfully, the one we've got under this vibrant screen is actually really nice. It's very quick and very accurate, and you can sort of slot down your finger in any direction and have it detect that you are, in fact, who you are. HTC insists that the A9 is a flagship phone and a worthy successor to the M9. I don't know if I completely agree. It's certainly not a bad phone. The build quality is great. The chipset inside is more powerful than you think, and the software is probably the best I've seen out of HTC in a long time, but I still don't think this is enough for HTC to get out of its rut. It's just not groundbreaking enough. Still, at $399 unlocked, it's not a bad deal for a phone and stacks up pretty well to some of the other phones we've seen in that price range.
Hey, this is Devendra from Engadget here, and today we're looking at the Surface Pro 4. It doesn't look that different from before. It actually looks pretty much just like the Surface Pro 3. Design-wise, Microsoft made a couple tweaks. The screen is slightly bigger. It's 12.3 inches now instead of 12 inches. And surprisingly, it's actually in the same size of the display too. They just removed some of the bezel from around the side of the screen. But the display is sharper now. It's 2763 by 1824. That's a bit better than Quad HD. The actual Surface looks and feels the same, but the type cover is a lot better now. The keys, they stick out a bit more. They have much more feedback. They actually feel a lot like a laptop keyboard. The trackpad is pretty great. It feels just as good as a typical laptop trackpad now too. It's a glass trackpad, but it feels as smooth as everything we've used before, so it just feels pretty good. And that's a big improvement because on the Surface Pro 3 we had a lot of issues with that. The only unfortunate thing is the type cover, it's great, but it's still separate, so it's another $130. And it's a shame. I wish Microsoft would just start including this with the price. The Surface Pro 4 starts at $899 for the Core M3 version, but I'd also recommend bumping that up to the $999 model for Core i5 just for a bit more power. Overall, this is the most lappable Surface yet from Microsoft. That's just their term for actually holding it on your lap like a traditional laptop. Nothing is different with the hinge this time, but the fact that the keyboard is just a lot more functional makes it feel better. It's stiffer too. I was able to transcribe a 30-minute interview while sitting on a park bench with no extra support. I just had the kickstand on my knee, and I banged the whole thing out in just about the same amount of time it was taking me with the MacBook Air. And that's surprising because I really like the MacBook Air's keyboard. So that's a huge accomplishment for Microsoft. The other big change this year too is the new Surface Pen. And this one has 1,024 levels of pressure sensitivity. Slightly different design than before. The tip has been improved so that it feels better when you're actually using it on the glass. It actually feels like you're putting pen to paper or pencil to paper. There's also an eraser on the top right now, which works like an eraser. You just put it on the screen and it erases whatever you actually have drawn there. And it still functions as a button. You hit it once and OneNote pops up. You can start scribbling down notes pretty easily. It's a huge improvement from past Surface Pens, and honestly, it actually feels very useful now. I can actually see many people using this. Microsoft is also making multiple pen tips available too, so if you need different sensitivity for handwriting or for drawing, you'll have different options available to you. Another nice thing about the Surface Pen is it actually sticks to the side of the Surface now, rather than being holstered on the keyboard. That means you'll just probably lose it a lot less, and means it's just there and ready for you to use whenever you need it to. Otherwise, the Surface Pro 4, not a huge design upgrade from the Surface Pro 3, but that's fine. I think the Surface Pro 3's design was great. It was more the small things, like the keyboard and the maybe slightly cramped screen size. Those are the things that really stuck out for us, whereas this kind of fixes all those things. It's pretty great. On the hardware side, too, it's running all of Intel's modern Core processors. The entry-level Model 1 is a Core M processor, Core M3. There's also Core i5 for $999, and I actually think that's where you should be starting, just power-wise. And on the top end, there's still Core i7 models, but you can actually add up to 16 gigabytes of RAM now and 512 gigabytes of storage. That'll cost you around $2,200. That's a lot of money for a Surface, but that's also a lot of power too, and I know people have been clamoring for that. It also works really well with Windows 10, which is something we also saw with the Surface 4. One thing I really like is Windows Hello, which is Microsoft's fast sign-in option. We haven't been able to test that yet, unfortunately. Microsoft also has another version of the Type keyboard available that's going to have a fingerprint sensor. So the Surface Pro 4 is a lot better as a laptop-like replacement, but still pretty good too as a tablet. Just as the past Surface Pros have been. It's 1.7 pounds, so not much different from before, but still pretty easy to use and hold with one hand. Overall, this is the best Surface we've seen from Microsoft. It's about as portable as the large tablet, but it's just as productive as a typical laptop, and that's a huge accomplishment. Microsoft does seem to be taking a step backwards this year by announcing the Surface Book, which is their big spin on what a future laptop can be. Honestly, though, that's something meant for power users. It's more like the MacBook Pro, whereas the Surface Pro 4 feels more like MacBook Air, but I know that naming can be kind of confusing. For most people, the Surface Pro 4 will be a fantastic laptop hybrid.
Marvel came to us and said, you know, we'd like you to give us some ideas and some concepts for the title sequence at the end of Avengers Age of Ultron. So we got the team together, we started roughing out all these different concepts and ideas. One that really stood out to all of us was this notion of, you know, a very dramatic, almost Greek-styled sculpture that felt like it was a monument.
The film was much about tribute, and actually when you see the film, there's a lot of other statues in the movie that are scattered throughout.
When we pitched it, we said, you know, let's honor, you know, the Avengers because they're saving the day. You know, they saved the day in the first one. Let's, you know, there's got to be some sort of way we can keep them in our memory. You know, we had inspiration from 9/11, you know, first responders, things like that. So we were like, you know, it would tie in great with you know, with that mindset.
There's a scene very early on in the film where you see all of the heroes arranged in a way that's almost the exact inverse of this monument or heroic sculpture. We actually spent a few days taking visits to the Met and investigating all the sculptures and looking at all the nuances in the way that, you know, a sculptor has to work with marble to render certain things such as hair and how certain transitions work, and where you see, certain figures clutching another and making impressions on their skin, and these fantastical techniques that these unbelievable sculptors use to make these gorgeous works of art. And we're figuring out in our 3D software how to get the subsurface scattering of the light to really make the most of those little nuances and touches to make this feel like something that is, not just epic and big, but deeply beautiful and moving. It is true marble, every element. We have Iron Man flying through the air, but he has a big plume of smoke coming out of one of his thrusters that connects him or branches him to the base sculpture itself. We wanted to make sure that all of those things held through. Hawkeye, with his bow and arrow, doesn't actually have a string on his bow and arrow because there is not a single sculpture of a archer that has that string in place. And it was also interesting because we ended up taking our 3D data that we had sculpted digitally to put that sculpture together and ended up handing that off to a company called Comic Cave, who are currently in the process of developing a real sculpture that you could own and have in your home.
For years, there were rumors that Microsoft might one day build its own laptop. Finally, the company did just that. This is the Surface Book, and Microsoft is billing it as the ultimate laptop. That's a reference to the premium build, as well as the fast performance, long battery life, and convertible design. On the outside, it has a well-built magnesium case with a comfortable keyboard and Microsoft's own precision touchpad. Basically, the best Windows trackpad you can get. All told, it looks faintly like a MacBook Pro and performs like one too. But unlike a Mac, it has a funky-looking hinge that allows you to detach the screen by holding down a button on the keyboard. Once you remove it, you have an incredibly light 13.5-inch tablet. Really, it's incredible how light this thing is. It weighs just 1.6 pounds and is super thin. But remember, there's a full-functioning Core i5 PC in there. If you want, you can also reattach the screen facing backwards and then flip it down into tablet mode, but I don't recommend doing that. The machine weighs about 3.5 pounds when all the pieces are together, so that's one heavy tablet. If 13.5 inches sounds like an odd screen size, by the way, that's because Microsoft wanted to keep the same 3:2 aspect ratio as on the other Surface tablets. In each case, the idea was to make the screen the same size as a pad of paper, so that it feels more natural to write on it. Speaking of the sort, the Surface Book comes with a pressure-sensitive pen in the box, and it attaches magnetically to the side of the screen so that you don't have to worry about losing it. In my tests, pen input felt both smooth and precise, as natural to use as advertised. I mentioned that the Surface Book has a premium design reminiscent of the MacBook Pro. Well, it performs like one too. Under the hood, you get either a 6th generation Core i5 or i7 processor, paired with 8 or 16 gigs of RAM, up to 512 gigabytes of solid-state storage, and an optional NVIDIA GPU. I benchmarked it both with and without discrete graphics, but even without, it's fast. Either way, too, you get 2 batteries, one in the tablet itself and one in the keyboard. Microsoft says you can expect up to 12 hours. I say that's a conservative estimate. I actually got around 14 with integrated graphics. Really incredible. The Surface Book is available for pre-order now, starting at $14.99. It's expensive, but it deserves our strong recommendation. There's a lot to like here.
It's Dear Veronica! This week we're blowing out your eardrums with some serious bass, cover some of your most nightmarish holiday tech support stories, and figure out when that peanut M&M is safe to eat. It's going to be all delicious, I promise. Recently on the show, I asked for your worst holiday tech support stories. I mean, it's the time of the year when most of us are home visiting family, and being the tech-savvy nerds that we are, we're often bullied into fixing everything with an on-off switch. But before we get to your responses, I wanted to see what the Engadget editors had to say.
I love my family. I love going home, except for when you walk in the door
You like first start saying hello, how are you, all of that, and then they like come at you, and it's all of a sudden you feel surrounded.
My mom's got one of those August smart locks on the side door, but I'd lost my password for it, so I couldn't actually access the account anymore, and my mom was locked out of the house trying to get back in using her account.
Can you show me how to send a picture again?
So my in-laws for years used a Windows machine, and not a new Windows machine, like an old Windows machine, and it was horrible. Every time I would visit them, I would spend hours, literally hours up in the office uninstalling just random everything. Like if there was malware, they found it.
My mother-in-law has been trying to drop Comcast for a while now, and I suggested that she get like a Roku box.
My Wi-Fi doesn't work, okay? Go to the router, is it working, is it plugged in? First thing you do, turn it on and off again, doesn't work. Okay, are the connections set up properly? Is it connected to the modem? Is it connected to a computer?
Maybe they were trying to help a Nigerian prince 50, 60 times, but every time I booted up that machine, it was just...
Resetting her account, resetting the lock itself, doing a factory reset on the lock, and the solution was we eventually just called a locksmith.
She won't do it. She won't cut cable, so I don't know.
So I call our ISP, figure it out. Oh, we haven't paid the internet bill. I can't fix being broke.
Sometimes it's a curse working for a tech site. You're always on call. As for the viewers out there, they don't seem to have it too much better. From @RossBennett, drunk in-law threatening physical harm when I couldn't make Google sort his contacts by last name before Google would. Damn, I knew tech support is stressful, but it doesn't need to get violent. And this gem from @KellerTerry. Last Christmas, my mom said she had a computer problem. Turns out she fell for CryptoLocker and lost everything. Wow, hope you guys were able to wrangle the Bitcoin to ransom her data back. Super ouch. And finally, from Ultimate Good Samaritan @Gerald Prado. Had an 80-plus-year-old man with a quadriplegic daughter whose PC was done. The nurse had unplugged her PC with eye tracking, the only way for her to communicate, and it needed to be set up, recalibrated, and have her library shortcuts back uploaded. The medical company would take 2 weeks to come out because of the holidays. They were in Massachusetts, we're in Texas. After a few hours, I had it up and running. It was the hardest because a nice man was looking so crushed when he came in. Other techs had told him it just couldn't be done, and she had been without her PC for a week already. I still think about that nice man. And I'm sure they still think about you, Gerald. That was very awesome of you. As for everyone else, keep those responses coming. I'll read more as I get them over the next few weeks. Next up, a question from my pal Eric Lynn. He writes, Dear Veronica, how come there's only like 2 models of earbud in the known universe that I can hear any bass from? Is it my ears or the buds? That's an interesting question. Typically, over-the-ear headphones are better suited for supplying bassier sound, but many earbuds have gotten pretty good at it too. Here to dig into this question is music lover and audiophile James True, Engadget Deputy Managing Editor. Take it away, James.
Hey Veronica, the real problem here is basic physics. There's a reason why bass speakers are so large, which is they need to push a lot of air so that you can feel that bass. Obviously this is a problem when it comes to in-ear headphones. There are a couple of things you can do to improve your experience. First of all, never ever use the headphones that come inside the box. Just throw them away, they're probably terrible. Second of all, try and find a pair of headphones with a really good selection of silicone tips. The more you try, the more likely you're going to find a pair that really fits your ear, and you want a good seal to get a good bass. Third of all, if you've got a bit more money, try to get a pair of in-ear molds. It's a little bit more pricey, but you can get kits to do it at home now, and that's the best way you're going to get the most bass from the headphones you've got. Hope that helps.
Thanks, James. Awesome info. I hope this helps you find the earbuds of your dreams, Eric. Enjoy your wub-wub. Next up, this question from David Kawada on Facebook. He writes, Do you believe in the 5-second rule? Fact or myth? Quick, I just dropped a peanut M&M. David, there are many factors at play here. My rules. 1. How clean is the floor? If the floor is pretty clean, as in relatively free of lint and debris, I'd say go for it. 2. How solid is the food object? Our example, the peanut M&M, remains relatively intact and undamaged in a dropped situation. A glob of yogurt, on the other hand, is probably best left wiped up and forgotten. Wet or moist foods tend to pick up much more grossness. 3. Is this the last bit of whatever item you're eating? If you have one piece of pie left and it takes a tumble and there will not be any pie for the foreseeable future, I would consult rules 1 and 2 and use your best judgment. If there is plenty of pie remaining, maybe let that one go. 4. Are you very hungry? If you are very hungry, most bets are off. Our stomachs can handle most kinds of floor grossness and germs without too much trouble. It just depends on whether you can stomach the gross factor mentally. On that appetizing note, thanks for watching, everyone. Keep those questions rolling on into me via Twitter with the hashtag #DearVeronica. I'll see you next week.
While you were creating great things with pipe cleaners, you probably missed the Alien live-action shooter game, new car tech from Tokyo, and China's bigger-than-CERN collider. Welcome to, in case you missed it, Halloween edition. I'm bad at that, sorry. Where the Great Pumpkin's uprising against humanity has been foretold since 1966.
It did it! Oh! Oh my god!
You can celebrate with us by dressing your children as the heroes that lie within. You can also annoy all your neighbors, but win the affection of every internet stranger by creating a sing-along Halloween display.
I know that your powers of retention are as wet as a warthog's backside.
Witch approved.
Oh, and I'm naked, but this is all you're seeing. Up here, up.
What? It's magic. Chinese state-run media just announced that the country will begin construction on what will be the world's largest super collider in 2020. The facility is expected to be at least twice as large as the CERN collider and smashes matter with more than 7 times the energy. Of course, Stephen Hawking has warned us against messing with the God particle, but we're not scared about that.
What happened to your eyes? Where we're going, we won't need eyes to see.
But we should be. In case you're looking for more frights, we've covered Realm Pictures' first ever live-action zombie shooter game just a few months ago, and now they're back with Level 2. These lucky folks were casually perusing chat roulette, like you do, when bam!
I need your help to get them off that ship.
This time, the storyline was about people stuck in space going up against infected aliens. Players were able to wear an ass-kicking exosuit, shoot things, and basically help a survivor escape a bunch of aliens in deep space. To do it, they had even more staff who had cool jobs like this.
And Dave's actually been inside this guy, flying it around like a kite. Dave, what was it like?
It's pretty fun. Probably the most fun you can have inside a giant worm.
Realm Pictures lets their followers know when they're about to live stream on the Twitter feed, so that might be worth following. Toss me a pirate hat! Go, go! Ha! Tokyo's auto show just wrapped, and one of the most riveting bits were the display of cool head and tail lights. LEDs are becoming mainstream, but this full rainbow spectrum is another thing entirely. Car makers are now using lasers to express low beams with white and high beam in a laser that can go basically any color in the red, green, or blue family. Not only are they pretty, they're smart lights that can detect changes in natural light and adjust for it. It's pretty smart for a car. How smart are they? And now, Too Long Didn't Read, where we sum up the week's news because the Great Pumpkin is about to come and kill you all. Sony kicked off its inaugural Paris Game Week. A military spy blimp at the Aberdeen Proving Grounds broke free of its tether and floated 100 miles away. The daily fantasy sports industry has drawn up plans to regulate itself. And the South by Southwest Festival pulled a pair of Gamergate-related panels due to threats of on-site violence, then reinstated them, sorta. Have a spooky time. I'm just...
Used to be that if you wanted sweet aerial shots of your action sports, you'd have to hire a chopper and film crew. Thankfully, we're living in the 21st century and have drones for that. Drones like the Hexo Plus from Squadron Systems. This semi-autonomous hexacopter can carry a GoPro or similar camera with its stabilized gyro and actively tracks movement by pairing to your mobile phone through a Bluetooth connection. Just open the companion app, pick which movement you want, and hit send, and the drone does the rest. It's not like you can outrun it either. The Hexo Plus has a top speed of 45 miles an hour and is powerful enough to operate in both high winds and light snow. Just keep it and yourself out of thunderstorms. The Hexo Plus can be programmed to perform specific movements as it tails you, by circling overhead, panning laterally, hovering in a fixed position, or diving in for extreme close-ups. And at any time, you can recall the copter and have it land safely at your feet. The drone can film for up to 15 minutes on a full charge before you'll need to swap out the proprietary battery pack. If it does run low on juice during a shoot, the Hexo Plus can initiate an emergency landing on its own. It doesn't do obstacle avoidance just yet, so you're gonna want to keep it away from trees and enclosed spaces. But if you do happen to ram it into some shrubbery, don't worry. The landing struts and propellers are easily replaced, and significant damage can be repaired by the company. So if you have a spare $1,300 and want a drone that will follow you around as you do other stuff, then this is absolutely the one for you. If you don't have that kind of cash on hand, then you might want to wait for the GoPro drone to come out and see how much that costs.
I'm Nicole Lee with Engadget, and this is a first look at the OnePlus 2, the second generation phone from the OnePlus One. There are a few differences over the OnePlus One. For one thing, it has a magnesium alloy frame, so it's a little heftier, a little thicker, but a little bit more premium feeling than the original. Also new to the OnePlus 2 is a new fingerprint sensor underneath the display. Instead of a clicking feeling button like the iPhone would have, this has a capacitive feel. So all you have to do is put your finger on the button and it'll trigger. Next to the fingerprint sensors are two capacitive buttons as well. On the back of the phone is a 13 megapixel camera as well as a laser focus and a dual LED flash. The camera has optical image stabilization as well. On one side of the phone you get the usual power and volume buttons. On the other side you get something very unique, which is a alert slider. It essentially turns on and off Android notifications. You can either turn all notifications on, all of it off, or just turn priority notifications on. Instead of coming with cyanogen, which is what the OnePlus One came with, the OnePlus 2 comes with something called Oxygen OS, which is OnePlus's own custom Android operating system. It is very similar to Android L, except with a few touches. For example, you have a unique shelf home screen, which displays your frequently accessed apps and contacts. You can also pull down from anywhere on the home screen to access the quick settings. Another thing you can do is you can turn on and off the on-screen buttons if you wish. One of the more unique things about the OnePlus 2 is it comes with a USB-C type connector, making it one of the first Android phones to have this type of connector. As for the internals of the OnePlus 2, it has a 64-bit Qualcomm Snapdragon 810 processor, it has 4 GB of LPDDR4 RAM, and it has an Adreno 430 GPU. The OnePlus 2 will be available for $389 for the 64GB version, and it will be available August 16th via invitation. I'm Nicole Lee for Engadget, and that was the first look at the OnePlus 2.
Hey everyone, as you've probably guessed by now, we're here at IFA and we're just hanging out with Samsung checking out their new Gear S2 smartwatch. Now, this is a successive
Live from spirit-breaking Las Vegas, Nevada, it's the Engadget Challenge, and here's your host, Dan Cooper.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Engadget Challenge live from the Consumer Electronics Show. Now, this is a show that's designed to demonstrate the perils of our technology-saturated life. And we're going to take those perils and turn them into a series of challenges in which members of the public can win amazing prizes. Joining me on stage is my beautiful hype man, Terrence O'Brien. Hello Terrence, how are you today?
I am terrible as always, Dan.
And why is that?
Because I'm in Las Vegas and covered in a film of shame.
Have you ever tried drinking a liter of Perel?
I have not, but Vegas definitely makes me want to do that.
I think that's a good solution to making you feel better. Yesterday, we gave away 2 pairs of UE Boom speakers, brilliant, amazing UE Boom speakers, courtesy of Ultimate Ears. And today, we have got an Xbox One Elite package. Oh my god, that's an amazing games console. What's up with that? But first, before we do that, we are going to give away a lovingly high-fashion, mass-produced T-shirt that's, it's going to make you the envy of all of your friends, because we're going to partake, once again, in the Engadget Challenge Smart Mobile Voice Assistant Challenge. That's a terrible name.
You were supposed to rewrite that, and you didn't.
I did not write that.
You're fired when we get out of CES.
I am very sorry. I'm very sorry. This is watching my career crash and burn in real time. So, the idea is very simple. Smartphone voice assistants are meant to be so sophisticated that you can just speak at your phone and it will do whatever you want it to do. But unfortunately, normally if you want it to work, you have to speak in an exaggerated way. So we're going to get members of the audience to come up and do that. But that, in and of itself, is not enough of a challenge, which is why we're going to amp up the difficulty by asking people to come on stage and talk to Siri with a mouth full of marshmallows. Now, the rules are very simple. The person who can get Siri to understand them with the most marshmallows in their mouth walks away with the world's most fashionable T-shirt. Don't check that, because I'm probably not allowed to make that claim. The only other thing is that there is no chewing or dissolving, and the marshmallows themselves, we went to Whole Foods, we bought artisanal marshmallows that have just got air, sugar, and fish gelatin. None of these nasty chemicals, nothing mass-produced. You know, these are the finest marshmallows. We're going to start with 2, but shall we get some people up?
I think we should get some people up
Okay,
here.
who wants to win a T-shirt? Oh, we got some hands in the audience.
I think we should get this guy right here.
This
you
guy
get on
right
up here.
here.
And we need one more. We need this guy. All right.
All right. Come up, come up, come up. You this side, you this side. Fantastic. Okay. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Craig. I'm from South Africa.
It's very nice. You've traveled a long way. What brings you to CES this year?
I'm just coming to have a look at all the new tech.
And what have you seen so far that most excites you?
I think mostly the VR stuff, the Samsung Gear as well as the Oculus Rift.
VR, okay, that's very exciting. I'm going to come over to you. Your name's Thomas, I can tell, because you're wearing your badge.
Yeah, my name's Tom. I'm from Boulder, Colorado. I'm here to check out a lot of the 3D printing stuff that's coming out.
Are you a maker?
I am.
That's very exciting. Okay, so you know the rules? No chewing, no dissolving, no fish hooking, eye gouging, punching. Keep all touching between like the outside of the bathing suit area. Okay? Now the phrase we're going to want you to say, listen carefully, is, "Hey Siri, how is it going?" Okay, nice and clear. You ready? Okay, we're going to start with you, Craig. Okay, we're going to go over here. You're going to stand here. You're going to wait your turn. You're going to be excited about this, okay? So.
All right. Are you ready? We're going to start with 2 marshmallows. All right.
Hey Siri, how's it going?
Interesting question, Michael.
Oh, we have a successful conversation. Okay, no chewing. No chewing. You've got to keep those marshmallows solid.
He's already beat our contestants from yesterday, and
Yes.
nobody got it to understand them at all, even once. So, one more marshmallow. Let's go.
Hey Siri, how's it going?
Very well, thank you.
3.
Oh.
We are into unprecedented territory now. Let's keep going before the first one starts to dissolve.
Hey Siri, how's it going?
Sorry, I missed that.
Oh, okay. So 4.
All right, we got up to 4.
4.
All
4
right.
is the limit to beat. How are you feeling?
Pretty good.
Have you ever won like a hot dog eating contest?
I have not.
Okay, so this is new territory for you as well.
It is, yes.
Come over here. Craig, just so you don't put off your rival. All right, you're going to start with 2 marshmallows. Jam them in.
Hey Siri, how's it going?
Sorry, Michael, I didn't get that.
Shall we give him one more chance? Just, yes, the audience is saying
All right,
yes,
we'll give
okay,
you
you get one more chance.
Enough with the chewing there, buddy.
All right. Hey Siri, how's it going?
Hey, Michael.
Okay, he's back in it. We love a true underdog story. Let's get a third marshmallow in there quickly.
What about you?
Hey Siri, how's it going?
I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
Ooh.
All right. Marshmallow number 4.
Keep it in. Speed it up, otherwise we're going to assume foul play.
Hey Siri, how's it going?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you said.
All right.
Okay.
So we ended in a tie.
It's a tie.
It's a tie.
So do you know what that means?
We're sending them both home empty-handed?
Pardon?
We're sending them both home empty-handed.
Yes, no. Come on, that would be cruel, wouldn't it? That would be cruel. Should we give them a t-shirt each? Oh, I come on, some more enthusiasm.
I think we're
come on, come on, human decency, come on. All right, so you're both going to walk away with a t-shirt and free marshmallows. Okay, so please, ladies and gentlemen, give these two wonderful people a wonderful hand of applause for coming up here, sacrificing their dignity in the cause of high fashion. Craig, thank you very much. Thomas, thank you very much. Okay. Right. Brave, brave, brave people, but probably the next group of people are going to have to be braver, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so the main event is the Engadget Challenge multitasking whilst doing two things at the same time challenge. We have really got to change these names.
This is all your fault.
These are awful names.
You wrote the script.
I know, I did it drunk. Modern life is all about multitasking because we're normally WhatsApping with one hand and drinking a soda in another while we walk down the street. We've always got a smartphone with us. I mean, hell, a TV now isn't a TV, it's the second screen where we can snark about America's Next Top Chef and the Great British Baking Show. So as a consequence, we're going to try and turn that into a challenge, and here are the rules.
So, our contestants are going to come up here and they're going to play a game of Tetris on a moderate difficulty level. But while they're playing Tetris, they're also going to have to answer math questions, which will get progressively harder. The person who lasts the longest or has the most points at the end will win the Xbox Elite package. Now, scoring. Whoever lasts the longest, or if it completed, we're going to combine the amount of points you have won in Tetris with points from answering math questions. Each question is worth 500 points. You get one wrong or fail to answer it, you lose 500 points. You have 10 seconds to answer each math question, so don't screw up.
This is pretty harsh. This is painful. This is...
I'm a cruel man. I don't know if you know that.
You are a cruel man.
I'm awful.
Okay, so have we got some challenges?
I believe we do. Let's get our first challenger up here.
Okay, let's grab some challenges. Give them a big hand of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Hello there, what's your name?
Hey, my name's Michael.
Michael, where are you from?
I'm from Sterling, Virginia.
Sterling, Virginia. Come and face the camera this way. What brings you to CES this year?
I'm with a company to look at the latest and greatest in 3D printing, actually.
3D printing, so you're a maker as well?
Yeah, maker, engineer, designer, that kind of thing.
So have you got a big garage into which you make all of these amazing inventions, yeah?
Oh, clearly, yeah.
Are you feeling excited about the challenge?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, so you know the rules? Okay, so you're going to turn, you're going to face this screen so that everyone can watch.
A little technical hiccup. We'll be okay.
We're having
here,
a little
folks.
technical hiccup. Okay.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
It's live internet video television broadcasting. These things, sometimes happen. Okay, you ready? Okay, he's just getting set up. I've got the questions right here. Okay, now I'm going to stand behind you and ask the questions. If you can just wait until I bring the microphone to your mouth to answer them, that'd be great. Okay?
All right. Are we ready?
Ready. Can we get a timer?
All right. Go in 3, 2,
2,
1.
Okay, what is 3 plus 2?
5.
Correct. What is 11 plus 7?
18.
What is 5 times 4?
20.
Correct. What is 12 times 3?
36.
What is 22 times 4?
Time.
Oh. Sorry, that's not correct. What is 120 divided by 20?
6.
Correct. What is 168 divided by 42? That's time. It's time, sorry. What is 324 divided by 6? And that's a minute, I'm sorry. Okay, stop playing, stop. Can you press pause on that?
There you go.
Okay, so your score is 770.
And we'll call you back up after we
will.
do the I have to do some math of my own to figure out the score here with all that
You've got
stuff.
to do some multitasking. Okay.
So
Right. Walk that away.
let's give Michael a big round of applause.
Huge hand of
Ready?
applause. Okay, so the bar's been set pretty high there, I would say.
Yeah, that's not bad. It's not
That's
bad.
not bad at all. Should we get contestant number 2 up?
I think we should.
Okay, let's do this.
Contestant number 2.
Who's contestant number 2? Come this way. I better keep these close. The answers are written on them. Hello there. Okay, what's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Kelly. I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Minnesota, lovely. And what brings you to CES this year?
I'm here with Luke Belair, shamelessly promoting their sparkling rosé. Work in advertising.
Work in advertising. Excellent. You're selling people things. Selling people things they need or selling people things they don't need?
A little bit of both, probably.
So that's some harsh insights from the live advertising. Okay, what's the thing that's excited you most here at CES?
Well, this so far because it's all I've seen. First day.
This is the first day of CES today. Wow. So you missed out on all of the stuff beforehand?
Missed out, but I'm excited for the parties tonight.
Okay. That's fair enough. Okay. Are you ready to accept the challenge? Are you ready to do some hard math? Okay, grab the controller. Just going through the setup. Okay, please take a seat. Again, I'll ask you the question, and if you could wait to answer till I stick the microphone close to your mouth so everyone can hear, that'd be great. Okay.
Are we ready?
Are we ready? Let's go.
3, 2, go.
Okay, what is 1 plus 5?
6.
Correct. What is 13 plus 4?
34.
That is incorrect. What is 6 times 3?
18.
Correct. What is 11 times 4?
44.
What is 24 times 5?
Can you repeat that?
Can you repeat that?
Repeat it.
24 times 5.
Oh, shoot.
Time.
Sorry, that's wrong. Shoot is not the right answer. What's 144 divided by 12?
12.
Correct. What is 208 divided by 52?
No clue.
That's the wrong answer. What is 480 divided by 8?
No clue.
Okay.
And that's time.
And that's your minute. Those were hard. They got progressively harder.
She racked up a pretty good score there.
That is a phenomenal score. That's applause-worthy score. That is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, big hand of applause. Yeah, just give that. Thank you very much. Okay, go off to the side. That was a strong contender. Okay. Do you want to get that set up while we ask for contestant number 3 to come on stage, please? Hello, hello. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Marty, and I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota as well. I work with Kelly in advertising.
You're another advertising person. What's the most Mad Men thing that's ever happened to you?
A lot of drinking in the office, and maybe a little bit of fooling around.
A little bit of fooling around. Probably can't ask you whether it was on a photocopier or whether it was in the drinks room or the lunch room. I'm just going to let everyone just imagine that. Just let this awkward image hang in the air for a bit.
It's that interesting. Yeah.
Okay, that was a pretty high bar. Are you confident of getting past it? Okay, you'll do your best. Okay, so are you ready? Grab the controller. This is exciting. Just sit on the side of that couch there. As before, I'll ask a question. If you could just hold on to answer while I get this close to your mouth, that'd be fantastic. Okay, we ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
You've got to hit X to start.
Push X. X.
There you go.
Okay, what is 2 plus 1?
3.
What is 12 plus 6?
18.
What is 7 times 2?
14.
What is 16 times 2?
32.
What was your answer?
32.
32 is correct. What is 26 times 3?
26 times 3 is 78.
Correct. What is 108 divided by 36?
108 divided by 36 is 4.
It's 3, I'm sorry. What is 215 divided by 43?
Repeat that, please.
Say that again, sorry?
Repeat that, please.
What is 215 divided by 43?
That is time.
3.
That is time. And it was 5. I'm sorry.
It was a good effort. Good effort.
What was the score? Was it a good score?
It was a 64.
Okay, that was...
But yeah, let's give him a round of applause.
Round of applause. Okay, I'll give you the controller. You can get us set up for the next one while I gather up our fourth and final contestant. Round of applause, come on. Hello, hello. What's your name and where do you come from?
I'm Abdullah and I'm from Islamabad, Pakistan.
Pakistan. And what brings you to CES this year?
It's amazing. I'm a tech guy, so I want to explore the new technologies, especially the drones, VR, and the app. So it's an amazing experience here.
Fantastic. And what's the most exciting thing that you've seen so far?
Drones.
Drones. Have you seen the drone rodeo? They're dancing drones?
I've seen the Hexo, I've seen the DJI Parrot, micro drone, and a couple of others. They are amazing.
Have you seen the one that's big enough to carry a person?
No.
You got to go and check it out. It's over there.
I heard about news about that, but I haven't seen that.
You know what you should do? You should read about it on Engadget.com. Okay, so if you could take your position. We're just getting set up. Okay, as before, you've got a minute. I'll ask you a question. If you could wait until I get the microphone close to your mouth, otherwise I'm not going to be able to hear. Okay, you ready? Let's make this happen.
All right.
3, 2, 1, go. What is 4 plus 2?
6.
What is 14 plus 5?
19.
What is 8 times 3?
8 times 3 is 80. 24.
Correct. What is 14 times 2?
28.
Correct. What is 23 times 4?
That is time.
That is time, sorry. What is 72 divided by 9?
That is 9.
It's 8, sorry. What is 234 divided by 39?
Is 6.
Correct. What is 336 divided by 6?
Repeat again.
What is 336 divided by 6?
That is
And that is time. That is time. Okay, big hand of applause. Okay. How do you feel that went?
Thank you. Yes, it's amazing.
All right, why don't we get all our contestants up on stage real quick?
Please do. Get them
Stay
all
here.
up. All the contestants, please come up. Okay, you're going to come this side of me. Yeah. And you guys are going to stand this side of me, okay? So basically now we're just going to wait for the scores to be tallied up. Are you feeling confident?
No, I'm confident.
I'm not.
How about you?
My Tetris game was good at least.
I'm out of it. I know.
Oh no, you can't say that. You got to believe in yourself. You got to. Thing is, in this sort of modern smartphone addicted world, which is why we're here, you got to believe that you can do it. Just think about all those Instagram memes where it's like you have the same amount of hours in the day as Beyonce. We all have the same amount of hours in the day as Beyonce, although we probably don't have her personal assistants and nannies and diary secretaries and personal chef. In fact, it's probably a really bad comparison to make. Now that I think about it. Have you got a score?
I do. We have the final scores.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yes.
So, in last place, Marty, with 1,564
Okay, give him a round of
points.
applause.
I just want to throw it out there. You didn't do so great in Tetris, but those math questions brought up your score pretty well.
And lest we forget, coming forth at this challenge is pretty much like winning Olympic gold in terms of just pure smarts.
All right, next, we had Michael with 1,770 points.
It's not bad again. Big hand of applause for Michael. Come on. Come on. Bronze medal. There we are.
Our runner-up, Kelly, with 2,799 points.
Silver medal. Come on, hands up in the air. Silver medal.
And our winner, with 3,121 points, Ahmed.
Come on, gold medal here. Okay, so you did great. Thank you for playing. If
We're not
you
gonna
go
send
that
these guys
way,
home.
we're gonna give you a T-shirt for your troubles, and I would be proud. You can tell your grandkids about this amazing event when you were bested by math. You fought and were bested by math. Okay, thank you very much. To our champion, though, you were going to win a highly coveted Xbox One Elite system.
Wow.
How are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling really excited. I wish I could win a drone instead of Xbox.
Well, you know.
But this is amazing. I must be thankful to Engadget.
Well, we're thankful for you coming up and playing. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to our sponsors, Microsoft and Ultimate Ears. Coming up next, we have got the good, the bad, and the ugly. Thank you to Terence O'Brien. I've been Daniel Cooper. Thanks for watching, and keep your eyes on Engadget for all things at CES. Thank you.
Vegas.
No. I'm not
It's
on.
Thursday, 7th of January, 2016. We're still in Vegas. We're here at CES. We're in the fancy main hall. The music is pumping from next door, so we're going to have to talk very loud and clear. It's me. I'm Matt Smith, senior editor here at Engadget. This is the Editor's Choice segment where we just kind of get a bit casual. We get a bit relaxed. Relax, guys.
Loosey-goosey.
There we go. Ironically, Dana yesterday also used the term loosey-goosey, so this is good. We're going to be talking about what we like here at the show, what we dislike, and what is just downright ugly. So the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'd like to introduce my cohorts here. First up, Mallory, if you'd like to introduce
Hi, I'm
yourself.
Mallory Johns, Engadget social media editor. This is my first CES.
And you're still alive.
Barely.
And next up.
Hey, I'm Devendra Hardawar, senior editor at Engadget, and this is my 5th CES.
And he's
Still
wearing
alive.
purple socks, ladies and gentlemen. Purple socks. So let's get started straight away with Devendra's pick. I think you might even have it in a very
Sure.
CEO-esque flourish.
Do a little magic trick here.
Yeah.
This is a computer in my
What?
pocket.
What?
Insane, crazy. This is the new Intel Compute Stick. They just released, or they just announced this upgraded version. They had one last year, and it was a pretty cool idea. We reviewed it. It was a good idea, just didn't execute very well.
And
It
they
was really
both
slow.
look pretty similar. So can you tell us
Yeah.
what's the difference between last year's Compute Stick and this one?
So the difference is this one is 2 times faster, has much better wireless networking, has 2 USB ports, so you can actually plug in a keyboard and mouse. It could basically just do a lot more, but the really cool thing is Intel has 2 other models with a Core M and M5 chip, and those are like laptop class chips in your pocket for, this one is 150.
So you could actually be running your Microsoft Word, your Excel, your Photoshop.
Yeah, you could actually do decent computing with the
Yeah.
more expensive ones. This one's like probably very basic. This one's like $159, but the other ones are going to be around $300 and $400. That's decent computing power in your pocket.
Can it handle like audio engineering?
It could probably do some, like the higher end ones could probably do a bit. Like they can even spit out 4K video at 30
Wow.
hertz. That's something. Yeah.
I just want to be able to have my Pro Tools in my pocket.
Yes.
Could I have a look? Can I
There you go.
pour it? So at the end here, it's a cap and it's HDMI at the end there. I don't think I can do it one-handed.
HDMI
but,
at the end. Nice protective cap.
I
Wow,
just,
that's mind blowing.
It's crazy. I mean, it's not
insanely light. It feels like
Can I take a feel?
It has also the
Wow.
most adorable PC fan I've ever seen. It's like
Little
5
tiny baby-
centimeters. Yeah.
little tiny baby
Computing
fan.
power in my hand.
Yeah, you still need to hook it up to a power cable to get it running. So it looks a little more complicated when you're running it, but it's still amazing.
I mean, I'm not sure if you use a voice recorder, but that's
Yeah.
smaller and lighter than the voice recorder I use.
Yeah.
It's lighter than my iPhone.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. How about you? What's your good here at the show?
Well, I'm a little bit of an audio nerd, if you couldn't already tell.
We have no audio nerds here at Engadget. No,
None
no,
at
no,
all.
No.
We
No,
don't
no,
have
no.
any. Basically, vinyl's been a big thing this year at CES. 3 turntables actually came out at press conferences, but the best of the best is Audio Technica's wireless turntable with Bluetooth technology.
With Bluetooth, what is a Bluetooth technology?
So basically, if you have like a Jambox, for instance, you can actually stream your vinyl to your Jambox from anywhere in the house.
I mean, what kind of weird time slip are we living in where you're going to connect a vinyl player to Bluetooth speakers?
Very steampunk, actually.
Yeah, it
Very
really is.
What's old is new again, always, right?
And it's not the only turntable we've seen. I mean, I got to see the Sony turntable over in their booth, and it's a very classy bit of machine.
It's beautiful. I
And
mean, it
it-
doesn't
it-
do anything special, but
I mean, what it the good thing it does, it outputs high-res audio. So the idea is you have your vinyl, then you turn it into high-res audio that sounds like vinyl, and then you can listen to it on your
but why
high-res
would
audio
you take
player.
your vinyl?
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
would you take your analog and turn it back to digital?
Yeah. But it's high res, so you're going to get a whole lot more of depth and, well, at least, you know, that's the
Sure.
Sony pitch.
As you can see, I'm skeptical.
Yeah. But there's so many turntables, and this is the year where vinyl sales overtook CDs, which is also insane.
Panasonic is reviving their Technics.
Yeah,
line
which
as well.
again, all the other audio geeks in Engadget were like, this is amazing.
We ran that story too about Amazon. One of the highest selling audio products on Amazon this year was a
Vinyl.
record player, right?
Yeah, vinyl and record players. That's insane. I mean, I'm way too young to know what vinyl or even what are these CDs?
I actually got a CD for Christmas.
Oh, what did you get?
Adele, 25.
Of course, I didn't even have to ask.
What do I do with this? I don't. What?
Yeah. Well, you know, everyone always needs coasters. You know, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, have you got to listen to it yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, when you do, you can Snapchat it.
I will.
Cool. Excellent. So yeah, those are the good things. I mean, for me, what have I seen recently? Oh, I got to have my face put into Fallout. We haven't got any images of this, but yeah, I got to have my face digitally scanned by Intel's RealSense cameras, and they just threw me into Fallout 4.
It's actually up on Engadget's Instagram if you want to check it out.
And
it's
it's
a really,
really
cool
freaky because
360-degree
it
video.
looks like me. It looks like me wearing an armor suit, wearing a Vault Tech bodysuit. It's actually a slender version of me, but I'm okay with that. Yeah. How about the next bit, the worst bit, the fun bit? The bit where we get to bitch and moan about the terrible crap we see sometimes.
Like we
Who wants to
haven't
go
already.
first? Who has the first pitch?
I'll go first. I'll go
Sure.
first. So the thing I saw was it's a running shoe, but it's a mechanical running shoe by Enco. So it looks like a typical running shoe, but it has all this apparatus below it. It has a springboard.
Looks a little bit like a bit of steampunk nonsense.
It's really
yeah?
steampunk. It looks like you're putting robot shoes on your, on your feet. And
oh, this
not
is the
those,
next one.
not those. The other ones. It's not those, but it's
We'll
just
get to
weird.
those.
It's supposed to make it easier. Those right there. That
There we
thing
go.
looks weird. You look like you're RoboCop or something. And the pictures that should make
Yeah,
it
that's freaky
easier for you to
looking.
run without hurting your joints. It kind of bends on itself, and it has a whole spring system. The thing, it's a cool idea, but it looks so crazy. Like this rendering looks a lot cleaner and nicer than the prototype I saw.
And you know, my thinking
Yeah.
is, haven't we evolved to run as we are?
Yeah,
You know,
but
the
not
whole
when you're
barefoot,
older. Yeah.
the barefoot movement. I can understand if it was for older people, but
Right.
then they're probably not going to be
It
running
is
that
actually.
much.
It's designed by
Oh.
a runner who's I think he was he's been a runner for a long time.
Right.
He's getting old in years, and he wanted to have something so he could keep running. I think that's maybe what it's good for. But I haven't seen it actually in action. There's no video footage of it in action, so I don't even know
Right.
if it works. It just looks crazy.
And talking about sneakers, we just saw them before, the black pair.
Oh boy.
These are a real
Soar's
thing.
self lace-up sneakers.
Yes, so they'll be up
which
on the screen.
They'll be up in a second, but they actually don't lace at all. There's no laces involved.
There's no laces, so they don't lace up.
You are controlling the sneaker with your smartphone and basically rising and lowering the actual sneaker to put your foot in. And I just think it looks ridiculous. I'm a lazy person myself, as you can see by my laceless shoes. And I want to be in the Jetsons. That's what I want, and that's not what I'm getting from these right here.
I mean, in real life, they look pretty janky. Like, it's at this prototype stage, but still, they don't look particularly comfortable.
no, and they
aren't
look
you-
really difficult to use.
Yeah, and aren't you afraid that, they're just going to trap your feet in them forever?
Oh, my
Not now,
God.
but now you're afraid, right?
Yeah, I'm
Excellent.
very afraid.
I'm all about scaring my coworkers here. I mean, look at them. There's someone on the show. I mean,
they
this
just
is
kind of
this.
suck your feet in, right? That's
yeah.
all it is. Just
I mean,
eating
they
your
look
feet.
more RoboCop than the
Okay.
other ones, actually.
Jesus.
That's
Christ.
terrifying.
And let's stay on this theme because you have another bad thing you'd like to talk about. Intel's.
Oh, Intel. Well,
Yeah.
it's kind of like a bad good thing in my opinion because it's really
Are you going to express personal opinions about a product here at CES?
yes.
Okay, carry on.
So it's Intel's concept adrenaline dress, and so it actually works with Intel Curie, and there's sensors on your body that recepts to your adrenaline.
And
it
if you
actually
haven't
gets
heard of-
larger and smaller based on your adrenaline.
And if you haven't heard of Intel's Curie, it's this tiny, tiny little chip.
Like pill size, really small.
It's absolutely insanely small. And yeah, you can embed it into pretty much anything. And so Intel, every year at CES, they bring out all these absolutely crazy ideas of what you can do with their things. And this is this year's dress. Last year it was the spider dress, where it used Intel's RealSense cameras to kind of lash out.
Did that ever come to market?
Well, no, they're not. They're all like concepts. It's all about,
freeing
I
your
could
imagination.
see somebody walking down New York wearing one of those. So.
Well, that's New York, isn't it?
And I could see someone walking around New York wearing this,
Yeah.
to be quite honest.
It's actually a New York fashion company that designed this for Intel.
Chrome out,
so,
right?
Yeah.
And one of the cool things about this is there's no servos or air pumps or air pressure running through to expand or contract. It actually uses heated alloys. So you pump electricity through when your adrenaline's pumping, and it expands out or back. Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. I mean, it's just this one single frame here. The Intel guy I talked to compared it to a porcupine, but it's more like a techno porcupine who has mutant wings. That's how I put it.
Yeah, it looks like butterfly wings in motion as you're walking.
It's pretty cool. And again, it's something interesting to kind of pad out a show that's got a lot of TVs and a lot of wearables for your wrist that you're never going to buy.
With a fashion show.
I mean, is there anything else you guys are hoping to see before the show closes?
I really want to see HTC Vive in action, so I can get across the street and do the actual virtual tour.
Yeah. I definitely want to see Vive. I want to see more VR stuff. Maybe some of the newer cars that were announced. There's some cool
Something
stuff.
I'm going to be seeing this afternoon that I'm super excited about is this massage jacket. It's a jacket that apparently has massage technology built in. I think that's what I'm doing after this, in fact. And I'm really excited because I'm just going to... My job involves me getting a massage here in Vegas. Not that kind of massage.
So you're going to disappear for a couple hours.
Not
we'll
that
know where
kind
you
of
are.
massage.
I never said anything.
Okay, excellent. Well, we've already run out of time here. Thanks for watching.
It's definitely that kind of massage.
Yeah. Thanks for watching. We'll be back soon with more Engadget live at CES. Thanks.
Hello and welcome back to the Engadget Stage, live from CES. I'm Joseph Volpe, Engadget's features editor, and I'm here with someone you may have read about in the news as the boy wonder of virtual reality, Palmer Luckey. His company, which he began back in 2009 when he was just tinkering with the technology, went on to become acquired by Facebook for $2 billion early last year. He's here on the stage today because the company broke some very significant announcements here at CES, and we're going to pick his brain a little bit and find out what's going on with Oculus VR in 2016. Palmer, welcome to CES. Welcome to the Engadget Stage. How are you?
Glad to be here again. I love this stage. It's super dope.
It's nice, the circular, the purple lights. I noticed you're wearing flip-flops and no socks.
That is the only way to wear flip-flops.
Are you not cold at all?
I mean, it's pretty warm in here. I mean, I'm feeling the sweat and the stink of CES.
All right, I'm curious. It's been raining and chilly all week.
Oh, it's chilly outside, but here it's hot, hot,
yeah,
hot.
I know. It's a lot of human smell, too.
CES is Vegas's hottest new club.
So this is a really significant CES for Oculus VR, right?
Yeah, it is. So we just launched pre-orders for the Rift, our PC virtual reality headset, yesterday morning at 8 a.m. and we're pretty happy with how that's going.
Yeah. Have they sold out?
It depends on the way you look at it. Some companies, when they run out of units, will just cease to take orders completely. We're providing some pre-order bonuses for people ahead of time, so we don't really want to close that off to people who still want to get those. We've been building stock up for a long time. We showed a picture back in September of the first Rift to come off the assembly line, and we've been working on manufacturing ever since. But we sold all of the units we've made so far and will make until our March 28th release date really, really fast. They've been selling. I can't talk about it for financial disclosure reasons and stuff, but like I'm super stoked.
Yeah, it's awesome. Just before in the green room, I went to go check because I was a little bit too late pre-ordering, and I see they're saying June 1st now for shipping.
I think we just slipped into the 1st of June. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were in May as of late yesterday.
Yeah, and before that it was early April, so...
Right. Hopefully it shouldn't slip too much more because we're making a lot of units. Yeah.
So fair to say it's done pretty well, right?
Yeah, we're doing...
In the early days.
So far the pre-orders are going very well.
Awesome. So when I get the box, when a consumer gets their pre-order of the Rift, what's inside? Break it down for me.
So the main thing that you're going to get is the Rift headset itself, which has multiple OLED displays, a high-end tracking system. It's built really nice with a lot of cutting-edge materials and optics. You also get an Xbox One gamepad, which the majority of virtual reality content over the last few years has been developed around. There's also an Oculus remote. It's essentially a really small, tiny, lightweight remote with just a few buttons on it that allows you to do things like play, pause, move from scene to scene without having to hold an entire gamepad. It has about 4,000 hours of battery life, so
that's pretty good. Yeah,
it's like a small pendant remote. It cost us a few bucks to add, and for a lot of people, it's going to be a useful addition. It also comes with an Oculus tracking sensor, which is what's able to track the movement of the headset 360 degrees through space and accurately reflect that in what you see.
Now, what about the games? Obviously, there's been a lot of lead time. We've been talking about VR. We've been demoing it. The game developers have had their hands on it. When somebody gets their unit March 28th, early April, what are they going to get? How many games are going to be available to play?
So the first things that they're going to get are going to be Lucky's Tale, which is a 3D platformer that's bundled with every Rift, and Eve Valkyrie, which is a title by CCP that is being bundled with every pre-order. It's a space dogfighting game. There's a bunch of other titles that are going to be coming. Oculus Studios, our internal kind of studios and publishing branch, has about 20 games coming out next year, and we have a lot more games coming from third parties. There's also a bunch of tech demos and things like on our current website, Oculus Share, we have about 1,000 of these tech demos and experiences that developers have created over the last 3 years. A lot of those are going to be on the Rift, but we don't want to be out there saying, oh, there's going to be hundreds of games, because a lot of the things that are being made are short experiences and demonstrations. But there are going to be dozens of full games next year.
And you did say that Oculus Story Studio content would also be on the Rift when people get their pre-orders?
That is correct. Oculus Story Studio is our internal film studio that's working mostly on short films in virtual reality, figuring out how to do storytelling and then sharing that with people in the film industry so that they can learn from our mistakes, our many mistakes, and copy some of the good things we've found. because we really want to help jumpstart this industry. And we're starting to see a lot of adoption from Hollywood and other people, partially because of Story Studio and how successful they've been with narrative storytelling in virtual reality.
Now, with Story Studio, you guys have announced 5 shorts, correct? Only 2 have been shown so far. Will we see a third before
You're going to be
consumers get
seeing
the Rift?
You're going to see at least one more before the Rift launches. We're actually showing it at Sundance Film Festival at the end of the month.
Excellent. And that one is?
No spoilers, sorry.
Okay.
That's up to the Story Studio team.
Gotcha. Now, you guys did something significant with Kickstarter, because that's essentially where you got all of your funding in the beginning to start Oculus. So do you want to talk about that a little bit?
So in the start, we started raising money on Kickstarter to develop our first Rift development kits, DK1. We raised about $2.4 million from people on Kickstarter, and that was really what showed that there was confidence in our company. Now, granted, in the end, we actually ended up losing money on the Kickstarter. But that aside, that is the reason we were able to attract institutional investment. We were able to attract almost $100 million in investment before our acquisition by Facebook. And so we decided that we wanted to do something for all of those people who really helped us get to where we are. All of the people who not only supported us back when we were a Kickstarter that by all means really shouldn't have been able to deliver what we did. I mean, there's a lot of Kickstarters that have issues delivering, and we came close a few times. But we decided to give back to all those people, especially because many of them have gone on to make games for the Rift, by giving all of them a free consumer Rift is out of the first batch right when we ship.
That's awesome. Now, is there anything on it that's special for them to denote that this is an early Kickstarter backer? Is it a different color?
So it is a special Kickstarter edition. We haven't shown it off just yet,
Okay.
But there are some differences.
Okay, can you talk about them at all, or is it a surprise?
No, I'm sorry, I can't.
Okay. I want to go back to something which is the $599 price point for just the Rift, right? You have the Rift, and then you also have the Oculus Ready PC program.
Right.
So if you don't have a PC that can run it, you can get one starting at $1,500, I believe.
Right, the bundles are going to be starting at $14.99 for a PC that runs the Rift and the Rift together.
Okay. So there's been a lot of back and forth about the pricing for the initial Rift. I personally think it's fair and reasonable given what you're getting, but I've also been reporting on this for a while, so I understand what's involved. But some other people feel it's too much of a barrier to entry. So what's your response to that?
I guess the response would be, first of all, that we did not do a good job of managing expectations of what people thought VR was going to cost for the headset itself, especially for people who were looking at our previous products and us talking about how we wanted to make VR accessible to people and saying, well, DK2, which did use mostly off-the-shelf parts, that was only $350. That's what it's going to cost. What you're getting for $599, which is the price for the bundle with the games and the controllers and everything, I'm not going to say it's a low-cost consumer electronics product, but when you look at other products that are $599, like tablets, PCs, or phones or televisions, you're getting a lot more for $599 than you're getting anywhere else. We've talked a lot about how we're not making money on the hardware. Our goal is to make money by selling virtual reality software, and when you spend $599 on a phone, it costs a fraction of that to manufacture. When you buy a $599 TV, it costs a fraction of that to manufacture. When you buy a Rift, you are getting an insane deal in terms of the components that go into it. As far as consumer adoption goes, it is true that is a barrier to adoption, but it's not the biggest barrier. By far, the biggest barrier is going to be the PC. You need a high-end computer to run the Rift, and really to run any virtual reality headset at a quality that everyone will be comfortable with. We could have sold a lesser product. We could have sold a product that was, let's say, $400 or $500 by significantly reducing the quality of the headset. But when you look at that all-in investment of the PC and the headset together, that's only reducing the all-in cost from $1,500 to $1,400 or maybe $1,300. The sad truth is that even at $1,300, PC VR, high-end PC virtual reality, is not going to make the jump from PC gaming to the mass market enthusiast audience. That's going to happen when the cost of the headset comes down, when the cost of PCs come down, ideally when people can use the PC they already own to play the Rift. Because then you don't need to buy your PC, upgrade a PC, or do anything. You just have to buy this device, plug it into what you've already had. And we're also working on the low end of the market through our partner Samsung with Gear VR, which is already doing a really good job of going mainstream and being used by people who aren't gamers. In fact, most of the time people are spending on Gear VR isn't even on games. It's on things like videos and social applications, which is somewhat surprising, but it shows there are people who want to use VR for things other than high-end gaming. But but they're probably not going to be adopting a first generation Rift as long as it's going to cost them $1,500 all in to start using that.
So, given that it's $599 and it's first to market, where do you think the Rift is going to slot in when you have something like the Sony PlayStation VR and the HTC Vive coming out? Obviously, Vive is the more high-end, right, VR experience, if you want to call it that. So where do you see them slotting in?
You could call it that.
You could call it that. It's been called that, right? So where do you see Oculus slotting in there?
Personally, I think we have the best VR headset, and I think we have the best VR content library, and the best overall experience, and the best long-term support. I think that Sony isn't really necessarily competing with us because they're really targeting PlayStation 4 users. They're going to a group of people that, like I said before, they're not going to go out and buy a $1,500 PC and Rift bundle anyway. And there might be some people who own a high-end PC and they own a PS4, and they're going to be deciding which headset they buy. But that group is not nearly as large as the millions of people who have a PlayStation 4 that are going to get into VR that just wouldn't have got into it otherwise.
Right.
So I think for us, that ends up being a positive. It gets more people into the virtual reality industry. It means that there's going to be more content made by more developers, and it means that there's going to be more people fighting this war for virtual reality. The real battle right now is not between the manufacturers. It is VR manufacturers versus public perception of VR. We have to convince people that it's worth it, there's things to do, and that VR actually works, and that it's worth wearing something on your head to use it. Sony's going to be doing a lot of help with us, and there's going to be a lot of other people getting into this game as virtual reality gets even more popular.
Do you have any public demonstrations planned similar to the HTC Vive World Tour coming up to sort of educate the public about the Oculus Rift?
I mean, we go to a lot of shows. We go to E3, we go to PAX, we go to Anime Expo, we go to Comic-Con. We're at a lot of shows, both in our own booths and in the booths of content partners. So we've been showing off. That's really how we built Buzz from the beginning, because you have to show people virtual reality for them to understand it. There's just no way to get it otherwise. And so, I think I may have been to like 100 shows at this point. It feels like it anyway. So we've kind of been on a world tour the whole time, but we're going to continue doing that. We're going to continue ramping it up. And we also announced that we're going to have some retail partnerships where we're going to be able to demo the Rift in retail stores so that people can go to a store and try it out and see what it's all about for themselves.
So no Oculus-sponsored VR arcade in the near future?
I love the idea, don't get me wrong, but right now I'm focused on trying to bring VR in large quantities to people in their homes, as opposed to trying to make a super high-end arcade. There are people who are working on that, making VR arcades, but I want to make virtual reality mainstream, and I think that the Rift is one of the first steps in doing that. I think Gear VR is one of the first steps on doing it. That's where you can kind of have these heady daydreams of how you're going to change the world, as opposed to having the coolest arcade ever, which is also super cool, just not what I'm working on.
Right. So I know it was before the holiday season time, around the holidays, you went on a bit of a tweet storm, right, trying to manage expectations for the Rift. So now that it's coming out, looking forward throughout 2016, how do you see the market taking shape for VR realistically, and what's your hope for it?
So I think that this is going to be the first year that consumer VR is very successful. And what people sometimes don't realize is that not every technology has to become mass mainstream all at once. I mean, if you look at the sales of many devices in the early days, even like iPod, Palm Pilot, even the iPhone, the sales they got at launch were minuscule compared to the sales that they got later, after they proved out the market, after the cost came down, after more people could adopt it. VR is in that stage right now. Gear VR is a start. Tons of people are buying Gear VR. I think a lot of people are going to be inspired by what they see with the Rift, and they're going to try it. And even if they say, hey, there's not enough content for me to want to buy this, or I'm not a gamer, I'm not really interested in spending a bunch of money on a gaming PC, they're at least going to try it and say, I get this. I get that VR is something I want. If there was more content, this is something I'd want. If the quality was higher, it's something I want. And I think that over the next few years, as the cost of the hardware comes down, as the quality of the hardware goes up, and most importantly, as the specs of PCs go up and people start owning PCs normally that are able to run a good VR experience, you're going to see a lot more people adopting VR.
Now, earlier this week, I went to HTC and I did a demo of Vive's Chaperone. And for those that don't know or haven't read about it, the Vive Chaperone is basically a system that alerts you to your outside physical world if you're about to walk into a wall or you're going to hit into a chair. You can also manually trigger it. I'm curious, is that something that you have demoed? Because I know all of you guys in VR, you talk to each other.
I mean, certainly we've looked at pretty much everything. I mean, Gear VR actually has a pass-through camera on it, so
Correct,
it's not
yeah.
necessarily a new idea. Honestly, we've been talking to developers for years. We've been working with dozens of developers on making virtual reality games, some of which we're making internally, some of which we're making externally, and very few of them are making the types of games that require enough space where you really need that type of system. The good news is it's not very hard to do something like that. It's not very hard to make a system where you can define the boundaries in software, and then when you approach those boundaries, show a grid. Actually, CCP, which makes Eve Valkyrie, one of our bundled pre-order titles, they started doing this in at least E3 2014. They actually set boundaries in the cockpit seats that you were in, where if you leaned out too much, it would pull up a grid and show you how much further you could move. So it's a pretty easy thing to implement in software as far as alerting users when they're going to leave a space. There's just not many games that are actually requiring users to map out their space and do that, because most of them are not relying on people having a large enough space cleared out to use VR.
Is it fair to say that Oculus is working on a solution similar to that for sort of safeguarding the user at home when they're in virtual reality, or that we could see that soon, maybe this year?
Can't say anything.
Can't say anything about it.
But like I said, pass-through is one thing, but as far as setting up software-defined boundaries, it's basically all in software. Once you have positionally tracked controllers and a headset, it's extremely easy to define boundaries like that.
So I just want to take it back to a little bit of a lighter note. This sort of is, I would say, a bit of a whirlwind from the beginning of the buzz with VR to where we are today. So what has that journey been like for you? I mean, especially, you're 23 years old.
Yes. I don't know. I've never been older than 23, so I don't know what it's like to be older and doing things like this. So I guess it kind of honestly seems normal, which is really bizarre. I'm mostly doing everything the same way that I've been doing it since I started Oculus, and I'm blessed to be able to turn my hobby into a career. I still get to work on virtual reality every day. I still get to make it all happen. It's just happening on a much bigger scale than it did when I was in my garage. But I live in a house with 6 other people.
Really?
Oh yeah, we get along really well. We call it the commune. But I mean, I don't do a lot of rich person, CEO, executive.
You don't have a Learjet?
I bought a Tesla Model S.
Okay.
It's the best car in the world.
Fair enough.
But I mean, other than that, I love Hot Pockets. I like road trips. I like normal things. I guess.
Favorite flavor of Hot Pockets, in case anyone's curious?
I really like the barbecue beef that comes around from time to time. But I like the original ham and cheese and pepperoni combo boxes. Like, you can't beat it.
Okay.
But I hate to say it, because this is almost like when people are like, it's like when politicians say, I'm one of you, I'm a normal person too. But I don't know what other way to put it. I am really lucky to be a pretty normal person in a place where I'm able to do something that I really like doing, and I'm lucky enough that people care about what we're doing. That's a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, we're about to close out, but before we do, I wanted to let you know that I've been working on a story, just went live. I talked to Vegas Psychics to get their predictions for the year in tech. And
you mentioned this earlier.
I told you
Professional
about this.
psychics.
Professional
not
psychics.
second rate.
Yeah, they were sponsored by Oculus. And I actually did ask, I said, who will be the front runner in the VR race? And the psychic told me that it was a company that started with an O. And the logo was a play on the name. So, I don't know.
Were there multiple psychics?
There were 3. I went through 3.
And they all said O.
Only the first one.
What did the other ones say?
They didn't have any names. That was the only one.
Starts with an O.
So
I wonder if
I
they
don't know what that could be. I don't know. Oracle?
Do you know their name?
The
Madame
psychics?
Banzini? Do I need to expedite her pre-order?
All right,
So
Palmer.
maybe she could commune with the spirits and make our launch go better.
Maybe. Anything's possible. This is Vegas. Well, Palmer, I want to thank you for being here and thank everyone for tuning in. This has been Engadget live from CES. Stay tuned for more from our stage.
Robots clean gutters, vacuum floors, wash our windows, dance for our amusement, make for incredibly clean pets, and have even been roped into teaching our kids. Suckers. But well before Fritz Lang's Metropolis, a world full of robotic assistants had already captured the human imagination. Greek myths of Hephaestus say that he built the giant bronze guardian Talos for King Minos of Minotaur fame. As mechanical clocks became more common in the 15th and 16th centuries, automatons flourished and found homes in everything from religious services to drinking games. These aren't robots in the modern sense of the word, sure, but it's a pretty clear line from Al Jazari's elaborate 12th century hand-washing machines to the Roomba that cleans your floor without human interference. By the 19th century, Charles Babbage was creating machines capable of performing complex mathematical calculations, and Nikola Tesla was showing off a remote-controlled boat. Tesla imagined militarized swarms of his telautomatons armed with warheads. This violent vision, combined with the growing intelligence of machines like Babbage's difference engine, posed a moral dilemma. Isaac Asimov was inspired partially by that looming danger and the science fiction tales of Adam Link, a self-aware robot, to write the laws of robotics. In 1950, Alan Turing explored the growing intelligence of robots further by outlining a test that could determine when a computer had learned to think, just like a human.
You make up these questions, Mr. Holden? They write them down for you.
Meanwhile, robot research marched forward. Okay, shuffled forward. Or rolled.
She automatically runs home to her kennel for charging up.
Anyway, by 1964, robots had found their niche on the factory floor. The Unimate was the first of the industrial robots, and General Motors put it to work on the assembly line, leading the way for human-free manufacturing. The 1960s were a golden age for fictional robots.
Silence, you preening popinjay!
But more importantly, a pioneering era for computer science. The Stanford Research Institute built Shaky, the first robot that was able to understand and navigate its environment. And MIT had its own artificial intelligence darling in Eliza, an early example of natural language processing that eventually inspired Siri.
Show my photos from last June in San Francisco. Oh yeah.
But in the 70s and 80s, as the recession set in and factory automation meant less jobs for low-skilled workers, the popular representation of robots turned bleak.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
Dystopian visions of a future where robots were our enemy and not our friends became the norm. Maybe a little over the top, guys. But in the 1990s, IBM's Deep Blue supercomputer showed just what artificial intelligence was capable of. It defeated world chess champion Garry Kasparov in their first matchup, though Kasparov's subsequent 3 victories and 2 draws showed the machines just who is still in charge. By 2000, humanoids started to take off. Honda introduced a walking assistant called Asimo that mimicked human form and motion, and with each successive model it only became faster, smarter, and more human-like. In the past 2 decades, robots have helped humans reach the depths of the ocean and the far reaches of Mars. They can assist in surgeries and even make hazardous jobs safer. NASA's Robonauts have been launched into space to help perform dangerous tasks, while on Earth, DARPA's robotic challenges have led to the rise of machines that could help or even replace first responders. These self-balancing, or well, not so self-balancing bots could potentially save lives. While fully functional rescue robots are still a ways out, machines that can make everyday tasks easier have already earned their way into our homes and factories. In 2002, iRobot launched the first automated vacuum cleaner, and a decade later, Rethink Robotics introduced a cheery-faced factory worker called Baxter that performs simple tasks on a production line. Whether these machines will be our iron-fisted overlords or obedient helpers is still up in the air, but for now, their ability to aid and augment our lives is undeniable.
And we're back. Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Gorman. I'm the editor-in-chief of Engadget. And in case you couldn't tell from the video, we're here to talk about robots. And joining me on stage, we have Associate Editor Mona Lawani. Hi, Mona. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
And also, we have Colin Angle, the CEO and co-founder of iRobot, and Jim Lawton, the Chief Product and Marketing Officer of Rethink Robotics. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. How you doing?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So what did y'all, as experts in the field, what did you think of the video?
You know, it's it points out the fact that robots are not a new idea.
Yeah.
And we've been dreaming of figuring out how to make robots an important part of our lives for well over 50 years. And it's exciting. And I think we've come a long way and at the same time disappointingly made incredibly small amounts of progress against the dream that they had back 50 years ago.
Right. What about you, Jim?
I thought it was a great video.
Yeah?
Who doesn't love robots, right? So.
That's right. That's right.
So both of your robots actually make an appearance in this video because I feel like any retrospective of robotics would be so incomplete without Roomba and Baxter. So just to start with, I'd love to sort of do a quick recap of what led to these iconic machines. So Colin, if you could sort of walk us through what sparked the idea for Roomba.
Well, I think you had Rosie up on your video. I mean, when we first started iRobot, I would introduce myself. Hello, I'm Colin Angle, CEO of iRobot. And the response was ridiculously predictable and unusual. Before the person I introduced myself would even say, "Good to meet you, Colin," they would say, "When are you going to clean my floors?" And I would bet people, and they'd take my bet because that's kind of rude. And yet, it completely would happen every time. So the idea of Roomba wasn't hard. Everyone was saying this was the expectation. Robots are supposed to clean our homes. The challenge, of course, was the price point. How do you make it actually work? If you build a robot that kind of cleans your floors, but not up to the standards that you and I expect, well, then it's a cool demonstration and not really a product. And so that truly was the product. It wasn't, the spark was always there. The challenge was making it real.
And Jim, what about kind of collaborative robots? That's more your forte. So how did we go from kind of the gigantic industrial robot that we saw up there to kind of these ones that are more capable of working with humans?
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail right on the head. I mean, for us, it was really, you go into an automotive factory and you can see a big robot welding a piece of metal or moving a big car around. Most factories have people in them, and so you couldn't use a robot because the robots would have to be in a cage, because if they weren't in a cage, they'd kill somebody.
Right.
And so we really took a look at it and said, there's got to be a way to build a robot that doesn't need to be in a cage. And that really is what led us to, how would you think about doing that? And our first one was Baxter that we released a couple of years ago.
So what was like the single biggest challenge of getting it out of the cage, if there was one, or was there just a whole host of problems that you had to fix?
For the most part, people have built robots essentially as a connected set of rods. They're very strong, hard. If you bump into something, you break it. If you bump into a human, you hurt it.
Yeah.
We're not built that way. You and I are basically a big bunch of springs. I mean, our arms flex. If I bump into the table, it'll give. My arm will give.
Right.
So we really designed the robot in a very different way. We built it with a bunch of springs.
Yeah.
And so you can bump into things, and it'll be okay.
Cool.
You know, every year at CES, we see a crazy number of robots. They're just crawling all over the place. But realistically, where are we really at? Are we ready to sort of welcome them into our homes and factories? Are we there yet?
You know, we are at the beginning of practical robots. And, but we are making progress. If you think about the Roomba, we've sold over 15 million. About 15% of all money spent on vacuum cleaners is now spent on robot vacuum cleaners. And in Spain, it's the #1 selling vacuum. So we truly have obsoleted upright vacuuming. The vacuuming solution of the future is a Roomba to clean your floor and maybe a hand vac to do the, your upholstery or curtains and so forth. And that's really it. And so we're at the point of getting a few wins. And Roomba is probably the, in the outside of the commercial space, the biggest win by far that we've achieved. But that's one out of countless numbers that we'll see in the next couple decades.
What about industrial bots? Where are we at with that?
Yeah, so we're really just started. I mean, most robots today are sold in automotive. Most robots, people haven't been able to be around, and so it really is at the very beginning. I think we've got 90% of all manufacturing tasks can't get done by a robot today cost effectively. So there's more robots to be deployed than have been deployed in the entire history of robotics.
And I mean, historically, in what ways would you say home bots and industrial bots, in what ways have they pushed robotics along over the decades?
Well, the challenge in consumer robots was getting the price point and the functionality up to the level where the value of the services they provided was above the cost of the robot. And that really was that breakthrough, this price performance challenge. Because, you know, Rosie the robot, the idea of a robot that could clean my house isn't new. The follow-up question to when are you going to clean the floors from my first remark, because I would be miffed by this, I would say, how much are you willing to pay? Because I could do it for $5,000, and it's like, well, if I could spend $5,000 on a vacuuming robot, I could hire someone to clean my house for you. And so what's happened over the years is an increase in the ability to go and have a battery-powered device actually do a very effective job cleaning, and then a decrease in the cost of the batteries and the microprocessors and some of the componentry required to allow that to happen.
The way I look at it, you could have a robot that I could bring home to mom. Right. To get a robot for mom, what does she want? Yeah. I mean, she thinks that Python is a snake, not a programming language, right? So you've got to be able to show the robot how to do what it's doing, not program it. It's got to be cheap, and it, you know, can't hurt my mom.
So when you're kind of making machines to work with mankind, kind of what are the features that really you're focused on? So, like, are you worried about the form factor so it doesn't look like some murder bot that's coming to kill you or something like that? Obviously, you were talking about kind of building it with springs, but what sorts of, I feel like especially the appearance of them is something that maybe isn't first that comes to mind, but I mean, does that kind of thing matter? Like, what are the elements that you're looking for when you're evaluating how they need to look and operate?
So that for us with Roomba, we wanted to do two things. We didn't want to make it look like a toy. And so, you know, it was small. It wasn't what people expected a vacuum cleaning robot to look like, because people expected us to build a humanoid that pushed an upright vacuum cleaner. So we had to make it look powerful, real, and effective. And so that was very, very important. And then, of course, there's an aesthetic that a well-designed product also needs to convey, to make it something that you would, a customer seeing it on the shelf would say, "Ooh, I like that." And so that bring those two, design and seriousness together, ultimately created the Roomba. It's interesting, over 85% of the people who own Roomba do name it. But if you don't own it, and I ask you if you might name it, you actually will be upset at me. Why would I ever name my vacuum? That's crazy. And so that we would talk about, well, should we make it easily customizable so that, because everyone likes to name it? Yeah. The answer was no. It needs to be a serious looking appliance. Yeah. Leave the naming for week 2 of ownership.
So does this mean, are we going to see some Roombas with like bunny ears to encourage people to name them?
You know, we don't have to do that. You would be amazed at what people do to their Roombas. Well, some just have their bunnies ride on the Roomba.
Right, I've seen that. I saw a chicken on a Roomba the other day. God bless the internet. Whoever did that, good job.
Yes, yeah, good on the internet.
Yeah,
for that.
yeah. And Jim, what about you? Like, workspace, do you have to consider like what they look like, or is it really just like make sure that they react appropriately?
Our number one criteria was when you open up the box, the guy wants to go toward the robot, not run the other direction. Okay. And so there was a lot of thought that went into how do you make a robot that somebody wants to be around? Yeah. Right. How do you make a robot that you're comfortable around and you can trust the robot? Yeah. If you think it's going to hurt you, you're going to back away from it. You're not going to go toward it. So that was a big part of our design process.
Yeah. Right. So when you're looking at the kind of functions and the capabilities of the robots, where do you start from? Is it like, this is a task that people hate doing, we can fix that? Or is it more like, we can't do this and we need a machine to be able to do it? Like,
well, I think it depends on the mission you're on. In consumer robot design, we actually have a graph. It's how often does a particular task have to be done, and how hated is that task? And so vacuuming is done very frequently and is relatively disliked. And so that's the right quadrant, and that was an early one. Scrubbing floors. It's hated so much, it's actually done less frequently than it should be.
Okay.
But that's another good one that we try to do. Of course, practicality has to come into it. Folding laundry for me would be a great robot a task or a robot to take on, but that requires
I think there's one of those here, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just saw one in the South Hall that actually exists.
There you go.
Yeah. The God, I forget what it was called, the Laundrobot or something.
But it has to do it as the other challenge, of course, is that the bar is human level performance.
Right.
And so that you would be amazed how fast people can fold laundry. And so that the challenge there is pretty quick. So I haven't seen this new robot. I'll have to go check it out.
Yeah. And what about you, Jim? I mean, is it just like, we can't do this, we're picking up super heavy parts, we need robots, or is there other ways you approach it?
You know, a lot of our customers have struggled to keep people in manufacturing jobs. There's an estimate out there that by 2020, there are going to be 2 million manufacturing jobs that are not filled because most people don't want to do them. I mean, you guys are millennials. You don't want to be doing manufacturing jobs. Most of your audience is millennials. They don't want to be doing manufacturing jobs.
Yeah.
So we start to work with companies and say, what are the jobs that you need people to fill? And so they may be jobs that, you know, are unsafe jobs, like, you know, putting your hands in and around press brakes where you can get your hand broken off, or they're dead end from a career perspective, like you can't actually learn new skills to grow. And so we really use our customers as a guide to say, what are the kinds of things that you're having trouble attracting people into that maybe a robot could do?
Right. You know, we spoke a little bit about form and function right now. It's just something I think about a lot. I feel like you see robots changing all the time. They're coming in all sorts of shapes and sizes. But what about the function? Are robots just better at doing one task at a time? Like Baxter and Sawyer, for instance. Like they're super focused, super precise. Are they just better at doing one task as opposed to multitasking? Is that why they're made like that?
You know, actually, for a long time, robots were, you put them in place once, you had them do that job forever and ever and ever. One of the real breakthroughs has been, we've started to stop thinking about robots as a bunch of hardware parts and started thinking them as about software-enabled devices. And when you start to think about them as a software-driven product, there's nothing stopping me from training it to do one task today and do another one tomorrow. One of the reasons why so many people have been able to take advantage of robots has been, well, today I'm building parts for one company and tomorrow I'm building parts for another company. If I put in a robot that can only do one thing, then I can't run my factory anymore. And so a critical component has been, how can we use software to be able to make these robots so that they can switch what they do?
Right. And I feel like a lot of the discussions around robotics in general just sort of go in this direction of talking about the strengths of the robots, right? But they're also deeply flawed right now. I mean, like we saw in the video, they're wobbly on their feet, they need a ton of human assistance. But there's still this sort of strong sense of fear around robots. I was just wondering what your take is on, you know, I mean, are robots going to sort of kick us out of our homes at some point or sort of take over our jobs?
Some of the jobs, right? We already talked about that, but it's the ones we don't want. Yeah. Anything else?
Yeah, I think as you start to think about, I mean, if you were to look at in 1900, what are people doing? The vast majority of what people were doing were farming.
Yep.
And we got much better at it. And so now we can feed people and we don't need as many people that are farming. If you jump 100 years from now, they're going to be doing a bunch of stuff that we haven't even dreamed of yet. And so there's this constant kind of changing through technology, allowing us to do the things that we're excited about and doing a lot less of what it is that we're not excited about. So I think we're going to see that, and people are going to create new ways of doing things and new jobs that they haven't thought of before. And I think that creates opportunity.
Yeah.
And from my perspective, you know, we get that question a lot, and I kind of smile and say, you know, that's the wrong question. Because this idea that one day I'm going to wake up and there's going to be a knock on my door, I'm going to open up the door and there's going to be a robot and says, hi, you're obsolete now, I'm taking your job.
Yeah.
The future, unfortunately, is going to be far stranger. The technology that we're developing, and some of what you can see here at the show, you know, you can, if you lose your hearing, you can get a cochlear implant and get an artificial ear. There's now technology, if I go blind in an eye, we're starting to make artificial eyes that, at least at this point, you can start to see differentiate between light and dark with that artificial eye. Arms that you can use, have neural interfaces so that we can go and help someone who's lost their arm to go actually have a new one.
Yeah.
Now, what happens when people have elective surgery to remove their eye because the robot eye works better, or the ear works better, or the legs work better? There's going to be questions as to what is human and what is robot. And this is all going to happen long before that knock on the door that I just described happens. And so it's an interesting question. It's an easy one to ask. Aren't we afraid of being obsoleted? But the trajectory that technology is on is a far more interesting one that will create all sorts of new moral challenges, but also will advance our capabilities in ways that we've only begun to imagine.
All right, well, that's all the time that we have, so thank you very much for joining me on stage. Stay tuned, y'all. We've got more coming here live from CES 2016. See ya.
Welcome back to the Engadget stage. I'm Christopher Trout, and I'm joined today by Matt McMullen, the founder of Real Doll. This may be sort of one of the more unusual guests that we have on our stage today. Can you tell us a little bit about your company and what you do?
Yeah, basically for almost 20 years now, I've been making the Real Doll, which is a super realistic silicone companion, for lack of a less politically correct term. And it's all anatomically correct. It's I'm sure most people have heard of it.
Right. And you are quite possibly one of the people that will be introducing the world to sex robots.
We are working on integrating technology with our dolls and in various ways, incorporating some artificial intelligence programming, robotics, animatronics into the doll itself, and merging those two things together to try to really enhance the existing experience that we have.
And what does the integration of artificial intelligence look like with a sex doll?
Well, I really kind of look at this as much more than a sex doll. It's almost like a companion in a lot of ways, because for me, when I decided, hey, we should do this, it was more about making the interaction interesting and entertaining, and making the person who was interacting feel happy, I guess. So it wasn't, the first target really wasn't sex. It was more about being able to feel some sort of level of friendship with the AI before we ever decided to connect it to an actual robotic doll.
Okay. And you have a team of people working on sort of the artificial intelligence that's going to be baked into these things?
Yeah, I could not by any stretch do this myself. So I have some very talented individuals working on the various aspects of the programming, the hardware development, and all these other things. And mostly where I get most involved is the aesthetics, the appearance of it, the placement of the movements that we want on the face and stuff like that. So that what you see on the outside, that's what I do, and everything working inwards becomes more technical.
So in terms of the animatronics that are being baked into this, what does that look like?
Well, we're using a lot of very standard servos and actuators, and trying to balance how many we want with how many movements we'd like to see on the doll's face to really sort of convey expression enough that you feel like what she's saying matches the look that she has on her face.
And we're not talking about sort of a full body robot right now. We're talking about a little bit more of just
yeah, right now we're really focused on animating her from the neck up. I feel very strongly that that's the first thing you're going to form any kind of a bond with. And when you're talking to a person, usually looking at their face, and we'll work on the rest later once we get this figured out.
So I've heard, I read a Vanity Fair article that profiled you relatively recently, and they sort of referred to what you're doing as light AI. Is that how you would define it?
Well, in a sense, I mean, really, I'm not trying to create a piece of equipment that fools you into thinking that it's a real person, even when it's not connected to the doll. We really want that lighthearted approach to it, so it's like you're talking to an artificial intelligence, but at the same time you're enjoying it and you want to see what she'll say next.
So sort of skirting the line of the uncanny valley, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely trying to avoid the uncanny valley, both with the AI design and the actual doll itself.
So there's been a lot of talk about sex robots recently. There was a campaign to sort of to block the creation of sex robots or what have you. It was
the
pretty sensationalist.
anti-sex robot league or whatever they're called.
It was a pretty sensationalist campaign. But there was a lot of questions around what the introduction of sex robots will mean for human-on-human relationships, and I wonder if you can speak about that a little bit.
Well, my opinion on the matter is that there are, I can think of dozens of other robotic applications that I think are more concerning for humanity than a sex robot, for one. Secondly, I think that this kind of a product, the sex robot as a concept, is not something that everyone will be attracted to or find appealing. So I don't think, in the bigger picture of things, I don't think it's going to have any kind of negative implications for real relationships. I think that human beings need real relationships and will always need those. So whether there's a sex robot or not, I don't think that's going to affect it.
Yeah, and there have been a lot of predictions about sort of like sex with robots becoming really commonplace in the next 10 or 20 or 30, 50 years. And I know that you've said this before, you don't think that this is going to be sort of a mass market thing, but who is the audience for a sex robot?
Well, I think, again, going back to the whole companionship aspect of this, I think the audience is people who, for whatever reason, either choose not to want to have a real relationship or can't have a real relationship, but they still want to feel something like a real relationship, whether it's giving them, I guess, a little bit of a safer construct of boundaries because they know it's controlled, or it's just some kind of a fantasy that they might have. So there's probably a lot of different reasons why someone would want to experience that. But I just don't think it's going to be like this huge mainstream thing where everyone's going to have one in their closet.
Right. Do you think this is like a similar audience to the people that already buy your real dolls? Or?
Absolutely, yes.
So when if ever will we see this kind of become a mainstream thing? I mean, I know you've already said that, but when do you see this sort of tech taking off, and when can we expect to see your iteration of it?
Well, we're working on prototype number 2 this year. Hoping by the end of this year we'll have this second version up and running the way we want it to, and then moving on from there, we're going to hopefully get the app itself finished that runs the AI, and that can run as a standalone item.
So you would have like a smartphone app that you could...
Yeah, so you'll have an app that you could run on your computer, your tablet, on your phone that will allow you to use the cloud-based AI that we're working on. And everybody who creates a profile can create their own version of that AI and talk to her and see her on the screen, customize the avatar, interact with her in various ways. So even if the robot itself isn't completely finished, the app itself will hopefully be the first thing that we present, and then knowing that once the head is done, you can buy that, and the two can be connected together.
So the app will be something like a sort of sexual Siri?
Yeah, it's like a less PG version of Siri, yes.
Okay. I think one of my biggest questions, this is something that I've talked to a lot of people out here who are sort of working in and around the topic of sex and the intersection of technology. What have been the barriers of getting the technology working and sort of breaking into the tech sector?
Well, I think with anything of this magnitude, the biggest barrier is always funding. So, having enough money to kind of pump into the project is always going to be the first factor that comes into play. So, given if an angel investor popped in at the right moment and really wanted to get involved in what we're doing, that would definitely propel things forward in a much quicker fashion. Aside from that, it's just really kind of avoiding that uncanny valley we were just discussing. We don't want the robot to be creepy in any way. We want it to be fun to talk to. We're not trying to make it, kind of trick people into thinking they were talking to a real person and then they realize they're not. Because I think that is one of the very big symptoms of the uncanny valley.
Right.
Is that it looked enough like a real person that you were fooled for a moment, and then you feel kind of like put off because you realize that that's not alive, that's fake. And so, getting that fine balance between the efficient functionality of it and the entertaining functionality of it, balanced with, making the thing work.
So how do you avoid the uncanny valley? So what steps have you taken to make sure that we don't end up in this weird...
Well, what I've been trying to do is stylize the appearance of the doll enough that you can tell it's a doll. It can still be very, very attractive to look at, very sexy, and not look hyper real. So I think by avoiding trying to make it look 100% real, it becomes a little bit easier to interact with it. The best way I can sort of make an example of that concept is comparing a super realistic animatronic, say Indiana Jones at Disneyland, with one of the dancing bears that you might see at Chuck E. Cheese. One can be a little creepy because it's like, hey, that looks just like Harrison Ford, but it's not. And he's moving in a really weird way. The bear, not so much. So it's kind of like that.
And you've done a series of other sort of experiments and a few one-off things around technology and your dolls. Can you talk a little bit about the other stuff that you've done?
Yeah, I mean, years ago we did have a sensor system that would trigger various sounds when you would touch various parts of the body. And truth be told, that same kind of technology or that same kind of approach will probably make its way into further the iterations of the doll we're working on now. We had gyrating hips. We've tried, making the doll look like she's breathing, internal heating, stuff like that. So a lot of little pieces and parts over the years that'll probably now be much easier to execute with the newer technologies that are available.
So what is the ultimate real doll sex robot or companionship robot look like for you? If you could put together the perfect robot.
I think it would be really cool if we can get to a point where it is sort of interacting with your home automation, and you're able to communicate with her from wherever you are. Like, I'm on my way home. Can you turn on the oven? Kind of thing. And instead of just talking to your oven, you have this avatar that's sort of a conduit for that communication.
Something that looks a little bit more like a Stepford wife, or
yeah, something like that.
So these are pretty expensive. I think I've heard a few ballpark ranges, but what does it take to make this technology, and how expensive do you think it'll be once it finally reaches the market?
I'm trying very, very hard to keep the price of the actual head itself under $10,000. So one of the ideas is that anyone who owns one of our dolls already can take this new head and attach it to their doll. They take the old head off, put the new head on. So they don't have to invest in the entire body, which is another $7,000 or $8,000. So that'll help, I think, get the thing out there, and we can see where we go from there.
One of your potential competitors has a subscription fee built into the doll for firmware updates and things like that. Is that a consideration for you?
We might do something like a membership where you actually create an account, and which will come along with it, a bunch of different perks that you would expect to have for something like that.
So this is your first time at CES, but we were talking earlier about the other big show that used to coincide with CES, which was the AVN or Adult Entertainment Expo. You actually won't be there this year. Is there a reason for that? Do you have?
Well, the AEE show is kind of been evolving over the last number of years and getting smaller overall. And I think that industry itself is really changing quite a bit. Yeah. And to begin with, what we do as far as our dolls is not an exact fit for that convention anyway. It's such a unique little niche that we're in. So that convention kind of worked for a while, but now we're seeing less and less in terms of similar products and stuff like that, and a lot more of just people wanting to meet the porn stars. And so overall, I just don't see that it's hugely beneficial for us to actually be there.
So do you see, right now you're a companionship doll company. Do you see yourselves in some ways also as a technology company?
Well, it looks like it's happening. I mean, whether I see myself that way or not, all of a sudden we're kind of in that seat.
Yeah.
And it's amazing once you kind of decide, hey, we're going to do this, the pieces start to fall into place. So I do think now, and it's unavoidable as well with what I do. I'm exposed to so much technology, 3D printing, 3D modeling, and doing all these other things that 5 years ago were not possible.
Yeah.
So yes, we're definitely a tech company now.
So speaking of 3D printing, are you guys using that in the creation of your dolls at this point? I know that I've seen you doing a lot of kind of hand molding and stuff like that. Have you gotten to the point of?
Yeah, I started doing a lot of my sculpting now in the computer, and then 3D printing the pieces that I need, like a face, for example, and saving a huge amount of hours because I'm able to do, there's a lot more things you can do digitally that you can't do with the hands-on. So I'll get my start that way, take it, convert it to actual clay sculpture, and then do all the finishing on that point.
So what sort of software are you using to create
I use a lot of
molds?
Blender and ZBrush, stuff like that. It's very intuitive once you get to know it, and you know, at first it didn't feel like I was sculpting. It felt like I was playing a video game in a way, but you know, you get used to it and it becomes second nature.
Well, yeah, and I would imagine, and having done this for 20 years, you're kind of right in that area where we went from sort of hand doing things to everything being kind of on your desktop. So what's the next step? You know, you say you're working on version 2. How will version 2 be different from version 1?
The second version is going to have a lot more movement in the face, and it's a completely new skull base, and we're working on ventilation, we're working on improving the audio. It's a multitude of little things that we found in the first version, and so it'll be much more robust design because we really went back to square one, started over. But you know, all that being said, this entire thing is really, she's still a baby.
Right.
You know, we're still taking baby steps, and I do believe that when it's all said and done, it's probably going to surprise a lot of people what we come up with.
So what you've got now, from what I've seen at least, it's blinking eyes and a moving mouth and that sort of thing. Is there like head movement?
Yeah, right. The first version had 2 axes of neck movement. And so you could attach it to any body, and it was all the actuators were up inside of the head. So you had the 2 axes of the neck, you had the mouth, you had eyes blinking, eyes moving, and that was it. So now we're going to add brow movement and the ability to smile and possibly pout a little bit, and then also look at the tongue, if we can get the tongue to do some stuff. You never know.
So is the tongue currently functional in your
We
dolls?
we did a separate prototype just for the tongue and mouth area, so we have done that, and it was doing some crazy things, and I think it was in one of the New York Times videos that they did.
Right.
But we're still working on further refining the idea.
But this is a mouth mostly for talking, not necessarily for
It'll have
oral stimulation.
multiple purposes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, well, if you do get out on the floor, I know that you're only here for a little while. If you do get out on the floor, is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to seeing at CES?
Well, I've seen so much cool stuff just in the little time that I've been here. I think we're hoping to get over to the robotics area, which I think is not in this area here.
Yeah.
It's at the other expo center, so we might be jumping over there to check out what they have over there.
Cool. Well, it's been great talking to you, and I appreciate you coming all this way from San Diego. And I look forward to seeing where you guys take Real Doll in the future.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you. And that's it for us with Matt McMullen from Real Doll. Stick around for, I think, more of me or Video Game Challenge. I'm not really sure. Thanks a lot.
We are back at CES for another 8 grueling days in the desert, and I'm here with Sony CEO Kaz Hirai to talk about what you guys have going on here. And last night you were at a press conference. You held a press conference and released or announced a ton of new stuff. So I was hoping that you could break down some of the highlights for us.
Sure. So first, we renewed or reconfirmed, if you will, our commitment to our television business by introducing the latest lineup of our 4K televisions. Also highlighted some great technology in backlighting technology that we'll be bringing and incorporating into 4K TVs in the future as well. A new and extended lineup of our high-resolution audio headphones, both headsets and wireless, as well as portable speakers. And also really talked about some of the innovative things that we're doing in the LifeSpace UX area. We've been showing a lot of prototypes, whether it's the glass light speaker, the organic glass light speaker, or the bulb speaker, or the small projector that literally fits in the palm of your hands. We've done in the past, as technology demonstrations, but now it's ready to come out into the marketplace, and so we've kind of reintroduced those as well here at CES.
You spoke a lot last night about sort of challenging the status quo and kind of returning to that.
Yep.
And I wonder what of the devices and what of this product line really represents that to you?
I talked about some of the LifeSpace UX projectors and speakers. We also have some other very interesting products, like an e-ink based watch, where the watch face and the band, you can change designs on the fly. It's really a fashion statement.
Yeah.
We also have what's called the aroma stick, which is basically an aroma diffuser, very portable and compact. That if you feel frustrated, you take a whiff in your aroma stick. It's actually a very nice product.
And you also announced a table last night.
Yes, indeed.
Which is a bit of a throwback. Can you tell us kind of the idea behind that and,
sure.
and how it came about?
So I think that there is a huge resurgence in the music business of the old vinyl records.
Oh yeah.
Because we're in the music business as well at Sony Music, some of our artists are actually releasing new albums in vinyl as well. So we've seen this trend coming, and therefore we wanted to make sure that we met that demand by actually introducing a new turntable.
Right.
Obviously, with some really nice features to be able to connect it to your PC and to, this is an oxymoron, I guess, to be able to rip your analog LP
right, and that's,
into an audio file, and make sure that we ride the wave of this resurgence in vinyl records.
So you spoke a lot yesterday about 4K TVs, and we talked about the audio and that sort of thing.
Yep.
And some of these more quirky products. A couple of the things that we didn't see yesterday were, or didn't hear a whole lot about, were VR, which I know is a big push for you guys.
PlayStation VR. Yep.
And mobile. Can you give us a little bit of an idea of where you guys are going in those two?
Sure. So with PlayStation VR, this is a product that I think we've been talking about launching later this year.
Yeah.
We probably have over 200 developers that have signed up for PlayStation VR, and about a little bit over 100 titles that are actually in development at this point.
So as far as VR is concerned,
yep.
What is it about Sony's VR experience that sets it apart from the rest?
I think the biggest differentiating point is the fact that it's based on the PlayStation 4 platform. That means a couple things. One is the content itself, and the fact that, once again, it's a virtual reality extension, if you will, of the PlayStation 4 experience, which is very important. The other important thing to remember is that, because it runs on the PlayStation 4 platform, this is a uniform platform. So if you have PS4 and you buy your PlayStation VR, that's ready to go. You don't have to look at, how what your specs are, on your hardware.
Right.
Is it actually going to drive my PlayStation VR, or do I need to get new graphic boards or what have you? It's plug and play.
Well, I'm excited to see what you guys have coming. I'm
Thank you very
excited
much.
to see all the weird and innovative stuff that'll be coming out in the next couple of years.
That's what makes Sony Sony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's it from Sony's CES booth. We'll see you soon.
Congratulations, everybody. You made it. We made it. It's the end of the first official day of CES, and we saw a lot of really cool stuff today, so let's get right to it. I'm going to give you the highlights from the day. So first up, we have a human transport drone. So it's just like those little quadcopters you got, only this one has 4 arms and 8 propellers instead of 4, and it can carry a human being in a tiny little capsule atop those propellers that weighs up to 260 pounds through a 10-mile or 23-minute flight radius. And after you've set kind of where you want to go using the app that's built for the thing, all you can do as the human passenger is press a button to take off, pause in flight, and land. So as long as you're comfortable with letting the drone take you where you want to go, well, that could be the future of human transport technology. Next up, we had the Chevy Bolt, which is the first all-electric EV from Chevrolet. It borrows a lot of features from the Volt itself, but the key difference is this one is purely electric. That means there's no internal combustion motor that charges the batteries. This one's purely a plug-in. It's got a 10-inch touchscreen in it, and other than that, it's going to cost you around $30,000 after a $7,500 federal tax rebate. The other thing that we saw is a rollable display from LG. It's an OLED screen that you can roll up, which is insane. I don't know what you need it for, but it looks really cool. Next, we had Intel debut an adrenaline dress design concept. And what it is a series of lattice work that you attach to your back, and it reacts to your adrenaline. So as your adrenaline rises, there are some special alloys in this lattice work that make it expand into some kind of nightmare wings behind you. It's really incredible to look at. Again, not really sure what it's for, but it looks really cool. And lastly, we have the Hy-Vee Icarus VR flying rig. So basically it's this piece of workout equipment that has been heavily modified to allow you to experience the sensations of flight in a comfortable way. Basically, it allows you to plank while you've got a VR headset on and lets you feel like you're flying. So those are the highlights from today, and I will see you tomorrow for more.
Welcome to a special edition of In Case You Missed It from PepCom at CES, where the irony of filling up a huge sand pit to play sand volleyball inside of a building is lost on, I guess, all the people because no one's here, and I bet this was expensive. I'm going to spike this now. I'm going to spike it real hard. Say it was the right time. While you were trying to figure out whether to hold out for a bendable TV, you may have missed the man-sized Pac-Man game, the robotic base for your precious baby, and the weights that count your reps. Hello, it's one of the blue things. Let's drink it. This is what you do in Vegas. Okay. Oh, a little bit more alcohol, please. Now it's very full. Thank you. Cheers. Let's go lift weights. When I think of Bowflex, I'm usually thinking of the dusty old thing that my grandma bought in the 80s and never used.
Ready for a quick workout whenever you are.
However, times have changed. So here we have the Bowflex Select Tech dumbbells. They call them smart dumbbells with a wink because that's fun. And there are apparently 70 different workouts to choose from. So say it's the new year and you're feeling a little sad, you can get into this app if you have these very expensive dumbbells and do all sorts of workouts. There's an accelerometer in only one of the dumbbells. I guess you could cheat. Sweet, they're not that smart. Great to know. And what's interesting is that they're called a 5 to 60, so that means that they can go from 5 to 60 pounds just in this one set. You click through the handset, and that's how you add weights. It's kind of magic, plus it's smart. There's nothing like working out tipsy. Let's do it. How about boulder shoulders? I could use some boulder shoulders in my life. 5 pounds. Okay, so I'm picking this up. Ooh, see how smart that is? I'm working my biceps, guys, like a boss. See that rotation? You too could do this for $500 without the stand. Happy CES. I'm all out of workout. Well, hi there. I am not a mom. I'm an auntie, but not a mom. So what am I doing with a car seat situation? Even I have heard that most people, it's 3 out of 4, have installed their car seats incorrectly. And that's why 4Moms has come out with this product that they're calling their most significant. It is a self-leveling car seat with a robot base, because we need more robots in our lives.
There's never been a car seat with technology anything like this before. This is a radically new idea.
I'm going to try to install this. Here's the app. It's the infant car seat that self-levels. So we're going to start with we're gonna hit the big install button. So what I have to do is put it right here, and it knows that this car, as if this were in a car, is 5 degrees. And then I scan the VIN, which we all should know where those are in our cars, as if this were the door jamb. I'm scanning the VIN. Okay, so it knows that I am driving a pretty sweet mom-mobile, a 2016 Honda Pilot. So I'm gonna hit continue. So then it talks about installing the latches. It's actually already installed here. These are the latches. It's very thorough. There's like a video and everything. You're gonna hit connect once your latches are installed. So now it's showing me with this very happy little friendly animation that your child should be in this thing. Now that it's like leveled, it's already done the like 5% adjustment thing. So let's pretend there's a baby in here. I don't know why there aren't any stump babies. I'm really good with stump babies. Oh, latched and beautiful. So now it goes through, it's checking the tension, the carrier, the battery, verified. I think it's like you get a mom award when you do that properly. You can be a dad too, that's fine. If you're gonna have a baby, this is probably what you want. It is a little bit more expensive than the average child seat. It's gonna be $499. It's available in the spring. So if you're expecting and you like tech, you know what to do. And finally, we are here at the Moth booth playing their new Pac-Man game where you too can be Pac-Man, but with your whole body, as long as you're wearing this. My coworkers do. You better lose. Good luck to you. I hope you fail. So, how'd you do, Terrence?
I got 1,010 points. You won.
That's what I thought.
This episode was brought to you by Go90.
In case you missed it, welcome back to the show, everyone. I'm your host, Veronica Belmont.
Welcome back to LA and welcome back to E3.
So Apple has pretty dramatically changed the way iOS looks and feels over the past 2 years with iOS 7 and iOS 8.
A lot of it was driven by makeup and what they felt they could do on set, because we knew it was going to be a technical process, but we wanted to be as free as we could.
Hey, Veronica. Hey there, thanks for your question.
In case you don't know what geocaching is, it's basically a treasure hunt for these little guys called caches. Should I be on my cell phone here?
Commuting sucks, but there are some companies out there trying to make it a little bit less crappy. I'm going to break down the price, convenience, and speed of each method.
But seriously, Carrie, get the out of here. This is my show.
Engadget live at Las Vegas. We're here on the Engadget stage, and these aren't the new editors of Engadget. You're seeing, well, two of familiar faces, I'm sure. But I'm Matt Smith. I'm senior editor at Engadget, and welcome to today's gaming challenge. Now, you might have seen the teething troubles with Rock Band, so we've gone for wired controllers and a Wii U, and we're going to be playing a pretty awesome racing game, but I'll get to that a bit later. First, let me introduce everyone here on stage. First up, please, sir.
Mike Briggs.
And what are you doing here at CES?
I am here for my company, Good Vibrations DJs.
Excellent. A little bit of a plug. Very good. How about you, sir? Could you just introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Clement. I work for Tom, actually. He's my boss. I work in the regulatory service. I'm an engineer there.
Excellent. And boss?
Yeah, hi, my name is Tom, and I'm with G&M Compliance, and we certify all these equipment.
Excellent. And what company do you work for?
I work with you.
Oh, please give me your name.
Edgar.
Edgar. Now, Edgar's going to be our editor, challenging these guys to a race. Let's see what happens. Can we get the Wii U up on screen? Here we go. So we're going to be selecting cars. Oh, someone's pressed B. Keep pressing A, guys. So we'll be playing Fast Racing Neo. Now, this is a pretty awesome little F-Zero style game. You have to trigger between engines. So you'll be looking to hit the orange while you're in your orange engine mode and the blue charging pads when you're in your blue engine mode. It just makes it a little bit more complicated. There's no weapons, but you can explode. So please try not to explode. Oh, we have someone out already. One of you guys is not racing. So apologies for that guy. I literally cannot tell who isn't racing. Everyone's pretending to race. Like I said, you can explode. Please try not to explode. Player 1 seems to be doing pretty well. Oh, now he's exploded. Player 2 has exploded. Player 3 has exploded. Good going, guys. Good going. Oh! Are you feeling confident?
I think I can do it.
Oh, there's just so many explosions. That's it. So you want to be aiming to pick up those orbs, because that's all boost, and you'll be hitting your L and R triggers to really get going on the boost. Oh, player 1 there is doing a good job with the boost. Player 3 is crashing a lot. I still cannot tell who isn't playing. They're all giving an excellent poker face. So much crashing. So yeah, you want to aim for those big orange and blue spots, but make sure your engine's in the right color. Oh, boosting. Random sandworm. More death and destruction. Now this is a 3-lap race, but we haven't even finished lap 1 yet. There we go. Oh. Player 2 and 3 are pretty close together. Player 1 seems to be going really fast, but exploding just as fast. Edgar, which player are you? Top left. Whoa. So our Engadget representative is currently last. And he doesn't care. He's just been crashing. There we go, there we go, there we go. Come on, Edgar. The pride of Engadget is resting on your shoulders. Seems like player 2 is getting the hang of it. Player 3 is still in the lead. And he's crashing. Oh, so we have a switch in lead now. Player 2 is up. Edgar's just finished his first lap. Wow, we might not even finish this race in time for the segment, guys. Keep it going. Less crashing is good. Crashing. Oh, Player 2 is on their final lap. Come on, Edgar, jeez. Looks like all the players now are getting a hang of the controls. Like I said, you have to flip the engines between the colors to really charge up on those turbos, and that's how you're going to win. More crashing. And yeah, I've heard, and it's just a rumor, that if you crash less, that means you can kind of dry oil a bit better. Whoa. Come on, Edgar. If you can just claim 9th, I'll claim that as a hollow victory for Engadget. And whoever's faking playing, you're doing a very good job. So 2 players believe they're top left. All right, we're going to race. Oh! So who was 8th place? Who just finished? Who just finished? You think who? Congratulations. You mistakenly got 8th place. Come on, guys. Oh! That was pretty close. Now you're going to have to tell me which one of you wasn't playing. So who took 8th place? You're player 2. Player 2, excellent. Excellent. So, player 2, the winner, 8th place. Congratulations. Any words of encouragement?
It's been fun.
And player who didn't play, did you enjoy not playing?
Absolutely.
And Edgar, what's your excuse?
First time playing.
That's really good news. And commiseration.
First time playing.
That's what everyone says. Thank you very much, guys, for playing. If you have a bit more time, we have something to reward you with, so stay nearby after we finish. That was the Engadget Gaming Challenge. We'll be back tomorrow, where we will hopefully have an Oculus Rift and a little challenge for 2 Engadget editors, those lucky people. Stay tuned. We'll be back live on stage very soon.
Sin City is synonymous with sex, and CES is no exception. But in 2012, when the Adult Entertainment Expo and CES parted ways, it seemed like the thrill was gone.
But sex is back at CES, and we're going to talk to some of the companies making it happen.
I'm Christopher Trout, and I'm here with Suki from Oh My Bod, and we are going to talk about Crush and Tazzle, which is a Kegel exercise and a platform for sex health.
Yeah, this is our 6th year at CES, and we're really excited to be giving everybody a sneak peek at Love Life Crush. It is a connected device. We've created an app called Tazzle. Tazzle stands for the Art and Science of Love. And the purpose of doing smart Kegel exercises is so that you can measure how well you're strengthening your PC muscles.
Squeeze. Relax.
It can measure your endurance, it can measure your maximum strength, or your controllability, so you can track that over time and hopefully improve and make those muscles stronger. When you exercise your pelvic floor muscles and strengthen that muscle, it can result in stronger, more intense orgasms. That's one of the fun benefits. So even if it isn't connected to the app and you just turn it on, if you squeeze it, it will vibrate. So it's telling you that, oh, you're working the right muscles.
Right, and it doesn't hurt to have a little vibration.
That's right.
That's the other thing about this, right? There's a remote control kind of situation going on.
If you were here in Las Vegas and I'm in New York, you would actually be able to send me an invitation and say, hey, I'd love to control your vibrator, and I can either say yes or no.
That is the future right there.
Mm-hmm. That's the future of social networking, y'all.
I'm here with Christelle Lecoq from B Sensory. She's the founder, and you actually won an innovation award before even showing up at CES this year. So do you want to tell us a little bit about the device, this award-winning device?
You have an app, and you can have some erotic ebooks, so you can choose a story, and when you read and the text blurred, you have to touch the screen and the paragraph, and the little bird wake up and vibrate, and the vibrations are in accordance with the story. Okay.
What made you decide to come to CES?
It's very important for us because we are a young startup. This product is international, so there is no bigger event than the CES.
And how many books at this point?
Already we have 200 books in French, and we are here also to find some American authors. We also have 2.
Well, I'm excited to see where it ends up, and I wish you the best of luck. I am here with Karen and Leia of Nuel, and we are going to talk a little bit about their product, Fiera.
Fiera is the first proven technology to increase arousal and interest in women. But it's a wearable product that she wears for 5 to 15 minutes before a sexual experience with her partner to get her excited and ready and in the mood. And it primarily uses suction technology to deliver that.
When you say wearable, we're not talking an all-day kind of fitness tracking, wristband sort of situation.
No, wearable in the sense that she wants to have her hands free.
Leia, you actually come from a sort of medical background.
Yes.
How did you get involved in all this?
Yeah, so I am an OBGYN. My specialty is actually female sexual medicine. And we know that there's this enormous group of women, about 53 million women in the United States who have a sexual concern. That's huge. So they came to me and said, we have this idea. We really want to be able to simplify the approach to enhancing a woman's sexual function.
It's refreshing to see a product that actually looks to fix an existing problem, because we see so many products at CES that are ridiculously out there and really not trying to fix anything, right? So
No, we started with the need and then developed the right technology to meet that need. This isn't a technology looking for a home.
Right.
Hello, Internet. I am Michael Gorman, Editor-in-Chief of Engadget, and we're here with Naughty America VR, and they're about to bring my fantasies to reality.
I have a little surprise for you.
I've been looking for you.
Hello.
This new exercise ball for us. It's really good for your core.
Oh, that's a good way to wake up. Oh, that's funny. That was a very interesting VR experience. And that's why we've got Ian Paul, the CIO of Naughty America, joining us to explain what I just witnessed.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
yes, so thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
Ian.
absolutely.
So my first question is, why VR porn?
Well, I mean, it's kind of what we've been driving at since we've been painting pornographic images on caves, right?
Yeah,
The whole development of human progress with technology, we've been trying to get to this moment.
Yeah.
And then it's been romanticized to us in movies and in books, and now we're here. We're actually in these experiences. It's quite incredible.
Why are you guys doing this here at CES?
Yeah, traditionally shows like AVN have been paired with CES, and for whatever reasons they've kind of moved apart. But we're an innovator in the technology space. We adopted streaming ahead of the curve, HD ahead of the curve, 1080p ahead of the curve, 4K and VR. So we really view ourselves as a technology innovator. In that sense, we think that we're very appropriate for CES.
What devices are there? I got to try it on the Gear VR, but where else does it work?
If you have just any standard smartphone, if you have the cardboard, Samsung Gear VR, which you tried, the Oculus Rift certainly works. So we'll be supporting more devices as they come out, the Sony PlayStation VR, for instance. And as they come out, we'll be supporting them.
Okay.
From the projections that the gaming industry is throwing out there, we believe at the end of 2016, 10 to 20 million people will be looking at adult VR content. Not necessarily our site, but in general.
If CES is any indication, 2016 could be the year that sex and technology finally come together.
And as long as I don't have to watch porn in front of my coworkers again, I'm all for it. Hello, Las Vegas. We're back live from the Engadget Stage at CES 2016. Alas, this is the final episode of After Hours.
Wah, wah.
And don't worry, I'm going to introduce y'all. But first, I think we should all have a little cheers.
Cheers. And what are we drinking, Michael?
So this is a Luc Belaire French sparkling rosé.
Fine wine.
And it's actually kind of an interesting thing. The company actually is funding crowdfunding projects, so if you want a little bubbly and a little extra money, you can just get at them at the hashtag Belaire backed, and maybe they'll throw you some bubbly your way too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Down with that.
Yeah.
Hashtag again?
Hashtag Belaire backed.
Okay.
As in,
there you go.
On not a Kickstarter. I don't know where.
Indiegogo.
Maybe.
Yeah, anything, any of the above. They'll back you anywhere you got to go. So let me introduce who is joining me on stage in this toast. We have, of course, executive editor Christopher Trout. How are you doing, Christopher?
Cheers, queers.
Yes. And then you may recognize the woman sitting next to him from the video. That's Suki Dunham. Thank you for joining us, Suki.
She's the founder of Oh My Bod.
Yes. And then, last but certainly not least, Mallory Johns.
Hello, everyone.
Social media maven. She makes everything happen in Engadget.
I was doing actually a Periscope shortly before to get some user questions.
So, let's talk sex at CES.
Sure. So we brought you here because we wanted to talk a little bit about what it's been like for you guys at CES this year. Can you tell us a little bit about what the reception's been like for Oh My Bod and Love Life Crush?
It's actually been really fabulous. So this is our 6th year here at CES. Our first year here was a little different than this year. Our first year, people would walk by us and kind of look at us cross-eyed, like, what are you doing here? And now we are welcome with open arms, and people are really interested in what we're doing and are understanding our messaging and what we're all about. We've always been about where sex and tech come together. And so, yeah, it's been a really positive show.
Yeah, and it's clear that there's, that's expanding. I think what we were talking about when we shot the video was that when you came here for the first time, you were probably one of the only sex-related tech companies. And it wasn't necessarily the easiest thing getting in the beginning, right?
No, it wasn't actually. We signed up for a booth and were kind of rejected, and so we had to lobby to prove that we had a right to be here and that we had some legitimate tech that was interesting. And we all know that this technology, all these technologies are becoming, a part of every part of our lifestyle,
right.
whether you listen to music or you're cooking or whatever it is you're doing in your world. And so why not sex be part of that?
So how many years ago was the first time that you came, when you had the problems? How
It
long ago
was 2010.
So between now and then, obviously you said the reception's much different. What changed? Like, how did that manifest?
I think part of it is society in general. I think as social stigmas kind of melt away, we've had the opportunity to really have open dialogue and discussion. I think a lot of it is also centered around kind of female empowerment. I think, historically we've talked a lot about men and men's pleasure, and now it's time for us ladies to address what we need and what we want and what makes a healthy life for us, right?
Right on.
Truth. And what's interesting about that and what you can see in the video is that most of the companies that we talked to about these sexual-related devices that are at CES were female-run companies. So, I mean, that was the most striking thing to me. The only company that we talked to that had more men in the room than women was the porn company, which
shocking, right?
Right. But have you ever experienced VR porn? Have you done that?
Actually, we do a trade show that's actually an adult trade show every year in Europe. And in Germany this year, I walked around the trade show floor, and there was a booth there in Europe. And so I put those goggles on or the Oculus Rift on and looked around, and it was pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's an intense experience.
It's crazy.
Right?
Yeah, it's an uncomfortable one when you're being filmed and you're surrounded by coworkers and strangers, but yeah, it's intense.
So I'm interested to know, did you, when you were at the conference, was it a 360 experience? Could you turn all the way around?
Yeah, you could turn all the way around. The girls were actually walking into the door when I turned around.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I've seen a bunch of this stuff at this point, and most of it's shot in 180, I think, as a result of people trying to churn stuff out quickly, but
right.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, I turned all the way around, and I was like, holy crap.
So Suki, I want to kind of rewind back a bit here to go back to kind of your journey through CES and getting here. And we were talking a little bit about this backstage, how your experience at CES has changed, has shifted kind of with the acceptance of your products and your place here at the show. So can you talk a little bit about what that's been like, what it's entailed, and what you think CES can mean for you next year and beyond?
Yeah, I think that, at the beginning, we were just here to start to get our messaging out and to show that sex tech is a legitimate category. I think sometimes when anybody adds sex to what they do, people kind of give it a lesser standing. It's like it's not as legitimate as an electric car or whatever the technology is. And so by being here, we wanted people to understand and start to legitimize what we were doing, really kind of stand up for ourselves. And now people walking by our booth, they understand what we're doing. And this year's been really exciting because we now have like real consumer electronics buyers that are now saying, this makes sense. It's part of somebody's intimate lifestyle, and why not address it? Why not have a product that addresses that customer need?
That's just amazing.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
So I've got one last follow-up for you here. So if you let's say there's someone watching at home that has some sex technology that they're looking to get into the industry. What advice would you give those people to kind of work your way in? Since you have already kind of paved the way, is there anything out there, any advice you can give those folks?
I would say that what we found, or at least the way we run our business, I run this business with my husband, is that that you build a product because you're solving a problem or that there's a need there. You guys, I think, have been talking a lot about there's a lot of tech just for tech.
Yeah.
And same goes for actually traditionally in the adult pleasure products world. People would enter it because they think, oh, well, it's sex, so sex sells and it's a lot of money. But it's no different than any other startup or small business. Just because it's a sex product doesn't mean that, the money's just raining from the sky. It takes a lot of work, and that people should be ready for what it takes to get a company off the ground.
Yeah, and especially a sex company, because we talked about this the other day. I've worked in the adult industry previously, and you run into a lot more problems than maybe you'd expect, right? Like
That's
finding
true.
people to take your money even, or to print your flyers, or any of that.
Right, so we've run into problems over time. We've had problems raising money, financing, just even normal bank financing. You want to go to your bank, the SBA, the Small Business Administration, won't back a loan to what they call a sex company, or actually they use the word prurient business, which I had to look up because I didn't know that term.
So that's a legal term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Says the lawyer over here.
Yeah. I read a lot about that in law school.
And we've had accountants, bean counters, that didn't want to do our bean counting for us because of what we do. We've had printing companies that don't want to print our instruction manual, which is very much hey, this is how you turn it off and on, not how you use
Pretty
it.
PG stuff, right?
Oh, way
G.
lower than PG, like G.
G-rated.
Like, this is how you turn it on, this is how you plug it in, you know. Don't electrocute yourself, whatever.
Well, maybe if you called it a back massager like Hitachi did.
Right, exactly.
It would be a different thing. So, are we into social media territory at this point?
Can. Do we have
I've
any
just been
questions?
reviewing our Periscope stream to find some great questions.
Okay.
One of the first ones that popped up was, how do you think that virtual reality is progressing in the world of sex tech?
You want to take that one, or you want us to?
Yeah, you guys have seen it, so.
Well, here's the deal. I think, I did a story on this. I went to kink.com and watched them shoot a scene, and also then watched it over lunch with them, which was an awkward experience. But I think the thing is that it can take you to places that you wouldn't normally be able to go as a human being. So I'm going to get a little graphic here, but in this case, there was some extreme anal action that I saw. You were actually almost transported into somebody's butt, like inside
Wow.
it. It felt as if you were the whole human inside
Inner
another
space.
human being's rear,
Yeah.
so to speak.
I think that definitely answers that question.
There's one other thing that I want to add too. There's actually a significant barrier right now, I think, for wider spread adoption, and that's just. So for right now, like what I saw with Naughty America, they've got a Gear VR, and that means you've got to load the movie onto your phone. There is no way, they don't have distribution through Samsung or anything like that, so you have to kind of sideload these things, and the files are huge.
They're like
It's
6 gigs.
Yeah, 4 to 6 gigs right now, so that means you're not keeping many of them on a memory card at one time or on your phone. It'll suck up all the memory that you've got. And of course, downloading files that size take a long time. So I think that's a big kind of barrier right now that has yet to be figured out. Like, there's no streaming service that's going to work with that.
So this is just like a completely left field idea. So we need like a Snapchat for VR porn then. Some kind of ephemeral content that won't take up any space on your phone.
Not a bad idea, Mallory. I think we might have struck on a new $1 million idea.
Yeah, she's going to be out. She's not going to be our social media anymore.
Cheers.
There was another really good question that popped up. Let me see if I can get to it.
Okay. By the way,
Scroll
Christopher, did you
back.
notice my socks? These are my special after-hours socks.
Oh, nice. You got
Cocktail
cocktails
socks.
on them, huh?
I like that.
I got these boring zebra socks on. Lame.
No, I've always had tighter sock game than you.
There was a really great question
know
about
about that.
dopamine resistance in terms of VR porn.
Dopamine resistance.
Yeah, so...
Can you define dopamine resistance?
I mean,
So
I know, like, you
does
could-
VR porn kind of create the
Overload?
same dopamine effect that you get
Oh.
when you're having an actual sexual act?
I don't know. I mean, it certainly didn't for me when I was watching it yesterday.
you
I
feel
mean,
the same
here's
type
the
of
deal. I will say that I've
With all
used
your
it for...
your
I've
colleagues
used it
around
in
you.
private, and I don't know. I mean, it's the same experience as watching regular pornography in a lot of ways. I mean, in the human sort of body way, right?
Okay.
I think when you're talking about the mind and where your mind goes with it, it's a little bit different. It wasn't like an more intense orgasm or anything like that, but it was, it was a different experience for
Okay,
sure.
I think that's what our reader was trying to get at.
Yeah. Okay.
If the dopamine receptors were twice as high
Right. Yeah.
with virtual as opposed to real life.
A particularly scientific way to put that question.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say anecdotally, no. How's that?
I'm very impressed with our readers for submitting a question like that.
Yeah,
very well-read
mature.
readers.
Yeah.
We got any more in there?
A lot of people want to know about apps and remote-controlled orgasms. I know if you were discussing that with your Kegel app.
Do you wanna
Yeah,
talk about that a bit?
so when we launched, we actually have a product that sits on the market today. It's called Blue Motion, so it's a Bluetooth-enabled vibe. And you can connect with your partner remotely And so if you're here and I'm in New York, like I said, you can control it remotely. And the new Tazzle app that we have that works with Love Life Crush is going to work with an entire line of products that will come out roughly at the same time, including like a wearable panty vibe to a G-spot vibrator, and you'll be able to control it remotely as well. And we're adding a lot of fun things to this. It's kind of that goes beyond that. I think I was telling you guys yesterday, the whole idea around Tazzle, the art and science of love, is about keeping intimacy kind of at the forefront of your mind. So if you think about other tech, it's meant to say keep fitness at the top of your mind. Oh, I need to walk this many steps, or I need to watch what I'm eating because I've recorded that I've eaten so many calories today, whatever. And so Tazzle is going to be about keeping intimacy kind of at the forefront, because we all get really busy with our lives and sometimes forget our partners. And I run this company with my husband, and we've been together for 28 years. So,
Wow. Congrats.
Cheers to that, actually. Cheers.
Cheers to that.
Yeah, and so we're developing an app that will help to keep couples and people that want to be connected, engaged with one another. So it might be something as simple as, I challenge you to cuddle me tonight for 1 hour without your phone anywhere near you. And then the other thing might be that I challenge you to have outdoor sex with me. So, you know, the whole idea of having these kind of different levels of intimacy and just like reminding one another of why you really like one another and being connected.
Yeah, the gamification of your sex life, basically.
Exactly, of intimacy.
And we should all be able to get down with that. It's good to pay more attention to your partners. We should all be doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Truth.
Yeah.
True dat.
All right, and on that note, that's all the time that we have for. Thank you all for joining us. There is more to come from Engadget tomorrow, but that's all we've got for today. So thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.